Yeah, I got friends who want to catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. And I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe it seemed to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, asking doctors to do me favors, or cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe.
You know, I just want the FCK video.
Realized as soon as I said it, how long would it take to swim
Oh,
from Jones
fuck.
Beach to Indonesia? Maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and you know all he's got a life so fucked up you don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
We have like one more song. Queen, can you explain? Wait, what the fuck? Max called into Queemans? What the fuck?
Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, trying to be like everybody else, 'cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town, going nowhere, hellbound. I'm chained to the same lane, brain wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad scheme, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere in town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse. And kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to part 3 of the debate with Willie Mac. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay. Okay. Like I watched Nick cover it, and he's like, "Becca, why are you in the crawl?" And I'm like, I fucking know. I want to be really clear about something, and like I'm gonna put this right at the start. So everyone can fucking listen. If you're like clipping in, like, what did Beckett say about it? I like Willie Mac. I think Willie Mac was. I like his video. I actually don't have the same criticisms Queeman and Just Talk do. I like the video. I sent him a DM when I'd seen it, and I was like, great video. I have no issues with how he used me or the fucking like on the record interview. I was surprised at which points he put in, and I immediately went, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to talk about this because there are other bits to it. And when I was, like pushing back on Willie, there's two things. Firstly, I've said constantly through this, for those of you who've been watching me, I don't want to over-explain, because then it becomes like, oh, it's like, that's the excuse. It's never the excuse. I've always held this standard. But like, I'm being asked what my intentions were or why I took an action. I think that action could be wrong, and I think I can just be like, yeah, that's an L. But there is reasons beyond being lazy, for example, which like is what I was pushing back on. And to be clear, like, again, I was just pushing back on the mission info thing. But I think that's just Willie poorly phrasing something. I have no issues. I like Willie. I like his video. It's fine. I've always liked Kelly Jean. And so that's that. I wanna talk about this full interview call with Willie as well, because I don't hate it. I just think there are things in it that fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, someone just DM'd me something. I was like, okay. I should be clear as well. Like, largely we're retreading ground in the interview, and I'm not trying to walk anything back. I agree with the statements of like I should reach out. And this story became more complex. I think the biggest thing is like, yeah, just the reasons for like why I released. I can like you and think Sunday at the same time, lol. And hate Sunday at the same time. Yeah, like, again, I think I've been public. I said this generally. I've got my criticisms of Sunday. I don't know why this lawyer thing doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. It literally never has, because it's never been my rational argument. Okay, and people can argue about the time pressure. So that's a reflection. I think it's an opinion thing. I think I broadly, again, like Nick said this on his stream. He's talked to me about it. He's right. I should just let this come out. At the same time, fuck, what's a good way to put this? I feel like I had too much information, and that's my own fault, by the way, because I went fucking looking for it. So it's like, it's not like, oh my god, I had so much information accidentally. It's just, that's not the case. But yeah, I think Nick's very fair with me, and I think Willie was fair with me as well. And like, I don't know, maybe I'm going through a process of reflecting a bit on things, and I've always in one of the off the record bits talking to Willie, it's something else I've said publicly before anyway, but I get fucking emails and DMs about grooming stories, about pedophiles, about fucking exposés, and I very rarely run those things because it's just not the sort of content I do. I don't think, like, it's interesting seeing Oggy in Nick's chat and being like, wait, Beckett came from Twitch poll? I'm like, yeah. I don't think people realize that my involvement in this, or like my investment in it, shall we say, doesn't come from I wanted clout. It came from I know a lot of these people, and I had a pretty fucking emotional reaction to it. I like, not like crying and shit, but like I was like, yeah, fuck this shit. Pick up the call. Oh, okay, right. What's up, Max? Sorry, I haven't got notifications on.
Hey, you're missing out on one really important piece of information. Did you see my call-in with Queeman?
I didn't. I didn't even know you had called in until Queen just said it in chat. Okay, what did I miss?
Yeah, I also told this to Hilo, and for some reason, I don't know why you're not explaining this. This explains almost everything, right? When you called me up for this video or whatever, and you asked me last second, literally the day before the video, you know, like 12 hours before the video released, you told me that there was this crazy story. We have so many logs of Destiny, and then you said Pixie was like blackmailing Destiny. It was going crazy, right? You record the voice lines, and then when you record the voice lines, it's very clear that you emphasize that the what is it? The money can go to charity, right? Pixie says the money can go to charity in the Erudite logs. That's in our video.
Yeah.
From what I can understand, you thought the extortion claim was true all the way up until you started recording the voice lines, right?
So what's a good way to put this? When I started going through everything, what's the best way to put it? I thought it was more of a big deal in how it could be put than it was, because when I started going through it, I was like, oh, this actually doesn't matter. Because it was...
Exactly,
you know, it
right?
was... Yeah.
The way Sunday was selling it to you, I'm sure, was that basically, this is why we have to put the video out, regardless of the consent, right? Which was that everyone's silent now, so this is never going to come out. And that's sort of like what Sunday was going after, right? Obviously, you had your own like ideas behind that or whatever. But it's, from what I understand, it seemed like by the time we got done with like making our video, we didn't really know what like we didn't really know about, like, we didn't reflect on the contents of the video like at all. Like, I was certainly getting the DMs the first time like 6 hours before the video dropped. Like, this was really crazy. And I could like note in retrospect that like you even thought like differently when you started narrating over the messages or whatever. So to me, it just seems like our video was like we didn't have a script. We came into this like hours before it like released, and you know, Sunday was doing all the thinking. He's been thinking about this whole the entire time, and your only thought was, we're gonna spin this in a way that's neutral, and it explains how Sunday got the messages. That's what I get from the video, and that's what we did. And you know, you apologize. We probably should have reached out to Pixie, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's all true. But at the same time, it's like people don't realize like how much we didn't think through this, you know? And I think that like paints it in a different light when we start talking about that, you know?
Yeah, I think the cool thing was like, once I'd seen the DMs with Straighter Aid, like the original idea of just streaming some of this and going over it all died. I was like, this needs a video. I got a DM about something. Apparently Sunday said like, I hated everyone who was like covering for this behind the scenes. I haven't seen the clip of this. I should be clear. I think I've been pretty open with this about people like Erudite. Yeah, the people who were like in the DGG orbit specifically. I'm not talking about Nick or Tom or Willie or any of these fucking people. I'm talking about the people who were like, in my view, doing what Erudite was doing and going, well, this is Destiny, this is my career, this needs to like fade away. That yeah made me fucking pretty angry. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a like driving factor, right? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the clip. But like, yeah, like I don't know. I don't know if he's just like fucking saying that in a way that's not accurate. But yeah, I haven't been quiet about the fact that people like Erudite, and like seeing the way people reacted to this, fucking, I had a response to it, obviously, you know.
Yeah.
Because
not really sure what that was.
So what I got on Sunday was I went through fully Sunday's DMs with Straight Red. What happened on the Sunday, and that's the point where I was like, this is a video, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's I want to be careful because I don't want to do the whole thing where it's like, oh, throw Sunday under a bus and then you get to like save yourself. I don't like that as a principle, and also it's one of those things where it's like, you know, there are clearly points where I agreed with Sunday, otherwise I wouldn't have acted in the way I did. So I don't know, it's that 2020.
I mean, the agreement was specifically on Hassan and Bad Empanada breaking it, and then just saying, well, now it's public information. It seemed like that was the agreement. What is it? It seemed like you had like a different emphasis on whether or not certain things could be considered as extortion. But by the time you made the video, like that just wasn't in our video because I think wasn't in the logs.
I think it's part of a reason to launch the fact that people could frame it as extortion, which again, I didn't fucking, you know, I didn't know how hard Sunday was going to go. And I don't care about that. I mean, it's pretty obvious from my video because I say it, you know, my interest is around the silence and the way certain people are covering things, and my interest is around some of the orbit and around the political space. Whether Pixie's extorting or whatever, like, sure, you can like criticize that, I guess, but you know, my primary focus is on Destiny and Breaking Down the Machine. And again, like I think I say in the call with like Willie and Justilk, like there's an element where I'm like, you know, these Destiny stories have been floating around for years. I've covered them myself. Destiny has been interacting with different communities since like what, like mid 2010s. I wonder whether in like when I was in the politics community there was elements where I, you know, even in a small way, help that narrative.
I mean, it was even before like it was like early 2010s, right? Like his biggest video was a CS:GO video or whatever, 2011.
Yeah. And it's but I wonder whether like things like I could have covered the Max document better, or I could have talked about Anavoir in a different way. You know, there's all those elements, and that bugs me.
I mean, I wouldn't be like too hard on the video. I think we've admitted fault. Both of us had. Well, I mean, to be fair, I didn't really do anything. I just basically.
Oh yeah. I mean,
followed your
you're
instructions.
Fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I was just.
You're following orders.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, like I don't know. I feel like I've taken a fair amount of accountability for things. I you know, I know the truth is that there is for a lot of people there is nothing I can say one way or another that will change how they feel about stuff, and that's fine. It's the nature of, you know, stuff like this. But yeah, I should point out as well, like I went to talk to Willie because I thought I heard about Sunday leaking Willie's DMs. I was like, I fucking, that sucks. I think Sunday should have talked to Willie. And then when I found out that he hadn't really, and Willie was doing a video, I was like, I'll go talk to Willie. I don't think that's funnily enough, much like Diorio going and talking to Sunday in the first place, I don't think that's like a smart optical move. I think it would have been far better, like just you know, optically to just not involve myself because I know that I'm not a key person we're talking about. But that's, you know, I just thought that's how I feel about it, and I like Willie, so that's kind of where I'm sat. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Sunday's saying. I don't care. It's whatever, you know.
Yeah, I don't really care what Sunday's saying. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus. I was just trying to say, this is what happened when me and Becca were talking, and this is what I could like infer from that. Another thing is like, I'll be honest. You want to be nice to Willie Mac, whatever. I'm sorry, but like as soon as JSOC went on, Willie Mac got destroyed. Like, what is he talking about? JStock is like the key guy who's like aggregating everything, and he's saying, "Oh, I can't like watch all this like info. I can't." Just reach out to like Kleeman and JStock. They're like two of the like main people covering this at the time. Like when it happened, you don't need to like get like infinite different logs and learn about 50 different people. You just need to ask them what is like the lowdown on the story. They'll give you like an hour-long call, and then you can follow up on their sources, and they can probably give you like a pretty good script for your video. But he was just like, oh, like I don't know who Lav is. Like, how are you gonna make a video on this and like just like not know who Lav is? Like that's like no like research into the topic. And I'll be honest, I think this is like, you know how like Kleeman's going like he's been going after like what's his name, Turkey Tom, and like his like main channel videos or whatever. It's like I think there's like
sure.
I think it's like this sort of new age of we're gonna take all this information, we're not gonna think through all the information, and we're just gonna like put it in a documentary. And to be fair to Willie Mac, he does like firsthand reporting. He does a little bit more than Turkey Tom, in my opinion. He does like some good like breaking stories or whatever, like the Tyler Oliveira video. It's a pretty good video, whatever. I don't understand why these people are just allowed to say like, oh well, I don't have like infinite time to like do all this research. It's like you don't really need that, right? It's just like we can all accept fault that like we got the research wrong or whatever. And I don't understand why people can't just admit that. They should just admit that, and they should make like, you know, addendum like videos or something if they get things wrong. That's my view, and it's like crazy like no one does this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult. I think Willie's right that there's a huge like extended universe to this shit, which I think is a reasonable kind of criticism. Like I think that's a reasonable criticism of trying to cover this stuff.
Point. He was like pivoting. He was like pivoting from the main argument, which is JStock has the aggregated like he's like a good secondhand source for all this stuff because it's like all aggregating at his point, and he doesn't need like hours upon hours of research. He could just call the guy, right? And then he can just like confirm something. Now, if you just don't like that level of evidence, you can say that. But as far as I understand it, he was going with the excuse that, oh, well, I need to like watch like 60 JStock streams or whatever. And that was never like the like that's not the like, you know, that's not the research you have to do, you know.
Okay. Let me think about this for a second. I think the problem with the extended universe and the stuff involving people like Just Oak is pretty simple. It's like what Willie is talking about is kind of like the run up, and the only reason this sort of comes up as a question is because of Destiny's statement. Now, obviously,
no, that's not true. The reason why I'm bringing up JStock is because he says in the debate that his main concern about this video, like to release this video, is talking about the victims, right? Problem is like if you want to get any knowledge about the victims, you need to talk to JStock. That's pretty clear to anyone who's been following this. And so him not doing that, and then him like putting you and Sunday as like half the video, like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like he should just admit like he didn't do the research.
Okay, but why? Okay, my question is why include Just Talk in the Destiny video?
He doesn't need to include JStock. All he needs to do is ask him about, okay, you have all these like people. You have like Baby Peach, she's saying things in DMs. You have Stasia, who came out. You had like all these people. Just give me a rundown. I'll track down the sources and I'll put in my video. Like I'll track down everything that you can give me, everything that you know is out there publicly, and I'll put that in my video. All he has to do, just ask for one call with JStock. He doesn't even need to put the JStock call in the video. He just needs to ask him for the sources, right? That's my point, at least.
Yeah, okay. I suppose the like issue I see is like, and why I think Willie's video is probably fine, is because essentially what Willie's talking about is the basic allegations, the stuff around the victim, and then the fact that it was leaked in like, say, the last third of it.
But that's fine. That's fine, but you shouldn't say that his core focus of the video was the victims. And he went over like one victim, and then he like did you guys for like half the video. Like the video is like whatever. Like I don't really care about the video. It's like what he was saying in the debate. Like it's clearly false. It's just false.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think he could have included more about the other victims and leaks themselves. I mean, I think it's a difficult one because I don't know whether this is like a clash of cultures thing. Like Willie's like, well, it's not really being talked about outside Kiwi Farms or anything else. I disagree. I think it was breaking anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I want. See, okay, I feel like my position's weird because I also don't want it to be a defend myself massively kind of thing. Because again, we go into explanations and excuses and everything else. It's just it's a difficult one for that. I think if I had major issues with the video, I'd just point them out. And I think as people are like beginning to talk more about this, I think that Justilk is like more of a key person now than he was at the like release of the video. Because like Justilk's arc, if you like, from this is Justilk was starting to come around a little bit, but he was debating with Korontos whether he'd turn on Destiny like the day before, like or the 2 days before on the Saturday. So
Yeah.
So Justilk had to like sort of reposition himself.
I mean, like I said, I don't care too much about like the video. I think you're conflating a lot of things. I don't care too much about the video. I don't care if JStock's in the video. I explicitly said that before. What I'm really mad at is like Willie Mack comes into this debate. He's like constantly pivoting, especially in the JStock segment, and he's like contradicting himself like constantly. Just like this guy. He should just be, he should just be honest. He should just have like the conversation. I don't know why he's being like a debate bro. I don't know why he's like pivoting. He should just have the conversation. He should just answer questions. If you're like this defensive about everything, like what are you doing, man?
Sure. Though I mean, obviously I know from experience. So I'm sympathetic because I know from experience what it's like to release something and then just get a load of fucking pushback for it, and like Kelly Jean came in, understandably pissed off, and went very, very hard. So, like, he's kind of in debate mode, right? And Queeman has just, like, spent time tearing the video apart. So it's going to make people more defensive in the same way, like, I might sound defensive in that conversation because...
I mean, then he shouldn't, like, get on the call. Like, if you're just going to, like, have this horrible debate showing, I don't know. I just won't get on the call. I mean, that's what you did. You like basically, declined like talking about this until you made that huge stream, and then it was a good stream, right? Like you start out with the apology, then you go over like 3 different videos. It's like 10 hours of content.
Yeah. I think it was. I mean, I enjoyed that stream. It was fun. I think, yeah. I think you take your time. I think it's different for video essayists though, because video essayists don't have the same sort of platform. You can see how badly that can go. I've got the advantage of being a streamer, so especially on my own platform, I can read the room a bit. And like you look at people like Lewis McClung going live when he's in controversy and ends up with 2,000 people there who just instantly turn on him as he fucks up horribly, you know. So it's and
Yeah, yeah,
Willie's
but
not a
that's
streamer.
on that's like but that's like on well, one, he's been on like Chud streams. Totally fine. Chud pushes back and he's like reasonable. He doesn't do all these like weird things. Immediately goes on to Queeman's, he's like constantly interrupting him. It's just very strange like appearance. This is not like the Willie Mac I know personally. Which I mean I don't personally know him, but this is the Willie Mac I don't know from watching other videos that he's in, right? Um, and then like the second thing is just he doesn't need to make a separate video. He doesn't need to go on all these streams. He doesn't need to stream himself. He just needs to basically in the second video just talk a little bit about the responses that are on like Queeman's like stream or on like Diorio stream, whatever. And the reason why I know like he can do this is because he's constantly done this before. He's done this in the Dark Viper series. He's done this in the Hassan series. He's done this with like Xander Hall. So I don't like see the like why he went on that stream and just like went atomic, you know?
No, I mean it was good content. Good content. Do you okay? So I mean, like obviously I've spoken to Kilo and things. I understand where Kilo's coming from now in a way that I didn't before. And I get where he's coming from. I don't think Sunday's going to like continue the war, so to speak. I don't think he should. But I understand Kilo's concerns. I think they were largely talking past each other. But yeah, I don't think it's crazy that Kilo made a video or anything.
I mean, Kilo's videos, I'll say it's like fine.
It's fine.
Like
I
it
think
keeps
Kilo's
its
the wrong
goal.
person to release it. That's my opinion, and I've said that to him. I don't
know
he
if he's
should
the wrong person to release it. It's just that there's like nothing in the video. Like he snips out these like 1 minute segments from a call that he has with Sunday, and then he doesn't like release like the full call. And then I just like I don't know what like any of these snippets are supposed to prove. But like it's very easy in my view to just prove his like main thesis, and he does that through a couple of messages. So whatever, it's fine. He's probably right about Sunday. I mean that's the position I had with Sunday when I don't know, like 2 years ago, I was gonna make like a Sunday like Day of the Storm video or whatever, and everyone talked me like down from that.
Yeah, I mean, making a video on Sunday.
So I get it. Like
you know.
I've been in his like exact like headspace or whatever in the past. I get it. Like Sunday can get you angry, but it's just me and Kilo had a talk, and it was fine. And there's nothing really in that video. It definitely. I don't think like what is it? Willie Mack should have really put that in his video. Like he just takes out those segments from the Kilo video that don't really say anything, and then he like puts them back to back to back. And I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of that. He's just like, "Oh, Sunday's crazy," and then like takes all these like out of context like clips and smushes it together. So personally, I think that was just like a totally bad usage of Kilo's video. But yeah, Kilo's fine. Willie Mack, I didn't really like that in his video. Personal opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. I think Chris Speaks' his video is a lot better than I gave it credit for. Actually, I think having had time, I've still got basically the same issues with it, but I don't think there is. Actually, no. Hold on. I still have the same issues with Chris Speaks' video.
Can you link that to me? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Not like right the second, but yeah, basically Chris released a video at the same time as Kilo, and has an interview with Kilo in it. Yeah, like my issues remain exactly the same, but I do think it's not bad. Like, I think I was, I was too harsh with it. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see what unfolds. I can just sort of like the nature of like giving an interview like this to Willie is I end up sort of having to talk about it. I didn't know what he was going to use in it, obviously. So he's sort of, and I'm not mad at him, but it's just.
I mean, I think the point. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to throw you under the bus here a bit, but I think Willie Mack's interview with you, I think it was fine. It's like okay.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. I think the core thing on the Willie Mack interview is it makes sense why he included that bit, but it leaves out other context of why I took the actions I did, which is the only thing that I'm sort of pushing back on. I don't think pushing back's the right way. It's the only thing I'm clarifying about it, really.
Yeah, I think that was covered in the debate pretty well.
Yeah.
Because Queeman did talk about how like, well, you know, for Sunday there was that one thing that tipped him over to just releasing the video, which was the supposed extortion. But then there's the general notion that you could release the video without talking to the primary sources, using only public information, and that would be on the basis of it being released by Bad Empanada and Hassan. And Willie Mack's argument was like, in theory that's true, but the way that like the information was sent was through Straighter Aid, and you can't really trust Straighter Aid. That's something that even Beckett said, and like his follow-up stream, blah, blah. Yeah, he's fine. Like it's fine to have that opinion. It's just that he was being very stubborn. It took like an hour to get to that point, to get to that agreement. Which
I think Straighter Aid matters more than people realize. And like I get Willie's point of, well, that's more research that was needed potentially before the video, and I'm like, I can see both sides of it. I can see both sides of it. I don't know how much I would have got until this was public out of Straighter Aid and their intentions, because what really like sort of clinches the Straighter Aid stuff and starts to explain it is, or at least in my mind, and the stuff that I don't think I'd say publicly because I can't prove like in any way, is stuff that like Dan said to me as an offhand comment, or stuff that's or when you find out that they've been in a lot of contact with Destiny, those kind of things have an impact on how I see Straighter Aid that I just wouldn't have had at the time. But yeah, you know,
I mean, I think in retrospect, it was fine, but I think like if you didn't have all the knowledge that we have now, like it could be a risk, I guess. I just can't like really like personally take that very seriously, because it's hard for me to think of what in the counterfactual, given what you're given, what like the withheld information would be, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the point of the video, as I say, has always been just to show what happened behind the scenes. The video achieves that. I mean, I could have done, I think I said this too early, but it's like I could have like blurred everything identifiable about Pixie out of that video. And could have been like, well, here is Erudite talking to a victim and negotiating with them. Clearly Erudite knows things. I could have done all this, but also it's one of those things of, one of my core criticisms is the fact that content creators were having these conversations pretending like they had no idea who Pixie was, for example. And I was like, well, that's just, it's insane, and the audience knows it's insane, and it looks insane. Now, Willie's argument of like, well, it's not huge because we're dealing with like a very small bracket of people. Yeah, I think there's maybe some truth to that. That this is the problem of like existing in like.
I don't really care about that. I don't really care about that, because I think at the point where Hassan is talking about it and whatever,
yeah,
I don't care to like. At that point, like Hassan he's already broken it, right? Bad Empanada has already broken it. If your concern at that point is, well, what if you release a video and then people look at the video and then they send like the link of the like revenge porn to Pixie's parents? It just sounds like really weak. Like I don't know what point he was trying to get across when he said that, because like if it's at that point, it's free game, it's public information. Like, we don't have like different layers of public information. That's not how it works. It's either public information or it's not public information. If it's public information, we can put it out there. It's free game. For the same reason that FPS Diesel said like it was fine to release everything, because when he was talking about the Yandere dev situation, Yandere dev could have killed himself, right? That could have been blood on his hands. He still went with it because like at that point, like everything was coming out. Like, you know, he's gonna break it. Like, it's fine. Everyone does this. I don't see what the argument is here. It's like it seems very like, you know, like telescoped in. I don't see how like this breaks any like wider like principle or like categorical like norm or whatever.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think at the point where it's hitting literally everybody, and the DMs being as expansive in their sharing as they were. I mean, this has been my, you know, constant argument. I think it's just you talk about it, but
I'll say something because people are talking about this in the chat. I don't think Willie was like quote unquote sweeping for Destiny. If you've like heard Willie say anything like publicly, and if you look at when he releases a video versus when like the controversy starts, like he's really just not plugged into any of this.
Willie is
like,
the
it's
most
pretty
normal
clear.
person in commentary.
I mean, maybe I don't know, but he's definitely he has like a family or something. Like I'm pretty sure you know he's dealing with that sort of thing, and not watching streams all day. So that's what I'll say. I don't think he was sweeping for Destiny. I just
Yeah,
think
I don't think he was sweeping for Destiny either. I think he's pretty balanced. One thing he included, which, you know, he includes at the end, he's like, well, Becca asked me a pointed question over whether I'd like engage when I'd engage with Destiny again. And this was sort of like a broader point about the fact that content creators like who could have reasonably worked out what the fuck was going on were continuing to engage. It wasn't a point of like, you Willie Mac, when are you gonna break your friendship off? But Willie answers really honestly. He's like, well, if there's a big story to talk about, then that's the point where I talk about it again. I understand where he's coming from. It's, you know, we talk to shit people all the time. I think it's, you know, I don't have any issues with Willie's position on that. I think that makes perfect sense. I think my issue has always come down to the point of like, you look at like what tomfoolery's doing right now. I know Tom's like a fucking nobody, but I'm just using him as an example because I was watching through some stuff recently where he's like, yes, Just Ilk is out the house. I can become Destiny's after show again. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna sweep super hard. I'm gonna attack everyone who's attacking Destiny. Fuck all these people. I hate them anyway. And I'm like, what? You can do that. I just don't want to hear takes about how principled you are. I don't want to hear political takes from you. I don't want to hear your opinions on things. I don't.
To be fair, I don't think anyone's saying Tom is a principled guy.
Well, no, they're not. But like, there are other people who people would say they were principled, or at least, you know, people may have thought that at some point.
Well, yeah.
I'm just using, you know. Well, I thought that of Erudite. I've said this multiple times. I've defended Erudite multiple times over the years. Now, listen, that you can argue that has no impact. It doesn't matter to her. She never asked me to. I don't fucking care. I did that, and I thought better of Erudite.
Nice. You're like way too nice to like everyone. You're like, oh, I don't want to have like conflict with these people. They need to like attack me 3 times. It's like, no, you can just Beckett. You can just call people out. You don't need to do that. You know, when Erudite was doxing Sunday, you could have called that out. Okay.
Yeah, I could have done. I got, yeah, I just could have done. Oh, wait, when did Erudite actually dox Sunday? There was like the conversation with Nick.
It's like
her husband Nick.
It's like Nick. Yeah, it's convoluted. Basically, Nick implies that he has Sunday's docs from some other like secondhand source that DM'd it to him, and then like Erudite started threatening Sunday or whatever, and like she denies that those were like actual threats of the docs, and it was actually like some like point of privilege that actually Sunday was doxing her, and she was just like throwing it back at him, but she did have the information. It's really convoluted. I just brought that up because it's funny.
Yeah, listen, I think a lot of criticisms I get are Beckett's too nice to people. And you know, like, there's truth to that. There is truth to that. I'm generally a very, very chilled out person. I'm not, it's not that I'm scared of conflict, by the way. Like, anybody who's watching the current stuff.
But conflict builds up the brain. Like, you get better criticism when you start, like, actually clashing heads. And that's the thing. Like, you need to, like, be more, like, you know, like, you need to call it as it is and call people, like, horrible wretches because they make, like, dumb arguments. And then just, like, scholastically break down the arguments by making sub-distinguishing, like, premises and stuff like that, okay?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I am too chill with people. That is true. But that is, I don't know, the last 6 months have rapidly drained my charity for an awful lot of people. So we'll see what's, you know, what.
Can I also bring up that it's insane? Tomfoolery thinks that comparing Destiny's situation to a guy who accidentally records a girl, like he's like bringing over to his house through a baby monitor, is like an insane like comparison. Because that's what, like, I mean, he's making those like arguments.
Wait, was that his actual argument?
Yeah, that was his argument. He's like, oh, what if you have a baby monitor or you have like CCTV inside your house, and then you like bring someone over? Is that like illegal? Like just recording that, is that like illegal? I'm like, bro, this is some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking insane. I've realized that I'm getting motion sickness playing this. Hold on, we're gonna do something else. But yeah, no, that's fucking crazy. But it's also unsurprising because Tom desperately wants to be the after show again. And yeah, none of these people have any fucking principles. I've said this so many times.
I mean, he's never gonna be like linked onto DGG. I guarantee you that. He just pisses off Destiny too much. Like, have you seen the last debate between Tom and Destiny? And he was just looping for like 3 hours on like one point.
Jesus.
Like, there's no way.
Yeah, no, I mean, the whole thing's just very gay, and I'm tired of it. I got watching this unfold with like people I've known from these communities for the longest fucking time is what drove me insane. There's a reason I left the politics grouping. I mean, Willie's like, do you all just know each other? It's like, to a certain extent, yeah. Like, yeah, you can't fucking escape it. Destiny's like a fucking black hole. It's agonizing. But yeah. I don't know. I'll because of that, I think this is like a really unique situation that I found myself in. I can't think of another situation at all where I would make a video like this or like release something like this. I just can't think of something else that could possibly occur that would put me in this position.
I guess if like Chud Logic turns out to be like a serial rapist, and then all the information goes onto Kiwi Farms, and then through secret logs that we have that are between Chud Logic and DK in a group chat with Queeman that he leaks to us, maybe we'll make a similar video if that specific scenario happens.
Yeah. I think, yeah, actually, fuck it, that is, listen, I hope that nobody else I interact with is this fucking degenerate, but I would say as well, like, and I say this, because I saw Sick tweet something out of all people, it's all names no one fucking cares about, but, whereas, like, Beckett said he was worried that the channel was going to get nuked, and it's like, it's funny
I saw that.
And I was just like, he's like, this is snaky that he's like trying to play victim now. I'm not trying to play victim, I'm just being honest. There's DMs I have with Zindy Gets Real where I'm like, yeah, no, this is like a fuck situation. Like, it's just a fuck situation. I did not expect accolades for this. I didn't try and control the narrative. I specifically said in a call with Queeman, I don't want to tell you what I think. I want you to make up your own fucking minds. Because, yeah, I did this because I thought it was like the overall action was the right thing to do. I thought bringing out everything and info dumping it was the correct thing to do. And I stand by like releasing the video. I just think there are other things that I need to improve upon or would have done differently or change, you know. But yeah. I think I saw Chud talk a little bit about this at the end of his stream. I thought that was pretty interesting, actually. I think it's, he was like, well, if I was in Sunday's position or something, like, I'd release that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see what comes out more, I guess. I want to see more come out of stuff. Hey, Sunday, welcome into the raid.
Sunday Raiders, hello.
Sunday Raiders, welcome in, guys. But yeah, I want to see more come out. It's weird as well. It's kind of like, I don't think we'll ever hear Straight Raid's side of this. Even if we did, I don't think I'd fucking believe it. I don't think there
is anything extra there anyways. Like, she seemed like a middleman between, like, middlemen, honestly.
Yeah, maybe there's some truth to that. But I do think Straight Raid impacted an awful lot of the narrative that people were seeing with these, and I think that is valuable to talk about.
Yeah, I think what ended up happening is, like, you have the Erudite, Destiny, Pixie, just the raw data, and then that gets filtered through Straight Raid, and then Straight Raid's in conversation with Sunday. I mean, we can see this part of it in our video, and, like, Sunday's trying to, like, put a narrative on top of that. So it is, 3 people down that we're getting all this data from. And, luckily, we just commented on screenshots of DMs, so.
Yeah, I think my biggest part of the commentary I had is basically around no one talking about the story. That's pretty much it. And how for particular creators, like, Erudite and things, I think that's weird. I say this in the call with Willie and the full thing. It's like, my opinion is on Erudite is very simple. I don't think it was because of financial ties. I don't think she was worried about her career. I think Not So Erudite is somebody who slept in her car and moved her entire life as a married woman to another country because she is somebody who would bury a body for Destiny. She is in love with Destiny. That's my view. You only have to look at her interactions with Nick versus her interactions with Destiny. It's my opinion. It's my read. People can call me shitty for it, but that's how I don't have any other way to read that.
Speaking about Erudite, it seems like there's going to be a whole new generation of Erudite content coming soon. I linked it to you, but I can read it to you if you want.
How about?
So Bridges Podcast made a post 4 hours ago. It says, "Hi everyone, it's Kyla here, and I wanted to extend apologies in the delay and thanks for the patience in giving the Bridges team time to make business decisions and sort out our next steps forward. I wanted to update the community where we are and invite you to the next steps that we'll be taking moving forward. At this point, a mutual decision was made between Steven and I for ending his part on Bridges. Bridges will continue, and we are going to be experimenting with a couple of models. Expect to see a variety of episodes of different styles, including a game show, a travel interview style, a new co-host, and potentially more. I want to thank viewers who have been patient with the lack of communication up until this point and giving us the grace to take our time and make decisions more personally and legally. Since they have been filmed and released on Patreon, I want to honor the followers by releasing the 3 videos Steven and I filmed in Atlanta with Ben Jordan and Chase Oliver. These will release weekly, Thursday, on 6 p.m. Eastern Time. After that, I'm hoping to have another video in a new style where we will be testing it out. Another announcement will be released before we transition to a new style, but we are in new negotiations to finalize Bridges' future directions. I'm excited to build more Bridges in the future. Oh, that's so corny. To aim to wrestle with opposing ideas and try to understand those of a varied ideological perspectives. And by that she means people in the acceptable window of discussion. I'm excited and nervous for our next steps. Looking forward to our future together.
Holy fuck. I'm gonna kill myself. I fucking... I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
It's so dumb because like the point of Bridges has never been to like talk to people of like opposing viewpoints. It's always been to like talk to people with very similar viewpoints or like viewpoints that aren't necessarily gonna like clash with what you believe, and then like shilling people that Destiny likes, like Dr. K, right? Like I've never seen like people who just have like totally different opinions like getting onto this like show or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's essentially a networking show, right? It's sort of always been the point of it. I think it's really interesting that she's continuing it. I don't really understand why, but sure, okay.
And why are they doing like a game show? One, they're not Mr. Beast. They don't really have the budget for that. And then like two, how does that link into Bridges? Bridges is about like intellectual like things. It's about like, oh, here's this, public like intellectual who has like a YouTube channel. Oh, look, this is a person who has a blog on archaeology. This is a person who has a blog on data science. It's like this sort of show. How are they going to do a game show that would require like booking all the guests in like one place and then I don't know, like having huge amounts of space to do these different games? It just, I don't think Erudite has the money to do that. And then she's not going to have the pool to like do that either. Like she definitely doesn't have the money to bring in like guests day in and day out and do game shows. It just seems very delusional. That's my personal opinion.
Well, I mean, unsurprising, right? Like, Erudite's fucked herself. I don't really know how you come back from something like this. Like realistically, what's she gonna do? Like make content about how much she hates Destiny now?
I mean, I think that's really funny. She's definitely not going to do that. I think
that would
she's
be
hoping...
okay. That would be funny. Like if she got in
She's
on the
not
Me
doing
Tooing, that would be incredible.
No,
Of
that's not
course
going to
not.
happen.
No, of course not.
No, I think in 2 years she's going to like try to reach out with a guy if he still has like an audience or whatever.
I mean, she's got her own channel. She's got her own channel. She could just make her own shit, I guess. I don't know why she doesn't.
And she doesn't know how to make content. And so it's going to go from like 15,000, with the average video views, and it's going to go all the way down to 3,000 views per video. That's just the facts. Like her day in the sun is gone. She's not going on to like Fresh and Fit. She's not going on to whatever podcast anymore. Those days are over. I don't know if she still even has those connections anymore. I don't know if any of these shows would want her on. She's not very exciting. She's only like exciting if like Queeman like comments over how like stupid she is. So
yeah, well, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens with people like Dan, people like Pisco, even like people like Darius and are relevant.
I think Darius is going to be the next Destiny after show. I mean, that's what he calls it, and he's both like exciting, which Tom Foolery doesn't have. He's not he's like a exciting person, and then he has like the leftovers of the people in the Destiny orbit, and DGGers are like fine with that. I think they'll be okay with all of that. So that's my personal view. And then he's always in like the Discord. Darius is always in the Discord talking about things. So
yeah, I mean, I think that kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think that just makes sense. I can't picture who else. It's not gonna be fucking Tom. Darius versus Smaggle. I want to see Darius versus Smaggle.
Yeah, look, he's already bringing the content. Darius versus Smaggle. That's epic content.
Yeah, I think that'll be good content. That'll be good content.
Yeah, I think with Dan, it's just, it's going to be anything else. And I think that's going to be a, much more lonely show, but it's going to be, drama highlights of the week, this sort of thing. And then Pisco, I think he's going to go the route that many other dead streamers have gone. He's going to try to continue, and then he's going to like log on maybe like once every 3 months to say hi to his, fellow Twitch chatters, his fellow YouTube chatters. And then he's just going to go on his way, and he's going to work for a think tank somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen this before. We've seen all of this before.
Yeah, we have. God, I told you all. I'll read super chats after the combo, but I told you all of this shit 2 years ago. But now when Max says it, you listen. Well, yeah, okay, that's my fault. It's my fault. Listen, I think this just solidifies my position of like getting the fuck away from the politics community, and I think
there's no more community. It's like,
well, yeah,
nothing.
Yeah, the content itself. I mean, that doesn't mean I won't talk about it. I'm obviously sat here now, right? Fucking, but yeah, I think the only things I want to push back on are what I think are unfair criticism, and particularly the clout one. That has annoyed me because that's just it doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Like, you can for the people who've made the argument of, well, even if you don't care about politics, being involved in the Destiny takedown is something that anybody would want. Nope, I have actively avoided large topics which I could have talked about because I don't want to talk about them. I have hindered growth doing it. If I don't want to touch something, I generally don't. It's exceedingly rare for me to touch popular topics if I'm not interested in them. So I reject that. It goes against pretty much every behavior I've displayed. And then on the other side, like the people who are like, well, who's going to trust Beckett with serious stuff? It's like, well, take the Jar and Mally shit that's just happened. I knew about that. I knew about that months ago. I had the Mally voicemail that Jar sent her, like, when I made the Jar video. Never released it. There's plenty of things I never released. This is, just very out of character for me. And it is just because of the situation being, I don't know, an exception. And even then. So, yeah. I think that's, but those are like my only pushback points, really.
I think going into the future, we're gonna do more shardy content. We're gonna do No Limitspedia. We're gonna do esoteric telegrams for Zoomers. We're definitely gonna go into very deep, dark internet rabbit holes. That's where we're going.
Yeah, like I need to finish the ED video. I've just been like fucking ill and distracted. And I kind of want this I kind of want to reach an end point with all of this before I release the ED video, because it matters to me. I like it. And then there were a couple of other things. And he's just left me. He's just vanished. Awesome. Thanks, Max. Fuck. It's because I mentioned the ED video and he's like, I've edited this like 3 fucking times. That's a surprise. Fuck. sorry I just like fucking opened a DM on screen. I didn't mean to. I think it was just showing my message to somebody, but still I show fucking listen. I'm tired. Give me a second. Da-da. I'm gonna put the VTuber on a bit, okay? Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna. You broke the golden rule. I leaked my own DM to somebody. Fuck. I do this every time I put fucking Discord on screen. Every fucking time. I'm actually retarded. What the fuck is wrong with me? I did this to somebody. I was like, they messaged me, I like clicked onto it, and then it just was like, you know, you're showing my DMs. I was like, fuck. Right, let me fucking, where's Steam? I'll get a VTuber up. For your trouble, Beckett. Thank you, Lyndon Hour. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna read some super chats, but I'll do it as a VTuber. Oh, so retarded. So retarded. Get this working. Get this shit like functioning, shall we? Because I know everyone likes the VTuber. It makes me happy as well. So, right. Wait, why are you giving me the little fucking thing? I paid for this. This is paid for. Okay, there we go. Okay, is that working, or do I need to calibrate? I think I need a quick calibration. Calibrate. There we go. I can blink. That's based. Oh, okay, just me leaking fucking DMs apparently. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah, Christ. Where does that even come up? How is that even on? Jesus. Oh. Right, okay. You know, your blank fucking screen. See that. Jesus. What is that? It's going fucking... It's going so well. It's going so well. Can I have like one fucking stream that just like technically goes well? Jesus. I'll cut it out of the VOD. I'll edit the VOD. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Jesus. It's never easy. It's never easy. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's run through these. Fucking kill me. Holy shit. Cool anime girls, 1,000 more years of Jartent. Thank you very much. Gifted 1 Cope and C membership. Thank you, somebody. Much appreciated. 07. Captain C with a 2. It sounds like Sunday played you or was trying to. Listen, I want to limit what I say about Sunday. I don't think that's the intention from Sunday's side. I don't think his intention was to play me. I don't think that's the fucking... I don't think he was trying to play me. I don't think that. But people can make whatever fucking assertions they want. Cool anime girls with the 5. Super chat won't let us insult you. Literally so sad. Anyway, give us the VTuber you meaning. Okay, well I have now. See? Didn't even give you a fucking goal for it. Teddy with the 20. Hello Becca. I was gone for a bit to focus on my passion, which is porn filmmaking. Jesus. Anyways, I used to watch political streams, and I'm wondering if you've ever going to collab with one of your favorite streamers, Destiny. We'll see what the future holds, okay? Linton, like, Hoz, yes, you told me, I know, thank you for the 5. Linton Hour with the 2 for your troubles, thank you very much. And Teddy, Becca, I was going to DM you my address, but not anymore. Yeah, literally, everyone should assume that I'm shit with DMs and Discord and... Listen, somebody was like, who's Beckett talking to? You want to know why I never put anyone on screen? Because I fuck up Discord every single time I try and put it on stream. Every single time I fuck this shit up. That's why I don't do it. Right, okay. I don't think the goal is working. The goal isn't working. Okay, well, fuck it. We're just gonna put chat on screen. I think you've earned it. I think you've earned it. Okay. Thank you for the 5. We'll chat. Stick this on screen, and we'll go. Where the fuck is it? Okay. And now we'll put chat on screen. Okay. No longer leaking fucking Discord shit. Jesus. I want to go over this. I want to go over my conversation with Willie Mac. There's nothing that I can think of in this conversation that's like particularly bad or anything. I've got no major thoughts about it, but fuck it. I thought I'd go over it anyway. Thought we'd do that. Is that enough? Never mind, I was told off in DMs already. What? Hey, Beckett, do you want my address? No, listen, I don't want anyone's address. No one send me anything. Holy shit. Hey, listen, if you ever want an argument against why, like, random chatters shouldn't DM me, because, like, I'll accidentally show it on stream, apparently. I'm fucking retarded. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, Just Talk. Oh, fuck. He doesn't care about me now. He was just DMing me, basically being like, dude, I care about you. Oh, fuck. Okay. So we've got VTuber back it up. Let me put that somewhere. Let's go to this. Let's go. I'll just put myself on Max's DMs. Then if I leak him, it doesn't really fucking matter. I don't really say anything to Max. It's like a problem. Max will be my default person to leak from now on. Okay. Let's go there. Hello, Willie. We're only watching a little bit of this. So are we watching even a little bit of this? Maybe? Fuck it, whatever. So for those who haven't seen it, Willie Mac's done a video. You should check it out. It's good. I like it. So people can disagree with me. It's whatever. And basically, he gives some criticisms to Sunday. It's kind of like the last third of the video. And then we come to me. And this is like the conversation
at any point
we have. Now, okay. Firstly, he points out, so I mentioned the fact that I reached out to Diorio and FPS Diesel. He's like, I don't see why that's relevant. And it's kind of like, yeah, I can see why his take's like that. But it's the point I'm trying to make is just like that I reach out to people. And as a general thing, like I'm not trying to never talk to anybody. I think it's pretty obvious from things like the jar video. I value those conversations quite heavily. And this is why I view it as a mistake not to do that. I particularly, like, as time has gone on, I've particularly viewed not talking to Lonerbox as a mistake. Because I should have done. You know when you get, like, a gut feeling about something, and you're like, you should follow that gut feeling? I should have talked to Lonerbox. I think, even on the information I had at the time, it's quite clear that Lonerbox was pretty fucking done with Destiny. And he was kind of like over this shit. So I don't think reaching out to him would have been a problem. I think I should have just trusted that instinct. Teddy with the 5. This is why I only DM you for selfish reasons, like getting you to react to my great intellectual memes. True, Teddy. I don't think I've ever leaked my Twitter DMs, actually. Maybe that's a safe way to DM me. Do we have to? Ooh, what the fuck? Why are you ginger? Bad genetics. God hates me. For the memes, pick one. You and Willie's beards are like close cousins. True. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this video, I think. Yeah, pretty much that. I think Willie's pretty fair as well. Like, he's like, Beckett's the only person who's like really reflected and is like self-critical. I'm very, very self-critical. Okay, so it's just like where I am sat naturally as a human being. Now, where the fuck is my media player? I had it up like 2 seconds ago. What the fuck? Oh, I closed it because I'm retarded. This interview, I got the beginning bit got cut off. There's really nothing interesting in it. So, I think is there? Oh, we'll just yeah, I don't care. It's like a minute. So we'll go back to YouTube. Let's turn that off a second, just so I'm not doing anything. That one. Now I should point out, when I had this conversation, I've got my camera on, but I can't see Willie's. So when I see the video, I'm like, his facial reactions hurt my feelings. Sure, we'll just put it there. It's really irrelevant. There you go. 2 Becketts for the price of 1. Never. So fuck it. Let's run through the call. Let's do that. Okay, fuck it, let's go. I think part of it is the story. What's a good way to put this? The story's kind of already broken to an extent. So there's kind of multiple moving parts for this. On the weekend this conversation started happening, and I can get into sort of like the background of kind of like the run up at some point, but you already had videos coming out talking about Pixie and Lona's relationship from people like, I hate this British guy, fucking sucks. There you go. Obligatory self-deprecating joke. You all happy now? Yeah? Okay. Bad empanada. Badly framing Lona Bucks as a cuck because of these leaks. You already had Corontos on stream screaming Pixie's name over and over again. You already had multiple conversations. You know, Killy Jean was being removed from Just Orc's stream over just very vague allusions to Pixie. The issue that sort of came up was these DMs were very widespread, and particularly knowing the politics community, we'd sort of hit a level where this information was, I mean, the basic information of Pixie being a victim was out. It had been, oh, fuck, the goal ended. That's why I'm getting fucked. That's why the goal's fucked. Okay, cool. I will reset the goal. I'll have a new one. Been out for months, frankly.
It was widespread among a very niche group of people. It was not widespread to like people like me. It wasn't like put out on the public. That's why you got DMs of Pixie being like, if my parents find out, I'm gonna kill myself, right? Her parents aren't on Kiwi Farms. Her parents aren't in like Chud Logic's Discord or wherever those DMs were being exchanged.
But the point is that this information, the fact those DMs and evidence, we were hitting that point where this was just going to become a public story. And because so many people had these DMs, and we're not talking content creators.
Okay, but why did you guys feel like you needed to be the ones?
I think there's a variety of reasons for that. Frankly, Sunday wanted to go live with it, which makes the decision pretty easy. But I suppose the risk level, if you like, is that this story was already starting to be framed as just a hit piece on Loner Box. Because of the way people in the politics community treat their relationships, largely they're going to weaponize whatever they can to go after their grudges. You can kind of see this with the old politics people. People have just...
Who was turning this against Loner Box besides Bad Empanada?
Hassan, for a start, but, you know, we're only just starting to see the original, like, immediate role, but also the fact that people weren't talking about this, the fact that people were utilizing that silence around Pixie to kind of deny or play dumb about what Destiny had done. Let's be clear about something with the Loner Box stuff. This kind of idea that Loner Box wasn't becoming a target or like wasn't at like massive risk, I've been pretty open in the fact that I don't think people should be attacking Lonerbox. I'm not a fan when like other leftist streamers or lefty streamers have done this. That's not limited to Bad Empanada. It hasn't been limited to Bad Empanada since this came out. And it is really easy to twist into who do you hate in the moment. And a lot of people hated Lonerbox in the moment, partly because he is the easier target. He is just, this is just a much easier target to throw at him, especially if you're going to start saying, well, you know, he'll sweep for Destiny, even when his, like, girlfriend is getting put in these fucking leaks. That's a very tantalizing narrative to run with for people who are, like, trying to claim that he's a genocide denier and shit. You know, I'm somebody who really understands what it's like to have your relationship thrown into the public eye. And kind of, like, just fucking crawled over. I've experienced a fair amount of this. And it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. And yeah, I think a lot of people were catching strays. I think Lonerbox is just one of them. It was something that was widely being called out. Like, this is what Corontos was doing on stream. So
Look, I watched President Sunday's video. I watched yours. I didn't think yours was nearly as bad as Sunday's. I thought yours was much better, although you still did things. I still got some questions about it.
Sure, we can talk about that.
What's very odd to me, and I talked to Sunday, I talked to Lonerbox. You know, Lonerbox was, you know, getting answers from Pixie for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm a little confused about is hold on one second. My camera just went rogue on me, dude. I think I need to replace the battery.
You're fine.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm gonna say, but give me 1 second.
We just chilling.
Alrighty, we're back.
Oh.
But you know, when I watched President Sunday's video, it seems to be like, and when I talked to him in private in DMs, I mean, he leaked the whole thing, but
yeah, I saw. That's
it
why
seemed to be about extortion. Like, oh no, I'm doing this because she was extorting Destiny.
Sure.
Was that the big reason? I mean, like in Sunday's editor released the video.
Yeah.
And he goes into it's like, hey, it's because there was like this narrative of like, well, we need to save all the other victims because Pixie took money for law school and extortion. Is that the real reason?
I can't speak to Sunday's motivations. I'm really trying to avoid doing that.
Okay, but you were in these calls, and this editor was implying that this was also your motivation.
No, my motivation was the fact that this information was coming out, and because so many people, say, like, for instance, Not So Erudite, seem to have quite deep knowledge of this, and the way people had acted publicly, I thought was...
And I feel like I'm bootlegging myself. Is this what it feels like to bootleg? Listen, I don't know. I don't know when to interrupt and be like, this Beckett guy, fuck.
Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Like, it feels weird to have, like, very little to add. Trying not to just,
hey,
like, post moral positions. I had issues with it. I've known a lot of these people for a long time. I've watched this for a long time. Watching people, like, look, a lot of online stuff happens, but watching people, I don't know, cover for something like this, yeah, it bothered me. And
did you think Pixie was not going to come out?
So this is something that I think gets lost in translation, but I've spoken about on stream over the last couple of days. From reading the DMs between Aaron, Straighterade, and Sunday, I thought that was a significant possibility. But, and I've apologized to Pixie. Let me just finish. Just to be clear, I've apologized to Pixie. But the framing Straighterade gives of Pixie in those DMs to Sunday paints it in a very particular light, which I don't think is very charitable to Pixie. And I think that does influence the read many people have.
In those DMs, though, Straighter Aid says to Sunday, if she settled, she would tell me.
Yes, but also Straighter Aid's position within those DMs is, well, she's not talking to me anymore. And right off the bat, Straighter Aid is, well, Pixie wants $1 million. You know, Pixie's concern is money. Pixie's concern is getting these things paid off. That's what Pixie's going for. When Straighter Aid
also said it's fine if it goes to charity, though. So it's like, I feel like you guys just have like a bunch of
but there's hold on.
You guys
hold
are
on,
like picking.
Hold on. I don't think that's fair, because in those DMs between Not So Erudite and Pixie may say, well, it can go to charity, but Erin is painting this as Pixie wants $1 million. Pixie's talking to Dan. Dan is telling Pixie to go and get a settlement, which is something that, like, Erin's painting of Dan doesn't seem to be completely honest. So, like, we've got the ability of hindsight to look at what Erin was doing at the time, and Erin seemed to be negotiating with Steven as well. So, like, it's very difficult to tell what side she was even playing. But yes, that's the read we got. Now, that read might be unfair, and again, I probably agree with that at the point where I'm apologizing for it.
Tyrone the Black Jew. Who are these crackers? Well, the person on screen is me. The person I'm talking to is Willie Mack. And the people I'm talking about are... Erin is Straighter Aid. Erin, like, fucking was the middleman between Pixie and literally everybody else. She was somebody, like, talking from the very beginning. And fucking Sunday is somebody who was talking to. No, fucking Pixie's the victim. Destiny's the fucking asshole. Not So Erudite is another asshole. But fucking kill me. Lamtito with a 999. From the outside, it seems Willie assumed you were defensive because it's fresh in his mind, but for you, there were weeks of introspection. You were just being honest about your thought process. Yeah, this is why I'm, like, in the conversation I had with Willie on Queemans, it's very much me pushing back on things like, and again, I think he just misspoke when he said misinformation or laziness, because I don't think either of those are fair to me. I think there are plenty of other fuck-ups that I've made that you can point to without being like, Beckett's lazy, okay? Like, that's my opinion. But again, I don't have major issues. I will say, I hate debating on fucking streams. I actually really dislike it. It's not really my bag. I kind of had my fill of it in the politics space. I don't like doing it. I kind of only ended up there because I should have reached out to people. I mean, actually, in my apology to Pixie, I apologize for not doing this because it's a fuck up. So it's a really fucking simple fuck up. Oh, why Diesel? Why? Okay. I hate this timeline.
But that is the read that we got from those DMs.
Okay. But you recognize you're getting your information secondhand.
Yeah, I don't know what Willie knows. Yeah, I think you're being fair accepting that you're at fault, but yeah, you weren't lazy. I think Willie was has good points. It's just newer to him. I feel like it's really difficult because Willie isn't as plugged in to me. Do you know what? I'm having another introspective moment where I'm like, fuck, at what point does like an online story become big enough that it becomes general public knowledge? And it's like, well, if that particular audience knows, like, what's the number count for that? Like, when do we go, yeah, it's massive. Because like we can say like Kiwi Farms is like niche, but it's not just Kiwi Farms. It's all over Twitter. There's multiple conversations. DGG is not a small audience. And we say like, well, Hassan's talking about this, but it's like, well, sure. But also the general DGG audience isn't small. Just Oak pulls significant numbers. Destiny pulls significant numbers. And this is a drama about him. And then you've got all the additional stuff surrounding it where it's like, yeah, I don't know. But I don't know whether that's the fact that I'm terminally online or whether there's more to it than that. And I'm like, I guess I'm happy to think about it. I'm happy to think about the point, and maybe I'm wrong. That's okay. I can be wrong. I'm chill with that. But
broadly speaking, how I feel about it.
Any point did you try to reach out to Pixie?
No. But to be clear, this was a very brief period, a couple of days. I clearly did want to reach out to people. There was actually a conversation where I wanted to reach out to Lonerbox. I don't know Pixie.
But why did you reach out to Lonerbox?
I didn't. But I want to be really clear as well. I don't get points. I don't get points for thinking about reaching out to somebody. I thought this when I was watching Willie's video. I was like, I should have been clearer. I don't get points for thinking about reaching out to somebody. I'm more explaining the fact that the conversation did happen. And yeah, it's just a fuck up. But it's not like I didn't assess the question at all. But yeah. Vedal, by the way, how you doing? It's been a little while. Hope you're good. But that's partly because of what Loner had just done on the stream. I think that's a mistake, by the way. I'll own that mistake. So, are people passing the blame onto you and Professor Sunday? I mean, Sunday's getting righteous amounts of shit for all of this. I should listen. The nature of having the conversation means I'm going to get shit for after Willie's video come out. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Which is the nature. And I knew that going into the conversation. I'd still have the conversation. Tyrone, the Black Jew with the 5. As my misguided sister, who I hope one day converts to Judaism, once said, that's a cracker ass take, Beckett. Fuck. I don't know. Listen, only God and chat can judge me. That's the fucking rule. And Lumpy Willie, apparently, who is just trying to one-guy me. Badly, by the way, Willie. You're off your game. Fake. But I obviously wanted to reach out to people. For instance, I went to FPS Diesel for an optics check on the DMs and what he thought. I was reaching out to Nick in the clip that Sunday played on stream, where Kilo is saying that he wants to reach out to Not So Erudite. You can hear me saying, I want to reach out to Nick. Now, that's on the 18th. Despite Sunday's objections, I still reach out to Nick.
Were you in the call when, like the cut part of the call? Where President Sunday talks about, like, oh, if I was a psychopath, I would do this.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, I was
that
wondering.
Was in the first call, and it wasn't. And you can see in the second call, I'm like, I made him phone you. I was very, very, very uncomfortable with the idea of including Nick's audio. I don't think it was necessary. I don't think it was needed. I'm not one guy, and this is my genuine... Willie, like, I agree with Willie, Lumpy. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Okay, now he's one guy me. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, that was better. I'm impressed. I think you're Kring, Becky. Thank you. Rotting Brain with 999. Glad I came back from a long day at work to a stream. My pleasure. Actually, no, this is hell. I wanted Akumu to release his fucking video so I could cover that. This wasn't my ideal topic, okay? This wasn't my ideal topic. I was very uncomfortable with it. Since then as well, I've been pretty vocal that I don't think Sunday should be taking shots at Lonerbox.
You realize why I'm so critical of you and Sunday? Because hold on, you're telling me though that this was done over a couple of days. You didn't bother to reach out to Lonerbox or Pixie, and you guys went for the story anyway. How did you even get the draft? Was that from Aaron too?
Sorry, get the draft? The draft
statement? Of like Pixie's draft statement.
Yeah, I showed that in the
DMs. From Aaron?
Yeah.
So you guys have a draft from her. It seems like she's going to come out in some way because she has a fucking written draft. Like, it blows my mind, man. Like, you've been somebody where I've been told over and over again, nah, dude, Copenseed is great. He does great videos, takes a lot of care with them. And it's like, to me, I look at this, I'm like, I cannot believe, it just seems like such a selfish story.
Hold on. Let me be clear. I don't think selfish is fair. I think I can take a lot of criticism. I think there are issues there. But I don't think selfish is fair.
In what way is that not selfish?
Well, because I didn't do this to get clout or money or like acclaim. I thought this was going to end my fucking channel. Sunday was going to release a video. I thought I know Sunday, and I thought what needed to be done. I should be clear about this as well. I really did think this was going to do significant damage to me. There's a couple, like, I saw Diorio speculate on sort of, like, going against Destiny. I think, sure, that's part of it. It's also just purely the fact of, yeah, like, I've kind of garnered a reputation for being pretty thorough.
I work hard to fact check things. I tend to take my time. This was a video that I was putting out pretty quickly. It was a very contentious story. And like, it's a really weird and unique situation. So yeah, I certainly didn't expect, like, wow, Beckett brought out a video and everyone loves Beckett for it. I knew there was gonna I knew that was gonna be the case, really. But yeah, at the same time was painting a picture of what happened behind the scenes to C-Money! How you doing? Sorry, I see you in the next chat. No, you listen, you're fine. I don't know if you've like sort of hung in my chat before. You can give me criticism and stuff. I think I'm being pretty honest, really. I mean, I talked a little bit earlier about the idea of like clout. I'm not somebody who just jumps on stories. I clearly have an actual attachment to this and the politics community. So yeah. But yeah, I've got no issue with the criticisms. But I just don't think Beckett wanted clout is a fair one. I think there are many, many other fair ones. I just don't think that's one of them. Explain why so many people had these DMs. What I needed was Sunday's DMs with Straighterade. I spoke to Xylee. Xylee asked, like, oh, well, you're releasing this video, so, when you're doing a media tour, let me know so I can watch it. So I'm not doing a media tour. I think it's going to do damage to me. I didn't expect this to be a video where I'd get, like, oh, pats on the back.
Can you say again why you think it would damage you?
What, the video?
Yeah, before you made it.
Because I recognized that once these were coming out, the people who were releasing them would get rightfully a fair amount of criticism for doing so. But I also
why would you release it?
Because, well, for some, I've said publicly as well, if Sunday wasn't releasing his video, I wouldn't have released the same video. I probably wouldn't have acted in the same way. But Sunday looked at these are coming out. He wants to talk about it. Well, okay, it needs a companion piece.
So because he is jumping off of a bridge, you're doing it too, dude? Oh, fuck, man.
Well, like, and again, this is what I'm saying. It's, something I expected to do damage to me. But also, what was the other option? Lie about it? Like,
no, the other option is to do what literally everybody else did, and you just...
Oh, I just want to clarify this point, because I don't think it has. When I say lie about it here, what I'm referring to is the minute I had Sunday's DMs with Straighterade, I think it would have been pretty fucking obvious that I'd spoken to him, and at the very least had some foreknowledge. And I wanted to avoid pretending otherwise, because I did. I really have tried to be pretty upfront, honest, and transparent about my involvement in this. Like, I know that there's this general thing of like, people work behind the scenes. Everyone does that, to be clear. I don't know, maybe that transparency is a mistake. I'm starting to really understand why everyone sort of pretends like they're above it all and nobody talks behind the scenes. And why audiences are so surprised when they find out that everyone has conversations. Because, I think I am more upfront than most people. I kind of do that to protect myself, but yeah, maybe that's just a mistake. Maybe I need to stop doing that, but whatever.
Just wait, let everybody else shoot themselves in the foot if he's going to be reckless with the victim and her claims and hijack her story. Like, you realize she was talking to lawyers during this and they're gathering information. What's the first thing Destiny is going to do when he goes ahead and all of this leaks? Oh no, she's talking to lawyers. She's taking it to law. Here's her statement saying she is suing Destiny, and all of this gets leaked early. He's going to start deleting shit, right?
I mean, again,
how do I know that? Well, I'm the only one that reached out and talked to Lonerbox.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's
look,
fucking
listen,
crazy to me.
I'm on many levels. I'm with you, and I think one of my constant comments through this is, how does this reach me? I am like 5th person down the chain. How does this reach me with no one doing anything?
Right, which again just makes me go, like, how were you the person to feel like you should make that video?
Because I thought it was such a fucking mess that at least I could make an uneditorialized piece and
Here's, I don't think...
Also, there is one thing here. Willie and I talk later. I'm not sure it's on the record, but we talk later about my involvement in the politics community. And that's somewhere that I sort of came from. I don't think and Willie was surprised. I don't think anyone realized that I was from Twitch Politics. So, yeah, because I saw a comment in Oggy's chat when he went over this, and it really stuck with me. It was like, well, you don't have a horse in this race, Beckett. And I'm sorry, I just don't feel that way. I don't feel that way about the story, and I don't feel that way about the people involved. Maybe that's over attachment. It's whatever, you know. I think that's, yeah. I think that's whatever. But yeah, I didn't view this as a random drum story that I was like miles away from.
Was as bad, but just the premise of this whole thing. When I talk to everybody,
I think it is a mess. Really is insane. I mean, again, yeah. I hope that's coming across. I don't look at this and go, well, this was a perfectly executed plan. It wasn't. It was a rush.
Is there anything you'd change if you were to do it again?
Oh God, yeah. Canal.
What would be one of those things?
Oh, multitudes of things. Hey, I'd reach out to Pixie. I'd reach out to Lonerbox. What I'd probably do is I'd probably make it clear that this information is going to come out. Part of the problem is that it's like the question of like, why don't redact information that identifies Pixie? Well, the fact that people weren't the fact that people were pretending like they didn't know Pixie was involved, in my opinion, and I say this in the video, is one of the problems. The audience isn't stupid. It's amazingly tantalizing. But nonetheless,
I mean, I sure didn't know.
Well, yeah, but I mean, how plugged into... What do you think about Sunday after this call? I mean, I've been pretty clear of what my criticisms of Sunday are in all of this. I've talked about it multiple times, but also I'm pretty clear that I don't just want to fucking sit here, throw a load of shit at Sunday, because like there's this real temptation in dramas like this to throw other people under a bus. Because like, to be clear, I could do that. I could just be like, yeah, fuck Sunday. But that is like, I don't know, when I see people do that, I don't know how any other way to read it, regardless of their intentions, than they're just trying to save their own fucking skin. There are points where I clearly agreed with Sunday. The points where I don't, I've been pretty clear on. The things that mattered to me in this story, I've been clear on. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think Sunday should have released the Nick call. I don't think, you know, I don't think some of the after stuff was the best thing to do. I mean, I've said that publicly. I think I'm probably more charitable to a lot of the people who get accused of sweeping, and I don't think commentary was sweeping for Destiny. I really don't. So yeah, and I mean, again, I've spoken to Sunday about people like Turkey Tom. I understand why Turkey Tom did not want to like immediately go, yeah, fuck Destiny, because like one of the biggest controversies of his entire career is the fucking French girl stuff with Pyrocynical. It's just like, it's obvious that he wouldn't want to run that, the risks involved in this. And most people who've been knocking around this kind of content and commentary are fully well aware of every risk involved in this shit. They know. So yeah. That's kind of my feeling. I think that's just a general issue with not really knowing commentary very well. Tracking this drama, were you?
Well, I mean, I assume I'm as plugged in as like the vast majority of the audience that has consumed this whole thing. And obviously the people that are super into DGG and they're deep in the weeds, they're gonna know. The Kiwi Farms people, they're gonna know. That's like a very small percentage of the audience.
We're not talking about like a small grouping here, are we? And even if that's the case, you know, we're still talking about.
It certainly was not hundreds of thousands of people, and right now it is probably millions since those videos dropped. Right
sure.
or wrong?
Sure. But I'd also argue that at the point where Hassan is talking about this, Hassan's audience is huge. And Hassan on that weekend is saying, well, Lonerbox is in a relationship with one of the victims, and that's why Bad Empanada made the video. So that spread of information was occurring before Sunday made a video.
No, it was going to come out at some point. I agree. I know. I do respect that your takeaway seems to be what I think is the most important thing, and that's that you have to reach out to Pixie. You got to make clear, or Lonerbox, and you got to make clear of like, hey, this is what I know. This is the story I'm thinking of running. I want to know like what's going on with this. Are you guys pursuing any
It wasn't with the French girl, it was with Ivory? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not massively listen, I'm just saying I understand why Tom took the position he did. I'm not massively plugged into Tom's historic dramas. But yeah, thank you for the clarification. I mean, yeah, you can say that about yourself not knowing commentary pretty well, but there's also commentary not knowing the politics community at all. Yeah, and yeah, listen, this is, I've said this a few times. This is I have knocked around the politics community and the people around it for long enough to know. I said this to Kilo. I knew Kilo was making his video. I knew. I got fucking DMs from people about it, but I knew Kilo was making his video the minute he asked me in chat, Beckett, how much did you have? How much info did you actually have? Were you bluffing? That's the minute I knew Kilo was making a video, because I know this fucking community. And that is why I say with confidence, this was going to happen, whether Sunday made a video or not, whether I made a video or not. This information was right on the brink of coming out. Now, again, that's me trusting like my instincts and experience. I could be wrong, sure, but that's how I felt at the time, and that was a driving factor for me. Teddy with the 10. Beckett, here's the next move. Core, Matt, and Mitch need to do a live stream on Now Recording where they say you're a diagnosed sociopath. I listen, if it's going to be any of us, it's going to be fucking Beavers, isn't it? The information would come out regardless, yes, but it doesn't justify bad research. Well, this is why what I wanted to present was just the DMs, because what my video is the behind the scenes stuff. It is the actions between Straighter Aid, Sunday, the spread of those DMs, the kind of like a kind of examination, if you like, of the silence around it. I don't think that's like bad research. I think there's more there like outside the scope that more time would have allowed. Yeah, maybe the time, like my assumptions about the politics community, and the way, you know, influence that that perceived time factor. Sure. But yeah, as I say, I think these are all like criticisms I'm happy to wear, right? Paul Beckett, so much for last stream talking about this being the last one. I know. Sorry guys, fucking kill me.
And then they could go ahead and like give you the guidelines to like, hey, look, we're talking legally. We'd rather this not come out.
Yeah, like again, I'm not defending every part of this, and I don't want to. I mean, this is how I started the call, right?
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Because I didn't go live, you know, like I do videos and stuff, but predominantly I'm a streamer, and I would sat there not going live, not saying anything, right up until the point where Sunday goes live, starts attacking Nick, and starts like giving his opinion. I was like, fuck it, well I might as well do a 10-hour stream going over it, because what the fuck else am I meant to do? Because
yeah, I mean, when it's out, it's out. I think you should
get Toastify to make a retrospective video on me. That's a fucking horrifying idea. Yeah, like again, I'm obviously not fucking like shutting down conversations. Like C Money is somebody who's like been pretty aggressive about me in chats, and he's very welcome here. And I clearly have no fucking issues with him, right? I'm not mad at anybody who's mad at me, if that makes sense.
I just don't look. We're not going to retread the same water. You know where I am on this.
Sure. Listen, I get you. And like,
did Sunday ever talk to a lawyer?
I've got no idea.
Were you ever informed on any? I had a conversation with a lawyer.
No, but also I've literally never heard the lawyer perspective until it came up like a week and a half ago. I have never heard this conversation. Listen, frankly, I didn't ask. I think, listen, Willie and I talk about this, but like in stories where I think I have needed a legal opinion, I have just gone to get a legal opinion. Okay. Sunday was making legal arguments. Sure. That's his bag. I don't know if he talked to a lawyer. I've got no fucking idea. Okay. I just don't know. So I should be clear, because I just want to be fair. My stance as a creator or whatever is I don't give a fuck about legal arguments. I'm not a lawyer. I go and ask lawyers. I did this during the dog pack things. I just went and got a lawyer. You know, that's my stance. I don't know if Sunday talked to a lawyer.
because again, from my position with the extortion stuff for me is not Pixie's extorting Destiny, therefore Pixie bad. It's Pixie extorted Destiny, or is extorting Destiny, and therefore that's a way this can be painted. I don't care if Pixie gets paid. Who gives a shit? Like, fuck Destiny. But the issue is that, well, I cannot stress to you enough that even when I was doing the optics checks on these DMs, and everyone I spoke to, pretty much the first words out of people's mouths was, wow, Pixie is extorting Destiny. So that is how that read of those DMs were coming across to people generally. Sure. And that is an issue. And I'm more interested in the framing and optical issues than I am on a legal argument. Now, there is an argument to be made that, yes, that's probably not something that would be helpful to Pixie in court if Destiny can frame it as blackmail and extortion. I agree with that, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. It's not my... Listen, that type of content is just not my bag and not my concern.
What do you think about Sundays writing of history with the whole, like, oh, Pixie's going to law school. Here's a tweet about her LSAT. Therefore, that means she took the money.
I think... I think
that shit was crazy to me, dude. I was like, this is his confirmation.
I think it's one of those where it kind of like, again, sure, we can say that's crazy, but from his perspective, what he'd been told by Strider, and I've seen this in the DM.
No, hold on, stop. Don't say it again. What he was told by Strider Raid is she would tell him if she took the money.
Yeah, but it wasn't just like Strider Raid telling that to Sunday. That narrative of Destiny is paying for Pixie's law school is one that was circulating, because I believe Nick mentions this.
Yeah, that might be an option, but Nick is obviously hearing from the same fucking DM.
Well, yeah, clearly. But it's one of
Aaron
those
was leaking to everybody,
yeah.
man.
Well, and again, this is why I'm saying, like, this is why I thought, like, including those DMs with Aaron was so important. And if these DMs had just been released as is, I think that entire part of the story and what Aaron had done and was involved with would have been completely fucking lost. And the minute I started looking through these DMs and realizing out, I was like, oh yeah, these are going in. Yeah, we're talking about this. That was my perspective. Because I think that
Has
is
your
essential.
perspective changed since it's come out and you've been able to see like the wider picture, the wider story?
Bits of it. I think that my position on Not So Erudite, for example, hasn't moved an inch. I fucking
I'm
don't...
not sure what to think about her, dude, because the thing is, Pixie seems like pretty set that Erudite was the only one being helpful to her.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. Okay, I don't want to be mean or anything, but it's like, it's kind of like reminds me of someone being like, yes, this crypto coin that Logan Paul is selling, he'd never rug pull. It's Logan Paul. I trust Logan Paul. And I'm like...
Or like this crypto coin, this Logan Paul coin, I made money off it. Everyone else, I don't know. There's something weird about that.
Like, look, all I can say with Erudite is this. My personal opinion is that... Okay, so... fucking Sunday on the extortion stuff. I listen, I get it. Sunday's under a lot of attack. It can be really... Fuck, Chud talked about this. It's like, it's sometimes really hard to take an L, and it's sometimes really hard to, like, differentiate. Where, like for instance, the conversation I had with Willie on Queemans, where it's like, I'm not trying to walk back the L, I'm just, like, trying to push back on, like, a couple of points, where I think that that's unfair. And it's like, that doesn't change the overall narrative or, like, positioning. As for, like, the extortion, I don't think it matters at this point. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I don't think it needs to be, like, I don't think it needs to be trodden over and over again. Okay. Here's like a line that I think is weird as well, looking at the Straight Raid stuff. It seems like Straight Raid, to me, reading those DMs, it seemed like Straight Raid was like building this narrative that what Pixie wanted was money. And like everything Pixie was doing was to get paid. That seems to be Straight Raid's read on this and what she's putting out. Now, I understand why Willie is like, well, this is secondhand information. But at the same time, it's not secondhand information from like an irrelevant person. It's secondhand information from like
the person who is directly talking to Pixie can provide all the screenshots, like clearly has the inside line and knowledge, and is like in some way directing or helping Pixie like forge these narratives or like the path forward or whatever. So like you get like some credibility for that. Now, does it matter now? Fucking, like, I don't know. It's a sideline. It's, with Pixie, yeah, let her get the bag. I don't care. I don't care. My biggest concern with this is, okay, so the question of, like, would I be comfortable with this never coming out? Like, if like, in the DMs, Erudite fucking leaked with Steven to defend herself for some reason, and she's like, oh well, best case scenario, this all fades away and you lose a couple of friends. I'm like, no, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. No, I don't want that as an outcome, because I think that this situation and the way certain people have acted around it is completely fucked. I obviously wouldn't be comfortable with the idea of this just fading into nothing. And the idea as well that this would just like potentially have like come out in 3 years time, well, what fucking good is it then? What, like in the midst of another Destiny drama where it all gets swept away and then people go, well, we talked about that, remember all the fucking tweets about Nick Fuentes' cock? Because that's what always happens. It's what happens every fucking time. And no, I wasn't comfortable with it. No, I wasn't. So yeah, I hope Pixie gets paid, but I think this was a story worth talking about. I still think it is. I don't think my position there has changed. Erudite is... I don't like this whole, well, she's financially tied to Destiny. Erudite is a girl who was prepared to, like, pick up her entire life as a married woman in Canada and live in a car periodically for this guy. I don't think Erudite is... And this is my personal opinion. It's all it is. But I look at streams where Erudite is on with her husband, and I look at like bridges where she's on with Destiny. My opinion is that Erudite would bury a body for Destiny. That's my opinion. And when
it's so weird when you look at her channel and it says like her first video is like a video on feminism.
Erudite is somebody who I have defended over the years very, very hard. In fact, actually, Erudite's part of the reason I got so fucking angry over this watching it unfold. I was like, this is somebody I respected. This is somebody who I've defended. And I'm just watching you turn yourself into a groupie for a guy who apparently is, you know, allegedly a sex criminal. I'm just fucking infuriated. I'd be lying if I said otherwise. I just,
you know. I wonder if he will get, like any serious charge, like any criminal charge, I mean.
Hey, it's Lizzie with the 999. I do think it was important and needed to come out. Destiny has been doing this for years and was gaslighting and attacking anyone who spoke up. Yeah. I don't know, the cherry stuff seems
pretty stuff bad. Is the best thing, I think. Well, because obviously Pixie isn't going criminal.
No.
Taking it similar. And I almost guarantee that ends with a fucking settlement where it's like both sides admit to no wrongdoing. It's like where that shit's gonna go.
I mean, I hope she gets a decent bag out of it. But
I hope so too.
You know, as for criminal stuff, I mean, well, listen, Vosh is on stream with a text folder full of horse cocks and underage cartoons. So, you know, you realistically didn't answer any of the question besides saying Sunday can't take an L. Yeah, I mean, again, I obviously have my own opinions, but I'm trying to be very careful to essentially just not take the shots because, again, it's just very easy to kind of go, well, Sunday goes under the bus. I get clear. And I don't like when other people do that. I think it's pretty clear from the fact that I'm not saying that. I don't really like the extortion angle. I don't think it matters now. But yeah, listen. I've said multiple times I don't think Sunday should just keep doubling down on stuff. I don't think he should keep doubling down on the like commentary angle that commentary was going to sweep. But I mean, I don't know. If I'm just endlessly saying that, it's just, I don't know. It looks it feels deflecty to me. That's just how I feel about it. You can kind of read that however you want. But That's just kind of the position I'm trying to hold as best I can.
It's never been a worse time to be like a leftist viewer, dude. You got Hassan, who does like terrorist propaganda and reports every story wrong. You got Vosh, who says like Lolly makes you a pedo, as he has an entire text folder filled with Lolly. And then you have Destiny, who's like went on a whole arc against the red pill, fresh and fit, and how to treat a woman. And meanwhile, he's like non-consensually sharing their nudes with all of these like 19-year-old e-girls, dude. Yeah. It is cooked. It is cooked. It's like, did you see Loner Box's one video? He ends it with, yeah, no, my goal for 2025 is to be the only political streamer that doesn't promote terrorism or has a sex scandal. It's like, that's how low the fucking bar is, bro. It's a fucking disaster.
Yeah. Can I move to say a couple of, we can come back to the record. The rest is like off the record. There's a couple more bits here which I'll leave off because it's like all it gets into some like personal stuff, so I'll cut it there. Oh god. Okay, cool. Fuck. Yeah, like I get people's frustrations. But yeah, I want to be careful about doing stuff like that. I mean, I guess I can talk to Sunday. Okay, let me put it this way. I talked to Sunday about the extortion stuff live, but I'm not gonna just fucking be like, yeah, Sunday's insane while he's not here. I'm not running that. And again, the extortion stuff and angle and argument is something. I mean, I say this in the call with Willie. It's something that was widely read. How much it mattered to people is debatable, but it was widely read. So I don't want to act like I never read those DMs that way. That would be crazy. I absolutely looked at those DMs and was like, and looked at some of the stuff going on and was like, well, this is fucking terrible way to handle things. So yeah. I guess people like ask for like the honest take, and I'm just trying to be as like honest and fair as I can, right? And give charity. So yeah, I know people just want like the blood take of turn and twist, but I mean it's kind of whatever. It's kind of whatever. Sure, I don't know how to take Destiny's statements. Yeah, I don't see the point of continuing to attack Pixie. I haven't seen Sunday talk about the extortion stuff recently, so I'm sort of just taking it from you guys in chat as to what Sunday has said. But I don't know whether so here's my charitable interpretation, because I haven't seen it. So I don't know whether Sunday is talking about like the current, or whether Sunday is talking about why he made the claims in the first place, or how he feels about it now. I don't know. I do not know. Okay? So, I'm sure it'll be another conversation at some point. Okay? Yeah, I don't really watch Sunday, so I can't talk too much on it, but thought Becky's bit on Willie's was good. Yeah, I wish Sunday had talked to Willie himself. So I think he should have. I think just leaking his DMs is the wrong way to handle that. But, you know, Sunday do Sunday. That's fine. And again, right, okay, fuck, as we do every time I do one of these fucking sections. Does anyone have any questions, not about Sunday, about me? Is there anything, like, immediately in chat anybody would like me to answer? Listen, we can do Beckett Inquisition, okay? It's weird, obscure internet law. I never joined the politics community. Yes, we can. Listen, I want to talk about Jar, actually. We're going to do Jar after this, because Chuli has released a video. I know what's in the video, because I got told ahead of time. And there's one particular thing in this video I want to talk about, because then I get to go, that's why I said the thing. So, yeah. How'd you get your hat to stay on your head like that? stitching. We complained about Brony Xmas, now we miss it. Yep. Are you taking care of yourself? I have not eaten in a day and a half, and I barely sleep. Not really, but that's not because of the drama. That's because I am bad at taking care of myself. Do you think you would have handled it differently? If not, why? Given the exact same circumstances, there are definitely some things that I'd do differently. Again, like I'm saying, I'd have reached out. I'd certainly have reached out to Letterboxd. I was just a mistake. And do you know? No, fuck. Do you know what? I don't want to involve myself in shit like this anymore. For those of you who haven't heard the new rules of contacting me and asking my opinion things and dragging me into stuff. If you bring me into stuff and you ask my advice and opinion and you do not take it and then my name starts getting thrown around, I'm just going to throw you under a bus. I do not care anymore. I'm sick of this happening. This is like the third time that's happened in the last 6 months. It's not, in fact, basically every drama I have ever been involved in has involved people coming to me, telling me they're going to do something, me telling them it's a bad fucking idea, and them doing it anyway, and me getting dragged in. And I'm really, really, really fucking sick of it. Okay? I know I'm saying this to a cute fucking VTuber avatar, but I am actually annoyed. I'm actually fucking annoyed. I'm not dealing with it anymore. I'm just not. Other things that I do differently, yeah. I mean, I said this on Diesel's stream. Given different material circumstances, I wouldn't have made the same video. Given the circumstances I had at the time, there are different actions I'd take around it, but I think the video is what it needs to be. But yeah. But like, yeah, that's where people should stand with me now. Because I'm sick of this. I'm just very pissed off with it. Because I just want to come and turn up and laugh about things. For those of you who watch me and then think, hey, this is somebody who'll cover like crazy stories, please stop DMing me things about fucking pedophiles, furry grooming cults, or any random shit. Like, I'll stumble across it. Unless it's already out in public. I don't want to break stories like that. I agree with Nick. I just want to fucking talk about things that are public. In the cases where I want to break something, it will be because I have done that independently. I'm fucking not working on people with people on research projects again. I actually should have learned this lesson early last year. There was a project going on where there was a like story going on, and the person we were working with completely fucked it up, like really badly, like completely killed the story. And I should have learned then. In this situation, I needed Sunday's DMs with Straight Red. I needed them. I was involved. And I, there were other things I could have done. I could have distanced myself more and just taken the DMs. Sure, fine, fuck it. But whatever. Someday Beckett is going to go off on somebody and just have a stroke while his VTuber smiles at us. Probably, yeah. Okay, anything else? Exactly what you should do. You ended up taking the public L and it wasn't your shit like that. Yeah, look, I'm pretty open to criticism. I'm pretty open to self-reflection. Always have been. Always have been. I got no problem with that. I mean, again, I've got no problem taking an L at all. I'm not sort of one of these people who's tied to everything about me has to be like look perfect and clean. I'm human. I get things wrong. I make mistakes. I said this with some of our tweets as well, like the I Am Alex stuff, when we brought out the fact that Alice called him racist N-word as her name for him in the DMs. And I was like, we didn't flag that properly. People were like, you're calling Alice racist. And I was like, I think it's kind of based, actually. So yeah. Is it harder because you got red hair? No, it just makes taking L's easier. It's a natural living L being ginger. Okay, I'm used to it. Any topics or ideas for upcoming streams and vids? Yeah, a fucking ton. I want to do a short fat otaku vid about that drama because it's kind of fucking hilarious. I've got an Encyclopedia Dramatica video basically 99% done. I just need to record the last 5 minutes and it needs once over edit by Max. And then there's a couple of other things we've got knocking around that I just want to cover. So yeah, loads of shit. Nick's right. Like I will barely be remembered in this drama, if at all. And more the better, right? This video has done very badly on the channel, and I'm very grateful for that. Teddy with the 5. Racist N-word. What's that? I can't read that word, Teddy. I can't read the word. I am literally too white to read the word. How the fuck did you get that into a super chat? How does that get allowed? But you can't call Jar a jerk. That's insane. Do you ever regret digging your heels into drama content wise? Nope. Love doing drama content. Okay. I have no regrets. Okay. I deeply regret getting involved. If I regret anything, it was getting involved in the politics community ever. That was a mistake. That I regret. But drama generally is great. The truth is, like, I look at people like Willie, I look at people like Nick, and they're generally pretty fucking fair. Pretty based. I think that's been pretty good. Diori said on stream, like, we had a call and chat about it. We did. And he was very helpful to me. Like, listen, everyone has their fuck ups and stuff. And I think this is just mine. It's life. It's life. We all fuck something up every now and again. How much do you like Morale? He's currently disavowing you while leaking personal shit about you. Based. Don't blame him. It's good content. If he didn't like doing this, he'd need to be a psychopath, yeah. Yeah, look, I enjoy drama content. I think laughing at this shit's funny. Frankly, this story and my attachment to it is the least fun I have had doing this in years now, actually. And that's personally purely because I think it is a serious topic and because fuck Destiny. You know, I clearly don't want to do shit like this. It's not my core fucking content, but I do feel like I've got a responsibility, or like, responsibility, is that the right word? I feel like I've got a responsibility to at least address this shit and be honest and open about it, because I think that's what I think that's what people deserve. I don't think just like walking away and pretending like none of it ever fucking happened is fair. I think being online can make small fuck ups be like a massive thing when someone's a small mistake is just that mistake. Yeah, everyone's like, again, it's pretty easy to just own the L. Oh, listen, I'm very much like I'll own and defend the things in this that I think I'd still own and defend. And then other things I'll apologize for. It's pretty simple. So I mailed you some. Jesus Christ, I can't read that out, JFA. What's wrong with you? I think the word you're looking for is obligation. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Look, I think that I think creators do have like, we don't control our audiences, we're not responsible for them, but I do think we owe them things, and I think this is obviously going to lead to some questions about where I'm, like, why I did what I did, and the actions I take. So, you know. Teddy with a 5. My rule is only one N-word a month. That's how I keep black people on my side. Honestly based. Honestly, very based positioning. Completely understand it. No, I like that we're usually talking about random stuff, but respect that you did this. Destiny has messed up some women's heads on this. Yeah, listen. I fucking hate this drama. I'm gonna hear about it again. By the way. I know that Tyler's gonna talk about it again. I know I'll probably have to respond to that again. Maybe I won't. Maybe I can just go, hey, listen, there's a stream that I did on this topic, and I talked about everything in it, and I showed my interview with Willie, and I fucking answered these questions a million times, because that's how it feels. But I feel like every time it's a new person asking the question, and then I feel like I should answer it. Which is, to be fair, the thing I didn't want. Again, I cannot stress enough, explanations become excuses, or begin to sound like excuses. So if I'm explaining something to you, or I'm telling you the reason why I did something, and please keep this in mind, though I will say it again, it is not because I'm trying to excuse an action, it is because I'm trying to explain the rationale behind it. But, like, that doesn't, like, alleviate blame or, some sort of responsibility I have or whatever. It doesn't, like, excuse me. Yeah, they are explanations, they are not excuses, basically. Cool anime girls would too. The only thing you owe us is chat on screen. That's true, but that's mostly because you pay for it. Fucking, that's my best plan. Beckett, go eat some jerk chicken. Oh, fuck, I don't have any jerk chicken in. I have a microwavable cheeseburger at the moment, okay? I was going to go out and go shopping. X8, have you considered that if you reached out to Pixie, she obviously would just say, don't release this? I think this is the position I'm kind of, like, I was asking Willie about. And it's like, yeah. And I don't know if she had done that. It's why I asked Willie the question. I don't know what my response would have been. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Connor about this. But like, Connor's somebody who, another person who I kind of respect the takes of. I don't know what his takes are. I'm not really sure what that would have gained. You already decided you were publicizing this regardless. Sure. But I take the criticism that, you know, even if it's just like, this is coming out, this is the position, I could have made them aware. And again, with such a tight time frame of release, you know, maybe the harm isn't there. I don't know. Again, hindsight's 2020. But yeah. BXKS is like unsubbed. I like Connor. Connor's alright. My personal take is I don't really care that it got publicized. I also think the criticism is way too nitpicky. Okay. Listen, I don't get to talk to many people who are like, I guess, defensive of me doing it. It's mostly Diesel. That's fair. I mean, we can talk about it if you want. If you want to phone me and talk about it, I'd be interested in hearing your perspective, Connor. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm too harsh on myself. Who fucking knows? Oh, God. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately the fact that the idea that no one would have known it's Pixie or this would never have come out. I mean, even in the call, like, Willie agrees with me. This was coming out. But yeah. Could things have been different? Sure. Can't phone at the moment, but another time. Okay, I'd appreciate that. But yeah. Maybe I just don't want to sweep for myself. Fucking, who knows? I'm very bad at that. I'm very bad at defending myself, apparently. But yeah. Like, the reason I went to Diesel for an optics check is I respect Diesel. And I respect the work he's previously done. He's, you know, a close friend. So I'm going to take that on board. The reason I wanted to talk to Nick was, well, Nick, a train is coming. Nick, you fall asleep at the crossroads. The barrier's coming down, Nick. Oh, fuck. Pro tip, Tyler deserves nothing. 199 from Lissy. Yeah, Jesus. If I'm 3 people removed from you and I get your DMs, they are public. I'm leaking them. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's look, the DMs between Pixie and Erudite are confirmation that Erudite is discussing this and negotiating, and that Pixie is clearly in a position where she wants to negotiate enough that it can't be consensual. The DMs show that. I think you could almost argue of removing the... I think this would be a mistake, but you could make the argument of just removing anything that identifies Pixie and be like, well, if Erudite's having this conversation with somebody, at the very least, it confirms that Erudite is sort of sweeping.
can I read this? Can I read this out, Max? Can I read your conversation with Kilo? I don't mind. I'm not gonna bring it up on screen, but well, maybe I will. I don't know. Did I close my other fucking web browser? No, I didn't. I'll wait for Max to give me permission or tell me no. Fuck off. Don't leave my DMs. Fuck. You're too hard on yourself. The video felt bad, but largely wasn't about you. Well, it kind of sucks that you were the only one that responded. Yeah. Fuck. To be honest, to be clear as well, if Willie had included the clip of me saying, like, just the rationale, the beginning bit of the video the video I showed, where I'm like, here are my reasons why I did this, like the stuff with Korontos and Hassan, I probably wouldn't have jumped on a stream. I don't hate it. It's just like if he'd done that, I wouldn't have felt the need to. Right? But that's, I want to be clear, that's not a criticism for Willie. I don't fucking, like, I'm not taking the shot because I don't mean that. Leak it. Okay, let's leak Max's DMs. Okay, let's leak Max's DMs. Open in browser. That's not what I want. PNG. I'll move myself over. And then we'll go down. Make it big. Make it big. It's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Fuck, I'm retarded. I hate resizing things on the fly. I think I'm actually starting to die. If Akumu releases his video tomorrow, I'm gonna be fucked. Okay. One mutual server with Chud Logic. Okay. Hey man, someone said you wanted to talk with me. We're gonna have some music. We're gonna have some music for this. We're gonna have fucking what am I gonna have? We're gonna have some Time Splitters music. Why? Because I want to listen to it. Okay? Makes me happy. So unprofessional. Oh, right, okay. Hey man, someone said you wanted to talk to me. I don't know if that's true. Yeah. I just want to confirm when Beckett finally revealed to me the plan on making the video, he didn't realize that Pixie Story wasn't blackmail until he started filming on Sunday, the day before release. And I told him to do minimal editorializing on the commentary. Yeah, Max did also, I don't think I've ever mentioned this, Max also backed up Diesel on this. They weren't in the call together, but he said the same thing. I was pretty much planning that anyway, but... I don't really have proof of this because it was over voice, but it's why he emphasized the charity thing in our video. And I'm guessing on Saturday or days before when you were in call with him, he was going with a blackmail story. And to be clear, I don't think I ever used the word blackmail. I could be wrong, but I don't think I ever used it. But yes, I did think the extortion stuff mattered more in the framing in like the call on Saturday. I want to be really randomly clear about something actually. Fuck it. I don't know if people realize how tight the time period was of me just knowing about this. I got sort of further context on the Friday, and then was in the calls, like, going through Kiwi Farms on Saturday, and made a video on Sunday. Okay? I had significantly less time with these DMs, and, like, to sort of, like, pull my take together than everybody else. So, like, I think that has an impact. And the fact that I changed from I want this to be a stream to I want this to be a video, it kind of speaks to that, right? I believe you. I sort of realized when I was making the Sunday video that Beckett recused himself and decided to make his own video because he was uncomfortable with the direction we were going. I recall Beckett going along with that, with what Sunday was saying about extortion early in the first meeting, then when I started to push back, but I might be remembering it incorrectly. Ultimately, I have less smoke for Beckett because I don't think he tried to make Pixie look bad.
Talked to FPS Diesel, and Diesel basically said the consent didn't matter given the logs were public, and there were videos on the story, and the suicide threats aren't usually a condition to not break a story, and he gives the example of Yandere Dev threatening suicide. So he def didn't care about the consent until after he released it, and apologized for that. When he sold it to me, he mentioned the Pixie blackmail, then when he sent back the voice lines, it was absent from the video. Okay, then he might have just changed his mind. And again, yeah, I thought something... I didn't even editorialize over the erudite stuff, to be clear. Like, I was like, yeah, no, like, let's just get shit out. Yeah, he changed his mind about it at some point in the process. I don't know if he cares that I framed it like he was on board with the extortion thing, but I do think he tried to convince me of it early on, and that's all I had to go off. But like I said, ultimately don't feel angry with his video anyway. Does he want me to correct anything? No, I'm just sweeping independently. Thanks, Max. Just because you weren't there for the production side. Alright, I appreciate you letting me know. Thanks for the call-in. Doesn't change much for a lot of people, but I think that's helpful knowledge to have out there. Yes, the music is for me, not for you guys. Okay, I'm clearly suffering. You sound like you had a similar experience to me, lol. I feel like I had no time to process or analyze shit. I just had to pick a lane and go with it. Didn't even have straight race DMs until a week after we published. Yeah, I literally got the DMs like 7 hours before release. If you couldn't analyze them for a couple of extra days, I could imagine no one outside Sunday really thought through what they said. Which, like, I know you understand, and a lot of people don't. That's not a ton of time in editing hours. Jesus Christ, thank you. Can you leak these to Morale, our combo? Sure, whatever. Do you want me to send? Oh, fuck. Perfect. Yeah, also I'll send these to Becca. No worries. I don't know, man. I just feel like I spoke up and people overestimated what our role is and shit. I know you've refused projects with Beckett before, but I imagine that is with proper foresight. Generally, I feel like we get asked to make videos and shit just happens regardless of our take on it. Yeah, I think there's some truth to this. I think Kilo could have easily refused. There is a problem as well though with the fact that Kilo was sort of involved from the minute he found out about it, and then there's the whole paranoia thing of like, will Kilo go to Erudite? That was certainly something both fucking Sunday and I were feeling. We were very like, okay, Kilo is going to go to Erudite. That was our feeling. I don't think that was fair though. I don't think that was fair. I think that was our paranoia. I trust Kilo on that at this point. But yeah, who the hell is Kilo? Kilo is Sunday's editor. Okay. I don't think... Okay, here's what I basically said to Kilo, which is, I don't think Kilo saying this really fucking matters. It matters at the point where it depends how much he involves himself. Like, Max, for example, will occasionally write outlines for me or like argue with me with particular bits of videos. But like, if Max ever has a really strong take and I'm going with that take, and it's not entirely mine, you'll know it. In fact, you can see us do this because he's credited in the Mutahar video with one of the arguments in it. Because I'm like, it's not entirely... I agree with him enough that I could defend that argument publicly, but it is Max's argument. He felt strongly about it. In fact, it's a watered down version of his argument because his original one, there was a bit of it where I'm like, I just fucking disagree with you and Chud. I don't agree with you guys. So that didn't go in the video. Call me callous, but I'm not dictating my coverage on whether or not somebody is mentally unstable as well. Pixie sent the combos out first. She knew the risk, and everyone in DGG knows how gossip is. Yeah, I like there's this thing with all of this where I think there's a question of like how much public figures we are, right? It's this whole micro celebrity shit. Like, I'm not mad at anyone talking about my breakup or my relationship. Even food shops, when food shops makes a fucking video on my relationship, I'm like, that's annoying, but I'm like not mad at you. Fucking do you. What was the disagreement? What, on the Mutahar vid? I can't even remember. It was something to do with... I think it was something to do with Mutahar's intentions towards Nux. And... like, whose fault it was. I can't remember. It was fucking months ago, Nicandros. It wasn't a serious thing. I think it was a framing. In the end, it became like a framing thing. But it's just like... the framing of it, I couldn't fully support. And Max really had to lay that argument out. Like, we seem to do our videos very quickly when we make them. Like, I'll gather everything together and, like, decide what I'm fucking talking about. But yeah, like, Max has refused projects before. Like, Kilo says that in the DMs, because I said that to Kilo. Like, for instance, the Short Fat Otaku vid. I wanted Max to work quite closely with me on that. And Max just wasn't interested. He was like, pass it to me, I'll edit it, but I'm not gonna, like, fucking help you with it. I don't care about the topic. And I was like, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Because I view our relationship as collaborative. I don't want to drag him into topics he doesn't give a shit about. I wouldn't do that to him. I might throw a topic at him and be like, hey, edit this. That's what I pay you for. But I don't apply too much pressure to him for that. Even with the Encyclopedia Dramatica thing, he's done like a really good job with it. In my opinion, I think he's done a fucking excellent job with it. But he's like, I didn't feel like I had much direction on it, and I'm like, nah, it's just good. There's a couple of notes, but other than that, Max is just very, very good at his job. But yeah, is this everything? Is this everything? I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to ask me, question, criticize. We're gonna keep doing this until I no longer have to fucking answer questions on this fucking topic clearly. So I'm gonna have a cigarette, actually. That's what I'm gonna do, and then we're gonna move on to Jar. We're gonna do Chuli's video. That's your reward for waiting. Okay, you get Jartent. Because I'm enjoying the Jar stuff, and I've been waiting for this Chuli video. Okay, I've been chomping at the bit. If you've enjoyed this stream and you don't totally hate me or think I'm scum, why not like and subscribe? Why not continue to support the stream and my strange degenerating fucking life? Move my hat out there, back into the frame. And I'll be streaming tomorrow. I've just found out. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Fucking kill me now. Give me a second. Interesting. Okay. Hold on, give me a second. Right. If I make a plush crab holding a knife, does it count as a death threat? No, it's adorable and I want it. Anything else? I mean, I did give you money, thank you, but you ignored it, so yes, wait, did I ignore it? I hope I didn't ignore it. I apologize if I did, Anne. It's champing, not chomping. Okay. When watching Chuli's video, can you read the screenshots out loud? She didn't, and I think people missed how awful they are. I've never gone from I hate him to I need him dead so fast. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Hey, shit. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna have a cigarette. I think have we actually worked through all the questions? Has C Money left? Is there anyone left who fucking hates me? Okay, I want to hear from the people who have criticisms left.
Well, I really want to air these. I feel like I do this every fucking time, and also gives me a second to roll a cigarette and not have to focus on anything. No? Are we really good? Are we gonna have a repeat of this? Hey, Akumu, how you doing, bro? Now you know who I was DMing. Oh, fuck. I have a question. When are you going to cover Matt Powell? Fuck. Okay, I feel like we're good. Actually, can we relitigate this from the top? I will fucking kill me. I quite like you, actually. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate, bro. Next week, yeah. Look, I know there are going to be a few people like fuck Cope and Seethe, but that's fine. I don't mind those people. I don't mind those people. I think you're an okay dude in my book. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay. I think I literally run out of haters. That's fine. I appreciate that. Fuck. Okay, what I might do, actually, fuck it. Okay. I'm gonna take one more call in. Fuck, let's do this. Fucking DM'd me and then was like, ugh, I just don't like how you say bottle of water. What's wrong with how I say bottle of water? I can hate on you if you want. I'll need rum. That's fair. Hey, member for 1 month. I like you and I love your streams. I appreciate that. Fuck, you didn't pick up. Do you think Sunday threw you into the bus? No. Okay. I should be clear. I don't think Sunday threw me under a bus, but I do think Sunday put me in positions where I had to talk about things that I don't want to talk about, and like put me in positions where I sort of had to go live with things, which wasn't helpful. And I disagree with Sunday. But actually, fuck it. We might end up talking to Sunday. So if he ever answers the fucking phone. You sound very Bristol when you say bottle of water. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. It's almost like I spent a lot of time in Bristol at one point in my life. Crazy. I can do the, like, what is it, like the Somerset, like, thing. I used to be able to. Fuck. Okay. Beckett didn't get thrown under the bus, but he did have to dodge the bus. Yeah. That's fair. And I'd prefer to litigate that until you get it right. Wait, what the fuck? Jess, what's wrong with the way I say bottle of water? Thoughts on the state of Marvel movies? I have hated Marvel movies for a long time. The last one I even slightly watched. I got halfway through Age of Ultron and then stopped watching Marvel movies. That's my position on Marvel movies. Age of Ultron pissed me off so much I completely stopped watching them. I like how Chud says, "Ah, nah." I'm not saying it's bad, but it's like people from Boston. Okay, cool. That's what I thought, but some of your wording was confusing to me. Yeah. If I thought Sunday had thrown me under a bus, like, I fucking would have just said that. Sunday! Welcome
How's
to
it
the
going?
stream. Yeah, no.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were gonna call me like right that second. Usually there's a 15-minute gap or so.
Well, listen, I'm pretty good at, like, answering a DM and being like, ah. Okay, so...
No, you're not. That's why I had that expectation. Sorry.
Okay, well, that is true. Okay. I'm getting asked a couple of things. Let's...
Okay, full disclosure before we get into this. I have not seen any of your stream, so if you're asking me something about your stream, I'm going to not know about it right off the bat, so you have to fill me in.
No, that's fine. I think, okay, so firstly, okay, so you said on your stream, apparently, I got told this, I haven't seen yours, that I hate people behind the scenes, and who were sleuthing for this.
No, I didn't see you hate people behind the scenes.
Oh, okay, because I clarified that, like, behind the scenes, I had issues with people like Erudite, for example, in, like, the Destiny...
No, I said behind the scenes, like, with respect to, like, the priest stuff with Kilo, like, we were all on the same page before we made the video, and to be clear, for anybody in chat, this doesn't commit Beckett to holding those positions once the videos come out. Actually, I'll give you a statement very quickly, just in case there's any confusion about this. Me and Beckett collaborated on the publishing of our respective videos. We did not have any influence or control over each other's individual videos. That's it. In terms of, like, who was rushed to make what, the thing that put us up against the clock was that, A, we had the leak from Kilo, but B, mostly we had people like Hassan and Bad and Panada and whatnot already coming forward with statements on it. And so it was a very short period of time we projected before this stuff was all broken in a very, very bad way. I was not rushed because of Beckett's upload. Beckett was not rushed because of mine. At the end of the last night, me and Kilo were rushed because Beckett's video had been uploaded already and we were intending to raid into it. But that didn't affect the content of the videos. That was just a matter of editing. So the reason why that was brought up more recently is because people were talking about, well, what do you mean, didn't you see the cut in the Pixie comments? And I didn't, because I was primarily concerned with the stuff that was specifically pertaining to my part in the video, namely the audio, which was whatever. This doesn't matter. It's just like, yeah.
Sure.
Go on.
Okay, so my question is, like, the extortion stuff at the moment. Not the legal stuff, but, like... My understanding of this, having, like, watched this unfold afterwards, and my take, I guess, is the idea of, like, Pixie extorting, or that being, like, a strong accusation to throw at Pixie, is very much something that Straighterade paints out in her conversations with you, and she seems to never directly ask Destiny for money, at least that's Destiny's statement. All of that seems to come from Straighterade talking to Destiny, and Erudite sort of, like, being that middle ground kind of thing. Or like
it's a bit messier than that. It's a bit messier than that. So, like, obviously, there are implicit asks for money in the Kyla conversation. There's implications of an unrealistic ask in the conversation with Destiny. It doesn't go down to direct haggling. To be clear, and I think you and I both agreed on this when we were preparing before we started editing. We did not think Pixie was deliberately doing something wrong. That was not our judgment on it. The issue we had was just flatly, this is what this appears to be from the outside. And
sure, and
because
I've
it appears to be this way from the outside, there are consequences that follow from that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what I'm pushing back on is this idea that it's like, it's one of these things that keeps coming up, like Pixie extorted Destiny, and it seems like certain people, for at least in my chat, are like, well, Sunday's like doubling down that Pixie extorted, and or the legal stuff. And my position is, I don't think it fucking matters now. Like, I'm just
I would agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Okay. Yeah. So I think because one of the criticisms I'm hearing of you is that you're doubling down on the extortion stuff, and I'm like, I'm not sure.
No, I'm arguing with people in Discord. I'm arguing with people in Discord who are A-logging it. That's a little bit different. I'm not making content about it. My last published segment on this was, I think it actually was just a Destiny video.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I still think you should have talked to Willie. I think you should have talked to Willie.
Talk to Willie?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I did talk to Willie.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you had DMs with Willie. I think you should have had an interview with him. Can you just explain your rationale of why you leaked your DMs? Because I found out about this quite late.
Because midway through our conversation, he declared that this is all for a video, so I just was removing his scoop. That's all. Just like, if you're gonna, like, you don't announce in the middle of a thing, hey, by the way, this is for a documentary. This is all above board, right? It's like, okay, like, I'm gonna be the last one to complain about that.
Sure, but I think you would have taken. Again, I think this comes down to knowing Willie. Like, I know that I could keep things off the record with Willie, and I think you could have as well. Like, I think you could have.
Well, I think we know though. I think we know things can be kept off the record with Willie because he declared in his conversation with Destiny that he published in the video that he knew that Melina was accusing him of sharing those videos without her consent, and he just didn't believe her. So he wasn't upfront about that, clearly. The whole. I don't know these people, dude. That's it. Like I have no reason to trust these people. I have specific reasons to distrust these people, and it's just that simple. If you have other reasons and you know them in a different capacity, it's great.
Yeah, I feel like
is what it is.
I feel like a lot of our disagreements around the story have come down to like, I don't know. I've got a lot more faith in these people than you seem to. I think that, you know, I don't know. I don't know what burying the hatchet looks like down.
Well, I don't have a grievance with these people personally. Like I just don't care. The only reason why I responded to this tonight is because the conversation after was funny. That's about it. I think you performed pretty well, by the way. I think that was actually a pretty strong performance on Queemans after that. I think in the interview a little bit you got batted around, like in the actual video, but I think during Queeman's stream, I think you actually did pretty strong.
Yeah, I showed the entire interview I had with Willow. I think the only thing I think I say in it, I don't really want to speak on your behalf, which is like a stance I'm taking. You know, I think the points where I've disagreed with you have been pretty public. Anyway, and I think the only thing that really comes up is like, did you tell me about a lawyer? And no, but I
hadn't talked to anybody at that point. No, we hadn't talked to anybody at that point. We, like everybody else, were running under. We just had a read on it. Like even Nick Oreo in our call, like he flat out said blackmail.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
it's not like a strong.
To be fair though, so you said in your DMs with Straight Right, long before you spoke to Nick, you called this like this would be blackmail, right?
Oh, pertaining to the Dan, as early as the Dan stuff, I said don't accept, don't take that advice. Don't go to Destiny after this happened and ask for cash. That will look very bad. And obviously, like by itself, it's not. But I'm reading between the lines here. It's like, what is Dan suggesting that she do? And it's Dan.
I mean, I've got asked constantly, like, what would I do differently? So I guess I don't think we've ever had this conversation. What would you do differently?
Yeah.
Oh
man. Oh no, I think I definitely would. Like the whole write up I did afterwards. I feel like in my typical mode of delivery, it ended up feeling like the thought ended at an accusation and not at a description of and now this person is fucked, here's why, god fucking damn it. Which is the angle I was going for. And that's kind of about it, to be honest. Because like fundamentally, the primary issue with the Pixie Kyla conversation is that there's no angle in which Pixie is not being manipulated by someone who has a direct financial interest in her being silent and in her doing as little damage as possible. And like that's about it. So in terms of that being able to be spun in a way that drags me back into the conversation, I think that's frustrating. Because what we both agreed is that we wanted to launch these and then just not talk about it again, which is why the profit thing is like really bothering me.
To be fair, I did that. Yeah. I did that.
You did what? What did you do?
This launched and then I just shut the fuck up.
Oh, well, hang on, slow down, cowboy. Except then you didn't, because then you had interviews, and then you said, "Oh, I'm going to do a follow-up video," and then
no, I'm talking about the initial.
None of us were perfect here, but we all.
No, but I'm talking about the initial. Like,
so am I.
I didn't
remember
start.
We had that conversation right after the initial one.
Sure. I do. Yeah. I mean, again, like I, you know. Well, yeah, we trod those grounds. I don't know. It's interesting. Your
problem, and I was this is my only commentary on you, okay? And it's not a criticism, it's just an observation. Your problem is that you are trying to maneuver around while staying everybody's friend, and the problem is that you are bound up to your neck in chains when you try to do that. And it puts you into situations where you have to throw up your hands and go, well, I was just going to and you don't actually end up having a coherent reason for why you're doing things, or like a coherent stance as to why certain things are acceptable or certain things aren't. Like, for example, with Queeman earlier today. Again, not a critique, but like, what would have changed if you had contacted Pixie first? And it took you a second because you hadn't actually thought of that. So it's like I understand the impulse,
but I think this is also why I'm pointing to Lonerbox, because I do think Lonerbox. We briefly had a conversation about this. I think talking to Lonerbox, I think he was clearly disavowing Destiny. I think there's obviously like we can see that happening. He is a key trigger pull, and even if we're not talking to Pixie, I think
to an extent, I think I disagree a little bit with that one. There's elements of that, but we don't know the behind the scenes. And what we do know from what we've seen from the behind the scenes is that it's a little bit fuzzier than just a clear trigger pull.
I'm not saying
he's obviously like very fuzzy. Pissed about this.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. No.
Understood. Yeah.
You know, but again, like I look back on that and I go, well, even if, because I feel like if we'd gone to Pixie, there would have been Connor was in my chat earlier, and it's like, you know.
Oh, really?
Well,
counterpoints?
No. X8, Oggie's co-host. He's like, well, you know, what if Pixie just told you not to launch it? This kind of shit. But like, I think that if we'd gone to Pixie and it's like, you know, she doesn't like you, obviously. She doesn't really know me. But then there's the trigger pull of, sorry, not trigger pull. There's the like go to Lonerbox, and then Lonerbox is much more of a middle ground, which we know because of his positioning. He's already involved. He's already making essentially what are public statements of disavowals of Destiny.
Well, we know now, but there's no reason to anticipate that in advance. And there's an additional factor here, which is actually mine. Because yours is like, what if Pixie says don't go through with it? That's bluntly not super material here, unless there was like a specific reason attached to that was very motivating. The issue here is very simply, Pixie is under the delusion that people like Kyla are her friend. Kyla is directly financially entangled with the person who's the abuser in this case. We know for a fact that Steven is extremely aggressive in poisoning the well against people who come forward with any sort of claim against him. And everything hinged on him not being able to, you know, salt the earth in advance of this going up. There was just a very real danger here in giving him too much of the drop, and we had every reason to expect that talking to any of these people in advance would give them the drop. And bluntly, like, in terms of what the kind of information is being dealt with here, like, none of this is shocking. The information that Steven spread this is like, okay. Like, just in the grand scheme of things, it just didn't make sense. So...
Sure, I think we had part of these conversations, but we
had a lot of these conversations.
Yeah. I think it's just a reflection point. And this isn't like ideal content release circumstances.
Yep.
And I don't know. Hindsight's 2020. So yeah, would I ever engage in a story like this again? No. So I think that's like one of the core points. And basically, generally speaking, I really reach out to people anyway.
I'm done.
You know,
I'm never doing this again. Dear God.
Yeah.
Fun is not how I would describe it. Profitable. I mean, if we wanted to make money off of this, we would have done what Queeman did. Power to him. I think he did a good job.
And he's done a very good job.
But I didn't have a bunch of like 1,000 concurrent streams after this. I did one, and then I dropped it. I think you did. I think you're only doing this because you got dragged back in recently.
Yeah, I mean, it's my own fault.
So, it is.
But I do think Willie deserves it.
You had that fucking interview with Willie back. That thing that you said you should do.
Listen, I would have. You know, I defend talking to Willie. I think that's the right thing to do. Maybe not optically.
I think it turned out all right.
But like, yeah, I wanted to have the conversation, so I wanted to, you know, do that. But yeah, I mean, again, I'm sort of like partially responding to things I've heard in chat. I don't think the legal argument of extortion has ever fucking mattered to me at all.
It did a little bit. We talked about that before, but it wasn't the crux for either of us. The main thing was.
Well, the legal side is like I understand the arguments. I'm much more interested in the optical.
Yeah. But like that's incidental. Like the main part of it is that it's wrapped up in this larger thing where it's like, okay, now we have Destiny's henchmen directly handling these people and leading them down specific paths. Doesn't matter what they are. That's just an example of what they are. So.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. It's a mess for certain parts of this. I think that's fair to say. Let's see.
No, I think the mess is going to be when Steven has a slight resurgence and people start trying to come back, because that's 100% going to happen, and it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. I won't be there for it, but it's going to be weird.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the cycle works. We've seen this before. I mean, I guess my final thoughts are, like, Willie said that he might do a follow-up. If he does, I think you should talk to him both on and off the record. I think that would be I think that's the fair thing to do.
I think after his conversation today, I think it'd be very unwise for him to do a follow-up. He demonstrated like just total ignorance of most parts of the story. He just didn't care to look them up. And
well,
I think incredibly.
No. I think that he's like, if he's missing parts, then that's the exact reason he should do a follow-up, frankly. And I do think you should talk to him. Because I think you should.
I think the conversation on Queemans was a follow-up. I don't know. It's if he wants to, I just think it's kind of meaningless at this point. What was the grand impact of this? I don't think it did anything.
I think
who was affected.
I think talking to people like Lonerbox, I think like reaching out to people, I think it's helpful to get a statement from Destiny. You can only get like what Destiny's prepared to put on the record. I wanted to I think the fact that he put in the statement from Destiny, I mean, you can have the conversation about like how Willie's framed it and all that, sure. I mean, I'd have that conversation about myself, though I'm going to be much less critical of Willie when I do actually understand the framing question. But regardless, the fact that that is in Destiny's statement, a deflection onto Kelly Jean, is relevant. I think that actually does matter. I think that is worth talking about. I think there are things in Willie's video just about Destiny's response that are relevant. Sure. Now, the video is like just a bit of a breakdown.
Just to be honest with you, I think someone like J-Stock would be more competent to cover it at this point.
Yeah, but Destiny's not going to talk to...
The track record here has just
Destiny is not going to talk to J-Stock. Destiny's not going to give that statement out. Now, like, and again, this is why
you think Destiny's going to volunteer... You think Destiny's going to volunteer, like, information to Willie Mack after this?
I don't know. But I do know that, like, what Willie brought out in his video with that statement from Destiny is relevant. And also, I do think that Willie is somebody who is, like... essentially a neutral party that people can talk to. I think there is value to that. I think like Just Ilk should talk to him. I think other people should.
Well, there's value in it if anybody picks it up and does anything with it. I am very skeptical at this point if anybody cares.
Well, I mean, we already are, right? Like Just Ilk's already talking about the fact that
but we're nobody. Collectively between all of us involved, you're looking at maybe 2,000 concurrent viewers. That's nothing.
Even if it's the case where it gets picked up in another video of the fact that Destiny's defense for all this was to immediately turn on the victims, and that is another piece of that evidence that he's not just doing that through DGG chat, he's doing that directly when asked for comment. I think is actually pretty relevant.
Yeah, but here's the I agree it's very relevant, but the problem you're up against is that all the people in commentary also turned on the victims too, because we're all talking about Pixie right now, right? But everyone's ignoring the fact that everybody immediately reflexively went to, well, Melina's a liar, when she clearly said like these things were shared without consent. Like that's kind of a problem. So when you're asking these people to now go on a crusade against Destiny on those grounds, shaky ground. I just don't see it. I just don't think they have
hold on. Even with the Melina stuff, there's no like massively strong single Melina stuff.
No, the Melina stuff. I'm talking about the Melina stuff, not the millionaire stuff.
Yeah, the Melina stuff.
The millionaire stuff, as I understand the millionaire thing, that apparently was
don't flag me with humor. I'm fucking tired and I'm in.
Deflecting with humor.
But the point is, like, I don't think there was a strong.
That wasn't a joke. I wasn't being humorous.
Okay. I don't think there was a strong single statement people had to work with. I think people were already like sweeping with certain things. And I think that like it needed something like the Pixie DMs with Erudite to really force people to take a side, because the important, like what mattered was forcing like people, like, not forcing, but putting people like Erudite, who like clearly knew more than they were saying publicly, to take a position. Right. And that isn't true of the other people involved in this, like the other victims. That's just not the case. So, and this is why I defend releasing the video, because that's...
Well, Melina was known. That was a clear one. Like that right off the bat.
Was it? No, hold on. Because like, again, you've got like multiple pieces with her where people are going to question that narrative, which is something Destiny has relied on over the years. You know that, and I know that, and that he can't do that with Pixie. He can't do that with the other people who like just didn't want to talk about it, and that's. Well,
I think he probably pretty easily could actually. I think the major factor here is that Nick got dragged kicking and screaming into being forced to make a position on it because his clip was in the video. Bluntly.
No, hold on. What? Sorry, did you say Nick got dragged kicking and screaming?
I think Nick got dragged kicking and screaming.
I don't understand. I don't see. I've never understood this point because Nick, Nick would have talked about it.
But I don't because we have one case, FMA. We have one case of seeing Nick talk about it, and his instinct was to back up Tom, who was saying she's a lying whore, referring to Melina. It's not a direct quote. And to say, well, maybe she's talking about the Leafy stuff. This is someone who had been directly threatened by Destiny with with like negative exposure if she came out against him publicly, and now he's setting a higher threshold for him. Do it again, louder, be more explicit.
Is saying to you,
like it's specifically putting up barriers to these people talking.
No, but Nick is saying to you that if this became public, he would talk about it. So like the kicking and screaming thing is like. I think.
Well, the problem though is that as soon as it became public, he was very, very upset about that fact.
Well, he was upset about it because like it felt like you'd placed him front and center, which is what I said to you.
No, he was upset. I didn't though. He was upset about it because I put a clip of him saying that Tom also knew. Like that. That's why he was upset because it put him at odds with all those other people.
But you didn't. Hold on. You didn't. He's the leaky bull. You didn't just put the clip. You released the 30 minutes of the call as well. Be fair.
No, he released the whole. He released the whole call.
He released the whole call, but you also released the 30-minute section of the
30
call.
minutes. Yes, as we discussed with him in our last call with him, that I also released.
I'd have to double check that recording. I don't think how much of the call was going to be put in there.
Not specifically, but we said we would cut it in a particular way. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'd say this.
We're going to put that section in. That's what I said.
Well, I'd say this. Knowing Nick and having also talked to Nick, I think if you hadn't included him, he would have. I think his coverage would broadly be the same, except he'd probably be trying to like bite your head off less. You know,
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I believe you. I don't think you're right.
Okay.
I think you believe what you're saying. I think you're wrong. I think you put a lot of undue faith in people who have not demonstrated any integrity at all. Period. And I think that's foolish. I don't think that about you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Listen, and again, we can read things differently. I obviously disagree with you on this. And like, yeah, like I don't know. Ultimately,
all right, you're obviously eager for Willie Mac to make a second video. How much longer are we doing this?
I think you should. I'm eager for Willie to talk to make a second video because I think Willie is good at talking to people. I'd like to see him talk to. I personally would like to see him talk to Just Ilk.
Look, if he can look, everything I've said notwithstanding, if Willie Mac can get Destiny to say some shit that makes this all better and exposes more, power to him. I have very little confidence, but I wish him the best of. I wish him all the luck. Okay.
Okay. Well. If he does, and I hear about it, I will continue to recommend that you talk to him because I think that's the. I don't hate Willie's video. I just realized pretty quickly.
Well, Willie's video hates you, so.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think he's fair in the fact that I am self-critical and I self-reflect a lot. There are other things that I also want to know, like down the road. Willie is right in this. I would like to. I don't think I could ever believe her. But I would like to understand more of Straight Raid's motivations. I
wouldn't be particularly suspicious of Straight Raid in terms of motivations. I think it's very simple. The issue with Straight Raid is not that I think she was like doing some Machiavellian thing in the background. I think she just really gets high off of interacting with these people. I
completely fucking disagree with you.
Why?
Because
what was the maneuver? Like, what was the benefit for her?
I think she okay. So my opinion is, from reading everything and what I've heard, I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just curious what your logic is here. I think Straight Raid was playing sides because she was trying to hurt Dan and Destiny. I think she was directly like, well, I can use this.
I don't read her conversations with Destiny that way. I don't read them that
you
way.
might not, but I read it's not just the conversations, it's everything she did around it. And I think there is absolute malice there.
What additionally? What did she do around it? What are we referring to?
So I think the fact that she leaked to you, that she leaked to multiple people, that there's a clear narrative spin she puts in your conversations, particularly naming Dan.
Oh, but that's easily accounted for. I can explain that very easily. So obviously, Straight Raid and me have talked for a very long time. In some of her earliest calls with Destiny, I'm literally feeding her lines, which was not like an insidious thing. It's just because we had a good rapport and we chatted quite a bit. Here's what I think happened. I think it's very simple. I think she liked talking to Destiny and being friendly with them and game planning stuff. I think she likes doing that with a bunch of people. And I think she was justifiably embarrassed about that fact. So she doesn't bring it up when she's talking to other people about this because it looks really bad. And so what happened here is not there was like some insidious stuff going on in the background. What happened here is somebody who's generally reasonably intelligent, making some stupid decisions, shooting herself in the foot, and then being found out. And I think it's that simple. I think she just fundamentally at bottom wasn't thinking about Pixie's well-being and just didn't care. I think she thought she cared. I think when push comes to shove, it was more important to her to be like talking to these people and being able to like enjoy talking about secret information than to actually handle it appropriately. Which is why at the end of this all we find out, oh, you've been having the same conversation with a bunch of like bottom tier like drama channels. Of course this got out.
No, I think the idea that Straight Raid doesn't know how leaking works within the political scene is crazy. Again,
I think she knows. I just think she's undisciplined. I just think it's a discipline thing. I think she enjoyed talking to these people. I don't know.
The inclusion. No. Hold on. Yeah. The inclusion of Dan and the clear conversations that are happening around that, and the painting of it, and the fact that it's included to you as well, is weird. I'm
sorry. Are you suggesting that Straight Raid added the Dan part into the statement?
I'm thinking that is I'm not saying that she added it. I'm saying that clearly the fact that she raises Dan at all in a way that seems to be something that Pixie herself isn't framing.
Yeah, but Dan confirmed that, right? That was true. Like Dan confirmed that on stream. He talked about it.
No,
he's talked about it since. He specifically talked about. He's confirmed the call. Like, I told Pixie to get some money.
He confirmed the call. But the way Straight Raid is framing it, I don't know. It seems more insidious to me.
Listen, I just think from my recollection, the way she framed it was accurate to what Dan said afterwards. So I don't see anything to be suspicious.
Okay. Well, I think the fact that she gave you a statement that includes Dan in it, that Pixie that statement seems pretty much unchanged from the one that's actually
released. Isn't it conceivable though, given the fact that all these people are still talking to each other, that in that time between Pixie leaking it to me and Pixie releasing it after her videos came out, that she and Dan talked and she decided to remove it, or somebody talked with Dan and she decided to remove it?
It's conceivable. I just don't think it's very likely.
There's like a long period of time in between those.
Dan's response is almost instant. There's no reason he'd know about the statement beforehand. And that statement seems to have been like.
Well, he wouldn't have to know about the statement beforehand. It might simply be the case that the nature of their interaction.
But there's no like answer. Like there's no mention another call. We're dealing with a very very short time frame here. Listen.
Well, it doesn't need to be talking. It doesn't need to be talking to her directly though. Like all these people are talking to each other. He could be talking to Street. He could be talking to Destiny. He could be talking to Erudite. Destiny could be talking to Erudite.
So what I'd say is this. Obviously,
I
I can't evidence this. You're asking me what my opinions are. These are purely opinion based. There is something about the way Straight Raid maneuvered that I don't view as just pure gossip. I think there was more to the intention there, or at least the off chance that I
would just err on the side of just like I don't know. Like it's possible. Everything you're saying is possible. I just don't see
you're asking me about my suspicion or possibility. Again, I can't evidence this shit. This is just my impression.
Okay, fair enough. No, you're right. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. In the same way you don't know about Nick and you disagree with me, I don't know Straight Raid. I can only go off my fucking impressions with
but I got examples with Nick.
Well, but then so do I.
I'm willing to concede to you that minus those other parts where he recorded people without their consent and there's no moral frogging about it. Leaving that aside, I will grant you that you've probably seen him in contexts where he's acted with a little more decorum. Okay, we'll run with that than in that Chud call. But I haven't seen those, so I don't know.
Okay,
that's it.
Okay, well, I think we should all stop killing each other. Anyway, but yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna go and talk about. Well, yeah, I suppose. shit content in it.
Okay, if you're...
but yeah, okay, I'm gonna go towards Joe. Cheers. Bye.
Take it easy. Bye-bye.
You know, I like talking about bronies. I like talking about, like, fucking weird, degenerate freaks and... fucking hate this drama, kids. Okay. Right, fuck. Okay, now does anyone have any fucking remaining questions? Now are we done? Oh my god, finally? Yeah, I know. Get a snack while we watch Jar? Should go and make some food or something, I suppose. But fuck. If I go make food, I can't sit here and eat, guys. Drama is eternal, true. We're never getting our Jartent. No, we are doing Jartent. We are doing Jartent. I literally just want to give the forum. What's the JSTLK drama? Nothing. It's just a funny title. Because Just Still said he doesn't care about Beckett and Sunday in the fucking Willie Mac call. That's why I titled the stream this. How you doing, Dickers? I saw Morale come in earlier. He was like, Beckett, I miss you. I miss Morale. I barely understand the drama, but that was agony. Go grab something to eat and drink, please. Fuck. What's done is done. I feel like it's pointless to keep going. Okay, seriously, listen, maybe it's just a war of attrition with people who are like gonna argue with me. I can do this longer. I will fight down to the last one guy. Cannot stop me. Fuck. How did you come up with your username, Beckett of Crabs? Fucking, okay. Smugbug. So my old Twitter used to just be Crab. It was like @Crab. And my Twitter, like, originally was Crab themed. Because I was bored. And actually, I just needed something to, like, annoy fucking politicians with. That's why I made my Twitter originally. It was to tweet at politicians who annoyed me and troll people. And then when I was starting streaming, I needed a name. And Smugbug suggested, why not do Beckett of Crabs? Because it's like it would like be Beckett of like Worcester or whatever, but crabs. And he's like, and then it's like crab themed and it's like British, and that's why it was there. And I quite liked it, so I kept it. So yeah. Get a snack from Pink Neo Nova. Thank you for the 5. Hold on, I missed some super chats as well, actually. Give me a second. What did I miss? And you met the goal. Go warm up Mackies from Diesel. Thank you for the 5, buddy. Yeah, Diesel messaged during the combo. It was like, how do you deal with this? Maybe I'm too tolerant. I don't know. Maybe I'm too nice to people. Let's have a new goal. Fucking completely lost the will to live. Right, okay, cool. Let's get some Jartent up. Let's get some fucking Jartent up. I refuse to deal with shit. Otherwise, where the fuck is this? Oh.
Hello, everyone.
It's an hour long? It's an hour? Shirley, why? Why have you done this to me? It's a fucking hour long? Seriously? Okay, Chile. I like Chile. Chile's pretty based. All my combos with Chile have been very chilled out. I like this chick. Put it there. Okay, whatever. I'll make myself smaller. Can I click on myself? Is that alright? There we go. Make myself smaller. Move it over a bit. There we go. I haven't seen all of Chuli's video, so I'm excited. Yeah, I don't know. My history with Jar. Okay, we might skip through some of this stuff. Okay? We might skip through some of this stuff. We'll see how it goes and how my brain feels, okay? Fuck! Let me change the title. Cry. Oh, okay. Get a snack. Fuck. I don't know. Listen. I might bootleg content at some point and get a snack. We'll see. I'll let you know if it happens though, but I'll at least stay for the beginning. I'm sure Chuli wouldn't mind me eating. Okay. I think Mally's telling me to go and eat something as well. Was Mally telling me, or am I just, yes, she was? That's like an endorsement, right?
Okay. This has been a long time coming. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm back on this channel for the near future because as it turns out, I have more things to talk about than I did in my video on Heaton. And this is one of 2 drama videos that I have left to make here. So let's get into it. Today we'll be talking about an infamous creator by the name of Just a Robot, who until recently was a decently prominent commentary channel who was sentenced to dwindling numbers ever since he set his heart on being an anti-woke YouTuber who minored in anti-ACC content. Recently, however, Just a Robot, who I'll be calling Jar from here on out, found himself in boiling water when he made a video defending another disgraced YouTuber by the name of CineBear03 over her explicit conversations with and repeated sending of pornography to a minor that she groomed. This video will not be going over Cine's situation in detail, so if you're interested in seeing it covered in full, as well as Jar's original defense of her and what followed, I recommend Harley TBS's 3-part series on the manor, for which I'll have a card appearing on the video now. But if I'm not here to discuss any of that in detail, then why am I here at all? Well, it's because last month, Jar released a god-awful response to all of the allegations and situations brought to light since his CineBear video blew up in the worst way possible. And he very dishonestly spoke about events that my friends in the ACC and I were directly involved in, so now here I am to clear up all the bullshit said and point out how hypocritical and nonsensical everything this man says is. Before that though, I would like to detail a bit of history with Jar, as he's been talking about me for years at this point.
Okay, let's he's been talking about Chili for years. Fuck. Okay,
And I would like to finally respond to at least one narrative he's pushed about me in specific right now. So my history with Jar stems all the way back to 2020 during a cursed everlasting event known as the Toby Drama. The Toby Drama, which I'm talking about in 2025, because no one involved will ever be free from it, it will outlive us all, was, to give a brief TLDR, a situation from 2020 in which a creator by the name of Toby Majestic, who had a lot of friends in the ACC at the time, it was a fairly different bunch of creators back then, did and said a lot of stupid things, including in relation to the issue of racism in the forms of several public crash outs. And when—
oh my god. I'm gonna fuck. This video is gonna make me kill myself, isn't it? Listen. Oh, there are certain parts of dramas that I just don't care about, and fucking listen. I've never even looked into the Toby drama. Wasn't this a like fucking grooming drama? The Toby drama will never fucking leave us alone. God, I'm gonna hear about this in Akumu's video, and it's coming.
When criticized by 2 black creators by the names of Omnia and Zay, known at the time as Kai Weiss, for her takes, she really didn't respond well. What proceeded was practically all of Toby's creator friends throwing for content to defend her while claiming they weren't. At that point, another black creator, Thuman, stepped in to lend support to Omnia and Zay, as she felt the 2 were being unfairly treated by the community. And then Jar appeared with a video collaboration with 2 other creators, so he could also criticize Omnia and Zay. That video he made was dog shit. I would know. I made a video on it at the time. I would link to that video so everyone could go watch it, but it's been private for a long while now. 3 years at this point. Now, I want to be clear about the contents of that video real quick. That is a woke-ass video that was made during a woke-ass time because I am a woke-ass bitch, and I'm fully aware that the political climate has drifted away from where it was when I made it. We literally had Nazi salutes on the new president's inauguration from his biggest deep-throater. Even with all that said, though, the video still holds up in the arguments I made against Jar and the others. Even from a non-political standpoint, the video by Jar I was covering was just cheeks. None of the points made any sense, and the participants were really dishonest in their arguments. And real quick, I'm fully aware that Manga Kamen apologized for his involvement in that video, so I'm really not trying to dog on him here. He's not the guy even saying shit publicly that would—
I have literally nothing to say about this. I get this is all like framing stuff. I've just got no opinion on any of it.
put me in a position where I feel the need to defend the merit that my video had, so leave him alone. And also, in regards to the video, even from a political standpoint, I said it was a woke-ass video, but like, it wasn't even really that woke, especially in the stereotypical sense. I displayed zero of the unpopular SJW mentalities in that video and was incredibly compassionate to basically everyone I talked about in relation to the issue of racism, and well articulated for my age. So if all that's the case, then why did I take it down when I was still making videos? We'll get into that in a second, but let's talk about Jar first. It wasn't long after that point that Jar's extremely racist past actions, including using a black Sona to do, albeit less visually characteristic, minstrelsy for a video.
Just a Kang! I decided to reveal my true colors. I, just a robot, am in fact black.
As well as other comments, came to light and really knocked him on his ass. And because I was one of the people who made a video on him who was also of the melanated variety, I was asked to talk to him to help educate him on how pretending to be black to say a bunch of stupid shit is blackface and saying that black people using the N-word is hypocritical was stupid. That convo didn't go much of anywhere and ended with him—
Hold on. Are these screenshots Mally was talking about? Okay, hold on. Jar, that's blackface. I don't see how mind explaining. Okay, I'll change a few things, but not everything. Except I don't think black people should say the N-word because then white people want to say it too is a good argument, since minorities reclaiming slurs is a way to obviously reclaim them during an era of oppression and bigotry against them. It's not a good argument to look at a word used by bigots and see those words is directly at trying and see the word is directed at trying and reclaim it and go, oh, but you shouldn't do that because then you're gonna back other people want to use it too. Like, they wouldn't feel the need to reclaim it if it wasn't used by the bigots in the first place. Maybe in the future it'll fade out of obscurity, but right now racists still use the N-word. So saying black people shouldn't reclaim it as a counteractive measure because white people will still want to use it, like them, despite never being the target of a slur, doesn't make sense. That's basically all I have to say, really. Not these ones, but thank you for remembering. Okay, fuck.
Article was stupid. That convo didn't go much of anywhere and ended with him sad.
Alright, I'm doing my best to understand. I really don't want to hurt anyone. I never thought things would get, but it's bad. I'm a fuck up sometimes. Oh my god, and I want to do better. This is in 2021. You've learnt nothing. Why have you learnt nothing since 2021? I just wish people would give me a chance and also understand my intentions. Sometimes it's also hard to be white. What? 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 I'm not saying white have it the worst or anything like at all, but sometimes it feels like everyone else just sees you as the bad guy. I'm gonna go and make a cheeseburger and let this play. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Fuck, you know when you read something and you're just like, listen, I need to go and get some food before I actually die. I can't process this. You're such a fucking victim, Jar. Every time. Can someone please show me a conversation with Jar where he is not just the perpetual victim, please? Any conversation. I'd really like it. Where it's not him complaining that people are targeting him, where he's not talking about how he's getting cancelled. Any conversation. Okay, listen, I'll watch on my phone, okay? So I'll still be in chat, I guess, and I'll fucking answer my questions if you see me typing angrily or some shit. That's what we're doing, okay? Because I'm fucking so hungry. Fuck.
Distressed over how being white is really hard sometimes, which I slammed my face into the desk after reading. Since then, with Jar somehow making it off scot-free from all that shit, switched up and acted as though he was innocent all along and was never racist.
You never know for what or when you'll be cancelled. Maybe you were live streaming and you suddenly screamed out the N-word. Maybe you lied about a drama which caused people to dig into your past about other dramas you have talked about. Maybe you're completely innocent and the allegations against you are false.
Nice to see that aged like milk in the summer sun. It will forever be hilarious to me the way this guy crashes the fuck out every time his actions are called out for being racist. With him tweaking that Ponder shares in that sentiment about him, apparently blaming me for why she thinks that. Jar since then has also spoken about my video on him. Well, kind of. He's made these weird, vague, looming threats, including when I didn't even have a platform, in his ACC video about how he has Thuman and I's videos on him downloaded so he'll be able to cover them down the line.
Thuman and Dulu took their videos about me down before I even got to them, but at least I have them downloaded, so that's cool. ArtCC people can sure dish it out, but they can't take it at all.
Which, seeing how he admitted to going after all his detractors from back in the fucking Stone Age, he definitely was planning on making videos on us. He even brought up how all the videos made on him during the Toby situation were taken down, in an effort to prove the case that he's won every drama and has never been on the wrong side, so he must be right in the sinning situation, which... Lamau?
I've won almost every single drama I've been in, even when I was on the losing side. I'm sure people are gonna say I'm reviving the drama, or that I'm doing this for money or something. But even if that is true, it doesn't debunk anything I'm saying. People will more than likely bring up the Toby drama, but last time I checked, every single video covering my Toby video is gone. Every last one of them.
Every last one. Well, that did not pan out. Firstly, I just want to say that it's really funny that he thinks he can intimidate either Thuman and I with the threat of a response. Like, you're not that guy, pal. You do not scare us. Also, real quick, you've gone out of your way to go to my channel for screenshots and my profile picture many times since my rebranding. You know my name is Chuli, and it's what I go by. Just call me by my fucking name, lest we should all start calling you CEO author again. So, to explain why I actually took down my video on Jar, buckle up. You might remember when I detailed the Toby drama that I brought up 3 creators by the names of Zay, Thuman, and Omnia. In my video, because I was going after Jar, I was defending those 3, particularly Zay and Omnia, as they were the ones being covered by Jar. From this video, I did become friends with the 3 of them, and then Zay, if you know anything about his history, this won't be a shock to you, but trigger warning just in case, went on to literally physically beat the shit out of Omnia when they were in a relationship. So, I don't know about you guys, but when I saw that I had a video on my channel defending a guy who went on to commit domestic assault, and on top of that, I was friends with the person he victimized at the time, I felt it was inappropriate to keep the video up and decided to take it down to remove any association or mention of him from my platform. Crazy line of thinking, I know. So crazy, in fact, that it seems to have completely flown over Jar's head as a possibility. I did not remove that video because I was ashamed of the points made within it, nor did I feel that way about most of the content I had made when I decided to leave my platform. I had 1 billion things going on in my life during the time when I decided to private most and then all of my videos before leaving YouTube, as detailed in my video on Heaton. You, however, are so fucking stupid and self-centered that you think everyone taking down their videos defending Zay must be about you because you were actually right all along and must be more important in our decision-making process than a literal fucking criminal. And you think that because you're a delusional fucking narcissist and because you refuse to humble yourself, everyone else is having to do that for you. Let's get into it. So Jar had a lot to say about the events discussed regarding him at VidCon. To give some context of the events leading up to what happened at VidCon, I'll just play a clip from Harley TBS's video detailing the schism in 2023 right before the convention that resulted in them cutting off Jar and Melly Malware distancing themselves from him.
Before I talk about Just a Robot's terrible defense of Cinny Bear, I feel like I need to mention that I am about as biased as I could be here. I hate Just a Robot, which might be a surprise to some of you who've seen our past content together and may have, rightfully, assumed that we were friends. I did too, until he let me know that we were never friends. This response came after I provided him criticism on a thumbnail he made that drew comparison between disgraced YouTuber Spockter and EDP445. I mean, yeah, Spockter was a bad person. Shocker, I know. But he wasn't meet up with a miner for a cupcake bad, and the Tin Can's only defense for this video was that Hopeless Peaches and Lyle Convoy, 2 people with impeccable track records, clearly would agree with him. Not to mention that it wasn't just the thumbnail, the actual video itself was just as dog, with the thumbnail just being some icing on the cupcake. After I found out we were never friends, I cut all contact with him, and thank the Lord, I've only had the displeasure of interacting with him when he's attempted to speak to me at conventions, but that's a subject for later in the video.
What followed was a string of incredibly weird DMs that he sent to Mally, refusing to take no for an answer when she voiced that she didn't want to meet up with him, and Jar approaching another member of the group, Pondersprocket, which her recounting of I'll play now.
I don't exactly remember what got us talking, but I was chatting with this older woman who was sitting beside us. We were under this really nice gazebo area down by the food trucks. She mentioned something about her granddaughter really liking stickers, and I was like, oh, I have some stickers, would you like one? After I handed her one of the little triple octopus stickers, she asks, oh, do you have a channel? And I'm like, yeah, it's called Pondersprocket. She thanks me, gets up, and wanders off to go meet up with whoever she came to the con with that day. All done, right? Well, unbeknownst to me, there was someone sitting a little farther down on the sofa she'd been seated at, who, I guess, overheard the name Pondersprocket. So they stand up, walk over, and, okay, I need to fill you in on where we were sitting. I mentioned that we were in this open gazebo area, right? But right behind us was this big industrial fan blowing bubbles from some soft drink booth or something. I don't know. I only specifically remember.
Okay, well, I've got food now. This video is good. This video is good. Thank you, Chuli, for letting me bootleg your content. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Right, where were we? We're talking about VidCon? We're talking about VidCon? Okay. Yeah, I feel betrayed by my VTuber. It's just like, Beckett's died. I'll just fucking just carry on. Fuck it. I'll just smile about it. Little shit. Right, okay. If my mouth opens and closes, it's because I'm eating things and not talking, okay?
Remember that because I've definitely got footage from later on of the bubbles floating around us, but also because sitting right in front of this industrial fan, blowing bubbles directly past my head, sorta made it difficult to hear people. I was already really struggling to hear all of the conversation with that older woman, and she was sitting directly beside me. So this person comes up to me and says something that I couldn't hear, but then I look up at their lips and I recognize the words being said as ponder. Sorta made it difficult to hear around us, but also because sitting in this open gazebo area. They stand up, walk over, and, okay, I need to fill you in on where we were sitting. I mentioned
this is okay. I get that they're presenting like who everyone is and where they're sat, but this is like the weirdest footage to show ever. I'm just like it's like dumbest police. Like, could you imagine this in like if this was like a documentary and you'd like blur people's faces out? It's fucking no, just wild.
that we were in this open gazebo area, right? But right behind us was this big industrial fan blowing bubbles from some soft drink booth or something. I don't know. I only specifically remember that because I've definitely got footage from later on of the bubbles floating around us, but also because sitting right in front of this industrial fan blowing bubbles directly past my...
What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what are you, like, you're adults. You are adults. Why are you playing with fucking cat plushies sat in a gazebo? What the fuck is wrong with any of you?
Head sorta made it difficult to hear people. I was already really struggling to hear all of the conversation with that older woman, and she was sitting directly beside me. So this person comes up to me and says something that I couldn't hear, but then I look up at their lips and I recognize the words being said as Pondersprocket. Obviously, the first thing on my mind is, oh, they recognize the name. So the first thing I do is reach into my bag, grab a sticker, and hand it to them. When I did, they, in turn, grabbed my hand, doing a...
Becky, you don't want to hear the audio for this? It's so bad. I do, and I demand you send it to me. I'll never publish it, but I want to hear it. Actually, fuck it. Can I have permission to publish it? That sounds hilarious.
Little handshake, and I really struggled to hear what they were saying, but through their lips, it was something like, I've got a channel too. So, taking a shot, hoping I read that right, I asked, oh cool, what's your channel? And they, whoo.
Yeah, plushies are based. I have many plushies, okay? I have too many plushies. I like soft things. Listen, I like soft things, and I'm man enough to admit it.
Like a creeper, clasped their other hand around mine, leaned in, and said, the name of the channel creator I was supposed to be on the lookout for. Another thing that you have to know about me is that I'm not particularly good at hiding how I feel. Like if I don't...
Lamptia with the $4.99. The mum in me just wants to give you positive reinforcement for getting some nourishment. I do not take enough care of myself. That is a problem. This is the first thing I've eaten in a day and a half, and it is a microwavable cheeseburger. I do actually cook. I've got better at doing that, but I sort of exist entirely on cigarettes, energy drink, and like a refusal to die.
I don't like you, you're probably gonna know that I don't like you. I will just sort of blurt things out that are on my mind in the moment. In some instances, that blunt truthfulness is appreciated. In other situations, it does not work out for me. Like the time I told a chronic liar that I didn't believe them. Oh lord, that was an experience. So just try and guess how someone like that would react to a situation like this. Before I could even properly process what this person had said, my mouth screams out, oh god! I don't know what that said to them in the moment, but after I yelled that, again, like a creeper, they squeezed my hand, smiled, and then walked away. And I'm just sitting there like, what the f just happened? Was that real? Did I pass out? Am I hallucinating? Paragon later told me that they were seated in a better position and could actually hear them. According to them, not only could they recognize their voice, apparently this creator was also putting on some phony accent, which just turned into an extra level of this can't have been real. It's too stupid to be real. I'm not usually very good at explaining my emotions. I find that highlighting what my body is physically experiencing in the moment is easier than trying to articulate this nebulous, unmeasurable, unseen feeling. In that regard, I find that comparisons worked out pretty well, and after thinking about it for a while, I think an event from later on in the trip helps to adequately explain what this experience elicited emotionally. It was like a cockroach crawling across your hand, taking you by surprise with a disgusting, probably disease-ridden creepy crawly that I'm specifically adverse to because I'm allergic to them. At least that's the best comparison that I could come up with. And some of you might be thinking, oh, that's the funny part. The funny part was the experience. No, the funny part is the context around it. See, 5 minutes, maybe not even that, after this person walked away from us, the other people that we were hanging out with at VidCon came to meet up with us in that exact spot, including the people this creator was looking for. The funny thing is that if they hadn't introduced themselves to me, showing a person who otherwise wouldn't have been able to pick them out of a crowd exactly what they looked like, and they just sat there for a couple extra minutes, they would have had the exact people who were trying to avoid them walk right up to them, none the wiser. I guess doing whatever purpose that served was more important, which is so funny that it ended up being the greatest part of the whole trip. Finding out about the accent later on makes me think that this was supposed to be some means of turning me into the butt of a joke, but I will absolutely take that if it means this idiot missed out on cornering the people who were trying to avoid them. If I can't protect my friends with my physicality, I'll protect them by being a f***ing dork. It all works out in the end.
All of this, including...
You know, I've never seen Ponder's video on this. That's actually really interesting. Because, like, Jar, like, and to be clear, Jar clearly wanted to talk to these people, and in the Malikul I released, and, like, I put in some Lillian's video, and the reason I did that is because I really wanted to point out that when confronted with the issue, now look, I think the thumbnail shit is cringe. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna level with you guys. I don't think that's gonna surprise anybody. I think criticizing somebody else's thumbnails is like pretty pointless. I personally don't care. But I find it very, very interesting that when confronted with Harley being like, yeah, well, I think the take's bad. I think the thumbnail's an issue. His response isn't, oh, Harley, we're friends, I'll take it on board or whatever. It's, hey, Harley, don't you have a thumbnail from when you were like a 14-year-old that people are still giving you shit for? It's like, if anything, Jar, then Harley would know what a bad thumbnail looks like, right? Like, but he's not. What he's doing is trying to deflect and be like, well, you can't say anything. Look at your bad thumbnail. It's real fucking weird. You need me to settle a bet? Hold on. Okay, I'll go read the M's. Right, sorry, Chris distracted me. Yeah, I just think it's like, obviously, oh, okay, cool. Chris, tell me what the bet is. Yeah, I think it's just obviously Jar deflecting and refusing to accept any personal accountability. I'll let Chris type while I eat cheeseburger. Go on.
Including what happened in 2024, which I'll get into later, remained private, or in the case of Ponder's recounting, anonymous. That is until it was outed by someone who was not any of the people Jar's antics were directed towards, which is why the story is now public.
Is your VTuber a ghost, yes or no? He's a bit ghosty. I think people assume he's a ghost, and I've sort of just accepted that. So, I don't know, it's a little fucking demony ghost thing. I don't know. Yeah. We'll say ghost. Ghost is fine. A spectre. A spirit of some kind.
Public and why we're here now. With all that out of the way, it's time to cover Jar's dishonest, dumbass fucking response to everything. Hooray!
First of all, I'm a little shocked that they held on to this for over a year. Yeah, the Art CC wasn't planning anything against me, nothing at all.
Go fuck yourself, Jar. There was...
No one was planning anything against Jar. No one was planning anything against Jar. That's not why this came out. They weren't. That's an insane take. And again, it's the whole victim narrative. They were coming for me, guys. Don't you understand? They were coming for me. They were always coming for me. Every single time. Okay, another half of the bet. Were you ever a fan of My Little Pony like a real fan? No. Like, I saw, like, the first season when it came out, and I was like, oh, it's a Lauren Faust cartoon, but I was never, like, a brony or anything. I was never, like, hardcore into it. I like Lauren Faust's work. I grew up watching Lauren Faust's work. And sometimes I like, you know, I'll watch, like, a cartoon or something when I'm, like, particularly depressed. Well, I don't really do that anymore. But, yeah, I'd never say I was a hardcore fan or anything. Or like a brony or something like that.
There's exactly one video detailing one of your actions from the person it happened to, and they didn't even name you. No one had plans to talk about the fact that it was you or any of the other weirdo shit that you did behind the scenes, because you were legitimately exhausting to deal with, and they all had better shit to do. The reason why any of us even talked about the fact that it was you in that experience was because former commentator Kumo was told a version of events by Lio Convoy, who apparently got that version of events from Jar, and decided to make it a public thing without asking anyone involved if they were okay with that.
Oh, and the entire, like, art commentary crowd, according to Lio Convoy, apparently he wanted to meet up with, like, Mally and, like, Ponder and Streamline.
Why?
And they apparently didn't want to meet up with him, and he just wouldn't take no for an answer, apparently. And
is that why he's on, like, a Burning the Bridge arc?
Allegedly, he came up to them at VidCon, despite the fact that they clearly didn't want anything to do with it.
I rise with the two. You want to like to Mally's plushie acting? I don't know what you mean, but you should like the stream. I'm going to assume that means you should like the stream because Mally, like, played with plushies. Oh, Link to Mally's plushie acting. I can't. I wish I could. Oh, wait, there is a link to it? Wait, hold on, what? Wait. Yes, I understand what you mean. There's a link? Yes, Kairise. I would love a link to Mally's plushie acting. I would love that, Kairise. That sounds amazing. Took me a minute. If it's public, send me a link. Okay, there's competition now. I've just got to from that. Oh. Okay. I have been successfully bribed. I lost the bet. I have been successfully bribed. But Mally, you have to follow through, otherwise I will show it on the next stream. Worth.
With him, and he like spoke to them in a fake accent, and then like creepily spoke in his like real voice as he walked away, and it like freaked them out. Apparently,
dude, what a freak!
Kumo is an interesting character who I will not be blasting into the sun before anyone expects me to. That boy is young, struggles with schizophrenia, and I would say needs therapy and psychiatric help more than he deserves a verbal lashing in the form of an internet video. Plus, he doesn't even have a platform anymore, so any ability for him to cause harm or trouble that he once had is greatly diminished. I'm going to simply leave him alone outside of the times when I have to bring up things he factually did to prove a point, and I think everyone else should too, but I'm a snake.
It feels like one of those sketches where it's like there's a Monty Python sketch where, like, hold on. Where is it? I'm gonna make this video like copyrighted. I bet it's worth it. Fun. Where is it? This.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Blackmail. And to start tonight's program, we go north to Preston in Lancashire and Mrs. Betty Teal. Hello, Mrs. Teal. Now, Mrs. Teal, this is for £15 and is to stop us revealing the name of your lover in Bolton. So, Mrs. Teal, send us £15 by return of post, please, and your husband, Trevor, and your lovely children, Diane, Janice, and Juliet, need never know the name of your lover in Bolton. And now, a letter, a series of photographs, and a hotel registration book, which could add up to divorce, premature retirement, and possible criminal proceedings for a company director in Bromsgrove. He's a Freemason and a Conservative MP, so Mr. S. of Bromsgrove, that's £3,000, please, to stop us revealing your name, the name of the 3 other people involved, the youth organization to which they belonged, and the shop where you bought the equipment. Well, we'll be showing you more of that photograph later in the program, unless we hear from Charles or Michael. Now it's time for our Stop the Film spot. The rules are very simple. We have taken a film which contains compromising scenes and unpleasant details which could wreck a man's career. But the victim may phone me at any time and stop the film. But don't forget, the money increases as the film goes on. So the longer you leave it, the more you have to pay. So, with a clock of £300, this week Stop the Film visited Thames Ditton.
I can't believe I was blackmailed live on stream. I can't believe it fucking worked.
Very brave man. No, sir. No, I'm sure you didn't, sir. No, that's all right. We don't morally censure. We just want the money. And here's the address to send it to.
Buying the hot water pipes that wash through along Victoria Station.
Thank you, sir.
Good times. Good times. Mally, send me the video.
Where the fuck am I even going?
The
Oh, this way is good.
The fuck is... Okay, whatever.
And so are all my friends in the community, so who cares what we think? This belief in particular about the ACC is one that has permeated throughout this whole saga of batshittery, with people like Jar and even people in the comments of videos covering Jar's actions believed to be the case. Now, to be fair, if I put myself in the position of someone who avoids critical thinking, I can see why this idea initially came about, especially with the cursed names of Hopeless Peaches and Creepshow Art being brought into the mix. But when it comes to talking about whether or not it applies to this situation with the people involved, it's literally just not true, and is based on a complete lack of understanding of what these people are talking about. And also, if I may add, trying to condemn an entire community to sharing the same behavior that the worst members who aren't even around anymore show.
Man, I was playing System Shock and got scared a bunch of enemies randomly spawned.
Cased makes absolutely no fucking sense. Every community would be deemed as dog shit at that point, and Honestly, that makes more sense than trying to pretend that the ACC is a special case for some reason. For instance, this is a comment on Beckett's video about Jar, and it should go without saying, but I obviously don't blame Beckett for whatever dumb thing the people in his comments decide to spew out into the ether. However...
Based, truly. I like that she calls me Beckett. I genuinely like when people call me Beckett rather than Cope and Seethe. I think that's really nice. I quite listen. Other than not understanding the fucking Toby drama and not really caring that much about the racism stuff, I'll be honest with you. I listen. I think Chuli's pretty based. I think this is a pretty good video so far. I think firstly, it's got me some excellent blackmail, and secondly, I think it's pretty well structured, lays things out pretty quickly. Obviously, like, I'm not commenting on like many pieces of it because it's sort of retreading ground that I've gone over like fucking dozens of times. But that's the nature of like taking your time with something.
Since I was one of the art girls showcased in Beckett's video who gave testimony, and thus these character critiques are being levied at me, I would like to tackle them head on.
The ArtCC keeps being one of the nastiest places on the internet. I am not defending Jar's take on Cine or his behavior, but what he said about the ArtCC being full of backstabbers is basically true. All the people speaking out against him now have had issues with him for what seems to be years, but never came out publicly with this info until now, until it was convenient. It's like a pattern at this point. The moment a creator gets a certain amount of backlash, the people they're acquainted with, even the people they saw as friends, dive in like vultures to dig up any dirt they have on that person to make videos, getting tired of seeing the same thing happen over and over again. ArtCC is just full of people who, instead of talking things out in private, wait until they escalate into something worth talking about so they can monetize people's downfalls. The funniest thing is that so many of the people who were interviewed in this video have been canceled at least once too for something they did or said that didn't sit right with the community. Doesn't make their points about Jar invalid, but definitely goes to show how many wonderful people the commentary community is made of. This whole situation should have ended at Cine groomed a 14-year-old fan, here's the docs to prove it, don't interact with her.
I would like to point out real quick that this whole plotting and scheming narrative shouldn't even be thought of to be applicable to me, as I've been shit-talking Jar publicly since long before this situation, especially because his comments about me started publicly. But also, I don't expect everyone who's had a private issue with him to suddenly plaster it to the public, because yes, he's exhausting. He plays willfully stupid and runs you around in arguments until you just want him to shut the fuck up, as showcased.
I can't remember which of the girlies it was that said to me, like, are you sure you want to do this? Because you'll never hear the end of it. I think it may have actually been Chuli. It was either Chuli or Mally, I think. And they're like, you are just going to get annoyed with it. You'll be hearing about it for like 5 years. What is this AI voice thing? I don't know. Chuli, you should have asked me. I would have done it. Hey, Rags! How you doing, buddy? Yes, more Jartent. Oh, listen, chat had a recommendation for you, by the way, the other night. You should get Jar on EFAP. And I was like, I've got no way to ask Rags that, but I completely fucking agree. I think that would be amazing. Hope you're good, man.
In the call between him and Mally, because yeah, Mally made it very evident that she did not like him in private and that she wanted him to leave her alone. That's what makes the complaint about us making videos on Jar when the whole shit with Cine came out makes no sense to me. Who are you talking about? Who is making videos? Where is Mally's video? Stream's video? Thuman's video? The only reason you're even hearing us speak on this situation is because the video you're watching of us giving testimony is on someone else's channel. Do you think we're getting financial compensation for having calls with Beckett? If so, I did not catch that memo. God damn it. But also, at this point, fuck it, I deserve financial compensation for having to deal with this whiny-ass man-child. What's funny to me about this comment is that they are both upset that we kept things private and didn't come forward publicly about these things until it was convenient, but also complained that we didn't handle things privately at all and instead chose to speak about them publicly. You're really driving on the yellow line there, bud, and no one can tell which way. It just seems desperate to paint us with a brush that makes sure there's nothing we can do or say to look like anything but backstabbing snakes. And this is all, again, ignoring the fact that even when Jar was getting decimated, we had no plans to talk.
I've never got comments that are like, wow, you're talking about the drama. I'm like, yeah. That's what everyone does. That's what Jar does. That's the point. I get so many comments which are just like, why are you talking about this? I'm a drama channel. What else am I gonna? Why have you clicked on a video about this creator to leave a comment asking me why I'm talking about something? I'm talking about it because you leave comments like this. Because it feeds the algorithm. I don't get it. You're actively helping me. I don't know what people want. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. I do know what people want. They want people to shut up and talk about what they think is important. And no one, like, the Jar stuff gets talked about because it's such an insane shit show that's just like endless fucking content. But I mean, like, everyone hits their limit with it. Like, I don't know how much more Jartent there'll be out of me in the next couple of months after this video, for example. Then we can move on to the FCK. And I can kill myself. Fuck. I really hope something happens that's not politics and that's not ACC within the next month. Okay, I really need another content creator to get fucking, like, fuck up something massively, okay? Because I don't know what the fuck else I'm meant to talk about. I heard about this booktube thing, and I don't know what it is. What is this booktube thing? Literally was just watching videos about Jar and saw this live stream. God help me. God help me. I feel like people want me to talk about this, because I avoided talking about Jar's, like, actual response video. But, like, obviously, because I made the Jar video. People want to hear my opinion on this shit, so. I think it will chill out until he makes his response or something, yeah. There's one particular part of this video that I care about. As much as I like Chuli and as much as I like this video, there's one particular thing that I'm waiting for that I genuinely fucking care about.
Talk about his VidCon shit until it got leaked and fairly butchered by someone who did not have permission to speak about it. We'll get into how I think the whole blaming people for waiting to come forward until they think they're safe to do so is a stupid notion on its own, but even giving it merit, how the fuck are we getting casted as the weird vulturous snakes for deciding to set the record straight on something we never asked to be public and didn't decide to make public? This is, whether intentionally or not, a very victim-blaming mentality that is not cute, and I would advise anyone saying things like this to exercise a little more caution before going buck wild and levying all these insane allegations against people you don't know and don't have the full story on. As for why we're getting singled out so much for it, the answer is misogyny. I don't care. Is it an easy answer and maybe not the full thing? Sure, but I feel comfortable using it after looking at all of Jar's actions and the audience he built, especially when he and his roommate Professor Dreadlock couldn't help but comment on how catty Mally was in their call whenever she dared to stand up for herself.
And eventually I came to the conclusion...
Okay, do I think it's misogyny? I don't know if I agree with Chuli here. I think misogyny, you could argue misogyny, but I think the reality is that the girlies have never really directly and like, what's a good way to put this? It's not misogyny that's causing people to talk about it. It's to do with the fact that Ponder never named Jar, and now it feels like, I think to some people, that Jar's come out, Jar's been like cancelled, and now the girls come out and talk about it. And why didn't they do it before? All this kind of shit, which I don't think it's fair to them. Jar's reaction to them, I think it's partly misogynistic, like the expectation that they're girls, so he can easily beat them down. But I think that's like a Jar thing rather than like an audience reaction thing. I can and will argue misogyny, and I'll be as catty as a goddamn please while I do it. Sure, listen. Sure, I'm not saying you can't make that argument. I'm just saying I don't know if I can entirely agree with you. I think, is Jar misogynistic? Yeah, sure. He views women as soft and squishy and stupid. I I think it's fine to say that's misogynistic. I just don't think that that's why the audience reaction is the way it is. I think some people just genuinely don't understand, like, drama.
That the problem was that people would come across this thumbnail and immediately assume I was comparing him directly to EDP, so I decided to change it. Now granted, they don't seem to have the same problem with other clickbait titles and thumbnails about me, but I guess it's one of those rule for thee but not for me kind of things.
I don't know the people who made any of these thumbnails. Why the actual fuck is it our jobs to go around policing how people we have no contact with, no involvement with, and no relationship to on how they...
While I may personally be soft, squishy, and stupid, I do not represent all women. Mally, I have never seen you be squishy in the entire time I've fucking known you, and I don't think you're stupid, okay? Jesus. I hope when you sleep and stretch, your leg cramps. Thanks. That's a weirdly mean thing to say. I don't know why you'd say that. Basically, I'm sick and don't know the full context, but I saw a sympathetic R-word review, as Chud does, and then a 1-minute response from the accused, followed by a video from the accuser. Wait, what? I don't know what you're referring to, Space Station.
They decide to present their...
Which was unhinged and disproves all claims. Okay.
Videos. The people who gave you criticism on yours did so because they were trying to be your friends, and you spit in their faces. The only person whose video on you I or anyone else had involvement in was the one made by Beckett, which is honestly just funny to me and highly applicable considering that autism is your go-to excuse for all your weirdo behavior, bested maybe only by your mention of dyslexia. But honestly, we should have expected this because Jar just has to find a way to present himself as being treated bad and unfairly by the girls. Wah, shut up, oh my god.
But I still thought we were on friendly terms and we would meet up at VidCon.
If you put your foot against the floor, the cramp stops. No, okay, we need to stop talking cramping. Fuck. I'm clearly too tired for this.
I sent this inappropriate joke
to
Mal,
who asked...
and she did not take very kindly to it.
Okay, Space Station.
Okay, cool. At the time, weed is illegal in Texas, but in California it's very easy to get. But the bigger issue was me constantly pushing to meet up with her. Eventually, I told her that I'll leave her be because I had no more plans to meet up with her because she didn't want to see me. Now, I did later apologize for this, but unfortunately it came a little bit too late.
Oh, Jar, you know that's not the full story. I know Jar shows the full DMs here and points out the joke where he highlights the fucking lol JK, but there's no doubt that he glossed over the rest of them, including the one everyone found weird that said,
"Okay, but just know I won't be like, bitch, you were too scared to get into call with me? Now you have nowhere to run, and I have a gun."
It's no surprise to me that he refused.
Okay, that one's weird. That one's weird. But actually, I slightly disagree. I think the weirdest DM is when Jar is asking Mally to come to his hotel room. And then he's like, lol, JK. Bro, let's be clear. Like Jar says in his response video, like, I wasn't cheating on my girlfriend, I was single at the time. Are you telling me that if Mally was like, oh, Jar, I'm only hostile with you because I'm secretly attracted to you, I'd love to come to your hotel room, he wouldn't have been like, yes, it worked. It worked. Just a Rizbot is like fucking rolling again. No, of course he fucking wouldn't. That is, as a guy, something you like subtly say to test the waters. I'm like, oh, do you want to come to my fuck? Yeah, unless. Like if I said to someone, hey, we can have a meeting. Enemies to lovers, this was not. Yeah, listen, we all know what this fucking is. It's so fucking dumb. That's the really weird one. The gun stuff's like strange and like mildly threatening. But it's not the really weird one. The weird one's the hotel one. You're like beefing with this person. You're like, we could go for drinks and dinner and, you know, see where the night leads us. I'm like, oh, come on, bro.
Used to address this one because it's the comment that contradicts his claim that he apologized. As when Mally did mention her discomfort over this comment in particular when talking about how he waited her out by not taking no for an answer, Jar straight up accused her of trying to gaslight him. Yeah, we'll get more into that later, but for now, just remember that happened as well as his comment. But for now, What the fuck? What makes things even weirder and creepier in context is how Jar talked to Mally before VidCon, saying things like this.
I'm going to VidCon.
Oh, cool. Might see you there then.
Nice. Can't wait for you to see how buff I am. I'm
What?
really pushing it at my workout.
What? Mally, why didn't you send these to me? I want you to run when you see my outline. I mean, I run from anyone. What the fuck is this? Did I miss this? What? What? Bro, what the fuck?
I want you to run when you see my outline.
I mean, I run from anyone, so...
Jesus fucking Christ. I know it's been said before by other...
No! You never sent these to me! I would have put these in the jar video! Why didn't you send these to me? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Women who have talked about this situation, but to any men watching this who do care about not scaring the hoes and just not putting women off, do not fucking do any of this. Now, obviously, no one of any gender should be pressuring anyone to meet up with them, and if someone of any gender were to approach someone in a group they know doesn't want to see them, even to play a harmless prank, that would still be inappropriate and creepy. However, since Jar is about to, if the genders were reversed, this situation in a moment, I just wanted to preface things with that before going into why the specific context here of a man not listening to a woman was so alarming. If a woman indicates to you or just tells you that she's not interested in meeting up with you, just accept it. Because trying to push the envelope here to get her to change her mind, especially by joking about physical harm you could do to her, and especially after bragging about how physically...
Every time Beckett sees something new Jar said to me, he scolds me for not sharing it sooner. Yeah! What are you doing? You're cucking the content. I could have had these out fucking... Listen. I could have had these out months ago, and I occasionally, the problem is, I'll see little things, and then I'm like, is he a sex pest? Is he not? Is it creepy? And then I see other things, and I'm like, dude, why didn't you send these to her? I would have called him a sex pest. I can't wait for you to see how buff I am. I want you to see my outline, Mally Malware. I want you to see me outlined against the sun. Yeah, just export all the DMs and send them to me. Let's just fucking end this now. Oh, fuck
strong
me.
You are, that's gonna scare the fuck out of her. And rightfully so. You've already shown her that you can't take no for an answer, and for a woman, who are on average physically weaker than most men, and statistically more likely to be victim to violence or violation by men, that is going to communicate that you might not take no for an answer in person either. I'm not saying you can't brag about strength or gains or whatever the fuck. I have male friends who are taller and much stronger than me that brag about their strength, but they aren't then pressuring me to meet up with them after I've said in no uncertain terms that I don't want to do that. Now, obviously, I trust my friends, so I don't believe the aforementioned would ever apply, as even beyond my feelings, they respect women doing what they need to be safe. But the point I'm trying to make here is, be fucking sensible and aware of how the difference in physicality will be perceived, lest you end up looking and sounding like this absolute dumbass.
I was walking around at VidCon doing stuff at different panels. Eventually I got hungry. I bought some ice cream, I sat down to eat it, and then I heard Ponder's voice and looked to my left, seeing that she was sitting right next to me. So I shook her hand, revealed who I was, she exclaimed, "Oh my god," and I walked away. I thought it was funny. Ponder described this interaction as a lot more creepy than it really was, adding...
No. I've heard from multiple sources that you also described that. You're downplaying it. Jar just downplays it. It's fucking ridiculous. I get angry again every time I hear it. I'm just like, dude, this fucking lame little weasel. Oh, fuck.
Things like me squeezing her hand and other stuff like that. Or that I was laughing maniacally as I walked away. I did laugh, but it wasn't until I was inside.
This point where Chili is extremely stupid. Is he going to essay through the screen? Why would strength be super meaningful on internet through a screen? Because they're talking about this during a period where Jar is potentially going to meet up with them. Like, it's not just limited to internet stuff. This is around, like I'd have to go back to the DMs, actually. Hold on a second. So what are we at? Hold on. We're at 27:25. Let me just go back. Where is it? Where are you? Yeah, this is the 23rd of the 6th, of the, like, 6th or 7th. I'm really pushing my workout. I want you to run when you see my outline. This is before this is literally just before VidCon, right? I don't know what the fucking date time thing is. Mally, when was this? Is it around VidCon or is it an invitation? If it's around VidCon, that sounds pretty bad. Yeah, it's around VidCon. VidCon. Like, I'm really pushing it in my workout, like 7/6/23. I don't think it exists. It doesn't exist in, like, a vacuum. He used to ask me about my sexuality and if I was dating people and whatnot. I was uncomfortable, but it was uncomfortable and ultimately harmless. Yeah, like, again, it's like, again, I'm not saying that Jar rapes. I'm saying that Jar is creepy. Okay? And there's, like, a wealth of evidence for Jar being incredibly creepy. That's all.
Maniacally when you were walking away, that was Kumo.
He showed up at VidCon and, like, with a terrible fake accent and, like, spoke to them. They didn't know it was him, and then he like spoke in his real voice and walked away.
Hold on.
Scared. He showed up at.
But it wasn't until I was inside.
This just isn't true. Ponder never claimed that you were laughing maniacally when you were walking away. That was Kumo.
Hold on. That's not true. That's not true. I've seen the DM. Jar claimed this, and then Ponder said something similar, and this got twisted over time. That's not just on Kumo. This was a general narrative that actually seems to have spread from Jar. In fact, because, in my conversation with Jar, I think it is that he talks about the fact he laughs as he's walking away, or, like, as he walked away, he laughed, or, like, once he was, like, inside and stuff. So I don't think it's fair to pin this on Kumo as that narrative, because it's not. This is something that existed within, like, seemingly Senate conversations. And Ponder certainly repeated it. But I don't think it's Ponder making the claim. It's Ponder making the claim of what Jar said happened. And Jar's retelling of it seems to include the manic laugh. I don't know how... I say in my video, I don't know why this point is so fucking contentious, but it really is. Everyone's got it. He says it in his own video that he laughed while he walked off. Yeah, I don't understand why this is so fucking contentious. I don't know why Kumo's being brought back into it. Well, to be clear, this story about VidCon had been brought up, and then the girls explained to me their side of it. I asked Jar explained to me his side of it, okay? So I think the claim came from Jar, went to Lio, went to Kumo. I think the claim went from Jar, went to the rest of fucking Senate and everyone else. Jar just sounds like he's super cringe and autistic, but he constantly puts himself in scenarios where that is a major detriment to him and then blames the tism. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's a pretty accurate read. Look, I'm just happy to be talking about something that isn't Destiny. But yeah, like, it's... the frustrating thing with Jar is he just will not take accountability. He's always the victim. It's always... He's a victim of his autism. He's a victim of dyslexia. It's just agony.
He showed up at VidCon and, like, with a terrible fake accent and, like, spoke to them. They didn't know it was him, and then he like spoke in his real voice and walked away and scared the shit out of them. And he, like, manically laughed while walking away.
I don't know what that said to them in the moment, but after I yelled that, again, like a creeper, they squeezed my hand, smiled, and then walked away. And I'm just sitting there like, what the f just happened? Was that real? Did I pass out? Am I hallucinating?
You can literally see in the video you're showing clips of, if you just watched it again, that she never said that. I'm just curious, which disability caused this fuck up? Was it ignorance on your knowledge of the video you're using clips of in the background? Was it the dyslexia from the 0 words you had to read when listening to the video? Was it the autism?
Maybe it's my autism?
So fucking annoying, man.
I have one goal with my content on ACC and it's working. And that's that I'm starting to make everyone happy to use autism as kind of a semi-insult. We're getting there. I am de-wokifying the ACC. They thought they could change me. It hasn't worked. It's going in the opposite direction. I'll have you all saying retard before long. It's going to be based. Okay? Join the revolution.
She kept me anonymous, of course. A bit odd that my anonymity was important until I was getting bashed.
Delete your account.
I'm confused as to what the allegation is here. It's just a handshake. I didn't put my arm around her and say the N-word. Ponder has drawn my avatar in very compromising positions a handful of times without my request or consent. I want to make this clear. I don't really care how she drew my avatar. If the genders were reversed, what I did would have been seen as no big deal, but what she did would have been seen as a huge deal. The problem with this allegation is I don't know what people are accusing me of. It was just a handshake. People have claimed I cheated on my girlfriend by doing this, even though we got together after this interaction occurred. And I think
interesting. You got together with your girlfriend after this occurred, and you're asking Mally to come to your hotel room. Interesting. Okay, this is bad faith even by my standards, but still, it's I've hit that point in my life.
A handshake is one of the most unromantic things you can do with a person. I don't think this is sexual assault, it's just two hands touching.
What the fuck is the point being made here? Guys, it's okay, I didn't genocide an entire race of people. Who the fuck said you did? The problem with Jar doing this is that he makes no effort to clarify who is actually making these claims about his—
Yeah, and this is a clever tactic, right? If I was in a drama, hypothetically, if I was in a drama and I wanted to like deflect, actually, fuck it, I've done this before. I'm like, yeah, this person has done this thing, and it's like some really absurd thing that no one's actually making the point on, and I'm like, well, I have to address that now. Results completely change the topic. No, but seriously, jokes aside, it's a really common tactic. It's really easy. You shouldn't do this. It's incredibly bad faith to like the people who are actually like have issues with you. And John does this a lot. He's always like, oh, but remember that time they tried to like say that I was fucking molesting my niece? It's like, yes, Jar, we're aware that was bad. Everyone condemns that. Everyone feels bad for you that happened, motherfucker.
His weirdo behavior at VidCon, made even worse when the only person whose testimony of the situation he specifically mentions is Ponder's, making the implication that she made these claims. Spoiler, she didn't. In fact, none of us, any of the art girls, or anyone else involved who was actually there at VidCon have ever made the claim that these actions were cheating or sexual assault. And we aren't responsible for policing what the rest of commentary says about it, despite what Jar thinks. And despite that, we were concerned with the story getting twisted or blown out of proportion by some fucked up game of telephone from people who weren't there. The best we could do was give our retelling of events as the people that were there to the public with the labels we found appropriate. That of course being that you're a fucking bitch-ass weirdo with no respect for others' boundaries. As for the cheating claim, this 100% has to do with the way you talk to Mally in the DMs, with your proposition to chat over drinks and joking invitation for her to come back to your hotel room. Now, yes, of course this took place before Jar got into a relationship, but pretending as though the handshake is where the idea of cheating came from instead of his DMs with Mally is wildly dishonest. Also, the thing about the art is just not true. Jar was in contact with Ponder when she drew him in the maid outfit, and he posted it to his DeviantArt. What the fuck does Ponder drawing shippy art of her character and yours have to do with you being creepy to people who have told you in no uncertain terms that they do not want to see you? This attempt to turn attention away from your actions is just pathetic.
I wasn't hunting the others down at VidCon. If I was, I would have just stayed there with Ponder. I knew she was friends with them, and I knew they were going to meet up. Basically, the allegation about me hunting the others down at VidCon has no proof backing it up. In fact, all the proof seems to—
Oh, I thought about this. This is a lie. This is a lie. What do you mean it has no proof? You were actively talking about seeing Mally. You were actively talking about trying to run into people. Like, There is evidence of this. There's clearly evidence of the fact that, like, multiple people saw you. The fact that you walked up to Ponder at all, somebody you weren't on good terms with. Why would you do this? Beckett has top chat rather than live chat. Oh yeah, it's because like my thing fucking broke. There we go. There you go. Fucking live chat's back.
To contradict that claim.
Okay, that's not true. We have the screenshots of you asking Mally for ways to identify her after she repeatedly told you she didn't want to meet up. Very clearly and for ways.
I'm not a VidCon anymore, going home, so now enjoy your day. Meant tomorrow, so I left. Now I'm good. All right, but what do you look like? Because the badges are hard to read fast. I also can't hear everyone's voices at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, you're fucking, like, you lie. I didn't even catch this the first time I watched it. You what's the fucking thing Chud keeps saying? You try to piss on my boots and tell me it's raining or some shit. That's exactly what you're doing, you fucking weasel.
To identify her after she repeatedly told you she didn't want to meet up, very clearly insinuating that you were still trying to look for her. You also admit right after this that you were keeping an eye out for Ponder last year.
I sat next to Ponder by complete accident. I wasn't going to pass up on that opportunity.
Very interesting how different the reactions were between us seeing each other. When we saw Jar in the convention hall, we didn't point a camera at him and go up to him. We told each other and left. When he came and sat right next to Mally, Stream, and I outside, we all left. Now granted, I left slightly after because I only realized he was there after those two bitches left me to die. But we still left. But when Jar sees a member of a group that he knows does not like him, he can't pass up the opportunity. Very interesting.
Sure, Belle, but I think it's a question of like, there's a difference between not understanding social cues and just being kind of malicious. And don't get me wrong, I'll be honest with you. If I was in drama with somebody, and I saw them at like a fucking convention or something, I'd be like, I should go and talk to that person. I'd be like, fuck it. I should go up to them and be like, hey, how you doing? My name's Beckett. I believe we've had some issues. I thought we could talk about them. That's a nice it's a nice jumper you're wearing. It's very cool. It's very nice. Can we have a picture together? How about getting on a stream with me? Hey, listen, I can flip on a live recording now, right now. We can have a chat. I'd totally fucking do that. I don't give a fuck. My issue is the fact that like, and you will find watching me, my issues are very rarely like kind of like, wow, this is like ethically bad or you're a bad person. My issues are that people do shitty things that are obviously shitty and then they blame things like autism or like fucking, or they say it's not, you know, they just won't own the position. Oh, I'm not racist, guys. It'd be like me saying, listen, I say slurs. I say slurs all the fucking time. If I then turned around and said, oh, it's not because of that, it's because I've got fucking Tourette's or some shit. It's just own the position. I wouldn't care so much about the shit Jar does if he wasn't such a perpetual cry-bully victim piece of shit. That's it. This was my standard with Lio, by the way. I don't care if Lio makes drama content. I care that Lio is Lio has the propensity to being a moralizing faggot. That's what I care about. Okay? That's what I give a shit about. I'm just like, just own your shit. If you do something mean and you intend it to be mean, just be like, yeah. And that makes me a bad person, and I don't fucking care, and fuck all of you, and I'd do it again.
Very normal, not creepy behavior.
Then there was another allegation about me hunting them down at VidCon 2024. From the video evidence I have seen, the video footage just shows them running or hiding from someone who is allegedly me, but they don't show me in any of their video footage. There's not one single shred of evidence that I was looking for them. Sure, I was keeping an eye out for Ponder. If I saw her, I was just gonna say, hey, did you see Akumu's new video on you? And then walk away. That was about it. If there was video evidence of me running up the escalator to catch them, or chasing them around at panels, that would for sure make me look very creepy.
Why the fuck would we be pointing a camera at you if we did not want to be noticed by you because we were trying to avoid you? Are you stupid? Well, yes, obviously, but beyond that, this is another instance of Jar overgeneralizing what we said he did and obscuring specifics before talking about how he would look creepy if we had evidence for claims that we never made. No one said that Jar was chasing us up the escalator.
No evidence I was looking for them, but I was looking for them. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Rotten Brain with the 999. Yeah, I've got autism. That just means it's hard to be in public, not that I'm creepy towards women. Yeah, like, I get asked about this, by the way, like, with some of the takes. I've had people DM me and be like, hey, I really like your stuff, but you say lots of slurs, and I want to know that you're not attacking autistic people, or that you don't have a problem, like, are you actually ableist? I'm like, I just don't care about language policing, and I'm not going to lie to you all about it. I'm not... Jar's problem is he pretends to care about... Okay, one of Jar's many problems is he pretends to care about stuff that he actually doesn't give a shit about, and that is impossible to maintain as a stance over the years. I tell you what I care about and what I don't, and I'm very upfront and honest about it. And like, I think 12 million bees was like, that's, you know, getting away with saying shit like that in the ACC is like mad impressive. Yeah, because I don't lie about it. I don't lie about it. I know that some people don't like that I say stuff like that, but I never attack them for having criticism of me, and I'm just honest about it. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. That's the trick. That's the fucking trick.
Or chasing us around at panels, and him laying the video out like this insinuates that we did, which very conveniently works out for him when he boasts about how there's no evidence for those claims. I'm just going to use a clip from Harley TBS's video talking about Jar to...
Jar is the definition of a grifter. He's a commentator who has no actual fucking takes. He has no opinions. They're formed by committee. Oh god, I hate this guy. He's useless. Listen, I remember the skeptic days where, like, commentators like Jar, this is why he didn't survive as a skeptic creator. At some point, you needed to have a take that was yours. You needed to actually believe in something. Otherwise, you'd get weeded out from the fucking community. People who were actual grifters did get weeded out because they couldn't survive the minute somebody came at them. It wasn't enough to just have other people's takes.
Show what was actually said, as they have the most detailed recounting of the situation.
Fast forward, 2024, VidCon again. I crossed with him in the convention hall, and I had the instant realization of, oh shit, he's here. As I recognized him from a photo I'd been sent just a few minutes prior by another creator who let me know that he was at VidCon. I don't think he spotted me here, but an hour or so later I was walking the downstairs hall, and it was there that I scoured the area, met eyes with him, and then my fight or flight went crazy. He was speed walking towards me and the group. I am not kidding when I say this. I, alongside the rest of the group, literally turned around and ran up the escalator in an attempt to get away from him.
You might remember, if you've seen Harley's video on Jar, that they showed a clip of when we spotted Jar in the convention hall, and how aside from Harley, who hid behind Ty, Bored Oranges, one of the only other people whose face was public at the time was hidden behind someone else. Well, that other person was Ponder, and the person who hid them was me.
Oh, really?
Everybody else speaks.
Hide your face. Avoid it. Are you protecting me?
Yeah. You hear that? Yeah? Yeah. That's me. You see, I knew that Jar knew what she looked like, and to avoid him trying to approach her again, which none of us wanted, I hid her out of his sight. Of course, that didn't exactly end up working because he saw Harley and started following us before we ran up the escalator to the creator level, but it was a valiant effort, and as far as he's talked about it, he never actually saw her. And considering he admitted to keeping an eye out for her so she could approach her with some fuck-ass comment that I do not believe was his only intention for even a second, my conclusion is that a win's a win, and I'm goated.
So they're literally hiding in that video clip. You can hear them talking about it. They're literally hiding behind they're hiding behind the people whose faces are revealed that Jar might fucking know, because then they're not like those people are taking the attention away. Again, this is all ridiculous in my opinion. Not ridiculous, but like I'm a guy. I'd just be like, hey Jar. Hey, fuckface, what's up? That would be my position. But again, the girlies don't like conflict. And I think one of the things that's really important to like remember is, from my perspective, I'm a commentator. I don't mind conflict. I don't mind aggression with people. but that's not the take most people in the ACC are going to have, and that's not the take like a couple of girls are going to have, who like at the time as well are not particularly big. That's just, yeah. So I think it's fully understandable why they acted in this way, and like we can overanalyze it, but for me, I want to fight with people. Particularly in person, that's fucking based.
But just for the sake of argument, let's take their word on it. Let's say I was hunting them down at VidCon and chasing after them. Then what was I gonna do when I caught them? Shake their hand again?
Jar, has it not crossed your mind that that question in and of itself is part of the problem? We shouldn't have to wonder what you were gonna do, because it should be basic courtesy to not approach people you know don't like you and want nothing to do with you. Sure, it's not something we can get you arrested or kicked out of the convention for, but we sure as hell can judge you for it, as can everyone else when they see your complete disregard for others. It's that simple.
As much as they say that I'm paranoid, I think they're really the paranoid ones.
What a bold thing for you to say, Jar. Actually, bold isn't the right word. That was fucking stupid. You want to talk paranoia, Jar? Fine, let's talk paranoia. Firstly, this dumbass claim is coming from the dumbass guy who, when talking to Cinebear, admitted he kept folders on everyone, including apparent friends and acquaintances on how to take them down, even naming the collection of folders he had the Tower of Babel, a reference to—
Okay, so I think what you're missing is that Jar's intention, and we're going to get to this because I know what's in this video. Jar's intention was to intimidate. And he was like using his presence or the fact that he can get to you or get to like the girls. He's like, he uses his audience as intimidation. Jar's like, and we're not talking about like a physical threat here, right? Though, again, like, the fucking hotel thing is hyper creepy. But, like, it's not a physical threat, Belle. It is the, like, Jar's intention was, I am gonna fucking... Listen, if you're gonna go at me, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna confront you, like, in person. Over the smallest shit. Something he knows that bothers the girls. He's aware of this. He's been told this. He knows people's reactions to him. That's the problem.
To a DC superhero comic he clearly did not get the fucking message of.
Like, I have stuff like on a lot of ArtCC people I've been gathering. I actually have a folder called Tower of Babel. Yes, that is a Batman reference.
I thought that was...
Yes, that is a Batman reference, and that's actually why I made the video on Daft Pina, because, like, I looked at his folder and I was like, holy shit, this is a lot.
God.
Since I never interacted with you, I actually don't have anything in your folder.
Sorry. What about a folder?
Oh, okay, you don't get it. Okay, so do you know about the DC comic Tower of Babel?
I don't.
Batman's computer gets hacked by, I believe, Ra's al Ghul, and basically Batman on his computer had a file called Tower of Babel, and in that file was a bunch of folders on each of the...
Sorry. Thanks for letting us know that's a Batman reference. It's just like, I'm fucking... This whole thing is so autistic. There's a bit in my conversation with him where I'm like, I think people like use the photo of you while you're in the Superman shirt because it's like such a Sheldon from like Big Bang Theory thing, right? It's like if you asked me like picture a random autistic person, it would be Jar. Like it would unironically be Jar. And then it's just like, and then he says to me in the call, I'm embarrassed to admit I'm wearing a Superman t-shirt right now, and I'm like, you can hear me suppressing a laugh. I'm like, what the fuck am I meant to do with this? Hey, Cinebear, I know you groomed a 14-year-old with a rape comic, but let me tell you about a Tower of Babel comic.
The Justice League members with like a list of all of their weaknesses and how to take them down. Yeah, I have that, but for ArtCC people.
That makes sense why Batman would have that. That's really smart.
I have one on Ponder. I have one on Oranges. I have one on everyone.
Most people in the
So
chat probably haven't
psychotic.
read the comic story, but they've watched the animated adaptation called Justice League Doom. Tower of Babel is a Batman story, a Justice League story, where Ra's al Ghul essentially gets into Batman's contingency plans and uses them against his teammates. Now, to Jar saw this and said, this shows that Batman's cool. He's able to take down other members of the League. But the text of it, the point of the story, is that Batman should be ashamed. And he is. Because he didn't check with his friends. He didn't have the trust in them that he could confide in them, that he needed to have contingencies. Because in fairness, they all recognized, contingencies are a good thing. We have an absurd amount of power, and it can be abused, it can be manipulated, we can be taken control. If Batman was open with his friends, with his teammates about that stuff and said, hey, I'm getting a contingency together in case something goes wrong, they all would have been behind him, but he did it in secret.
Why?
He did it terribly. And yes, I know, I'm getting there, Vlad. And the reason why it's called Tower of Babel is because the Justice League was...
I'm getting there, Vlad. Like, fucking Gilded Poos in the chat's just, like, being my spirit animal. Like, Lio, please shut the fuck up about Tower of Babel. Dude, it does not need this much explanation.
Splintered after that. So, Tower of Babel, they had a single goal. Something happens, it scatters them, and now their goal is gone. Batman was the bad guy in that story. And Jar thought he was the good guy.
Okay, with that out of the way, it's time for something I've felt the need to talk about since the very second I learned of it. Recently, Lyle Convoy shared DMs with me from back in August 2023 between him and Just a Robot after the first year of
let's go.
where he can be seen crashing out over Mali Malware's very clear request.
Okay. I'm going to read these DMs for you. So Jar sends a comment from Mali, which is this one here. And Lyle says, I think it's best to honor that request and just not communicate with about her. And like her DM is, hey Jar, just saw this and wanted to ask you to keep away from me both online and offline. I don't have any desire for public nonsense, especially nonsense like this, so I'd appreciate if you could just be an adult and realize we simply don't get along. And keep it moving, thanks.
Request for him to leave her alone and stop publicly tweeting about their fallout. Lio tells him that he should simply respect that request.
I think, okay. She was in a video with me that got 10k views and kicked me from her Discord. Oh my god, are you fucking... Okay. I made a tweet, it's not even close. Lio, don't you understand? She kicked me from her Discord. This bitch has to die. I need to destroy her. She's going to say more about me. We both know she is. They always do. Want me to test and see if I'm blocked? Dude. It's fucking...
And in response, Jar goes on about how Mali is definitely going to say things about him publicly before flat out accusing the art girls and their circle.
I recommend not doing that. If she says something publicly, that's a different matter. She endorsed Lynn's video. I'll wait for her to say something publicly, which she will, because they always do. Liar.
Of wishing he had the...
Because they always do. Let's be honest here. They all wish I was the one with the 13-year-old nudes on my drive. Bro. Lio. They actually want me to be a pedophile. They would be happy if I was a pedophile. They're all sat there longing for it. They're probably going to set me up, Lio. They're going to set me up. Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few months you see a story come out and they've fabricated logs. Jesus Christ.
Nudes of a...
The fact Lio only showed us these a few weeks ago is criminal. This is the part of why the call came out. Yeah, I don't fucking blame you.
13-year-old on his hard drive. This is in reference to Spoctor, a creator who was found to have...
Is that all of the DMs? Are there more of them? Is there more of these DMs with Lio? Sorry, I'm going through what Mali sent me. I know she sends me things ahead of time. Does she show more? Can I show the rest of these? Because I've got more. Should I be saying that? I don't know. I don't care.
I don't care. Does she show more? Yeah, she does show more. She does show more. Okay.
Had the nudes of a 13-year-old long past his 18th birthday. Needless to say, the unanimous reaction to this information has been, what the fuck? This man is so delusional that he is convinced we all wish children were being victimized by him. Just so, I guess hating him would be completely, entirely morally justified to everyone on the internet? Jar, we don't fucking like you. That
Actually, do you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. Hold on. I'm gonna cuck Julie while watching her. I'm gonna show you the DMs. We're just gonna go through all of them. We're just gonna go through all of them, so I'm not like breaking these up because I want to read them to you. So we're gonna go through all three. And Julie, when you see the stream, know that I'm not even sorry that I did this. I will watch the rest of your video though, because I also know you've got something else in here. I'm a terrible friend. Okay. Right. Just as my fucking browser crashes. Let's change that back. Is the goal still going? Yes. You still have time for the goal. You still have time for the goal. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one we just read, and then the next one is, They were in a video that got 10k views. I think we are past that already. I'm going to edit down the lines for my next video, but after that, I'm going back to work on my ArtCC script. Fuck it. I'm changing my spot to video thumbnail back to how it used to be. I changed it out for no reason, and they still bitched about it as if I didn't. Aren't you gonna say no, Jar? Don't or something? God, he's like a fucking needy girlfriend, isn't he? Aren't you gonna tell me not to, Lio? Aren't you gonna push back on me? Lio, tell me what I meant to do, Lio. I don't think you should, but it's not like I can control you. I don't think that's the correct thing to say. Why? They have been waiting for me to slip up forever now. I helped her channel grow. It's all Harley's fault that this is happening. I could make a video and put them all 6 feet under. She's the child who was too scared to get into a call with me. Because not wanting someone to succeed or to slip up isn't the same as wishing they had CP. While Mali's issues with you may have come partially from the spat with Harley, there are other things which we discussed that may have played into that as well. I'm saying that if this was between me and Bokta, they'd wish it was me. I wouldn't even have said most of those things if we hung out at the con. I'm sick of the way people treat me. I just want to pull a mask off all of them as they try to do to me every day. I get that, but right now it's best to cool off. If they get stupid publicly, then it'll get addressed. What a fucking psycho. Honestly, Jar is completely out of his fucking mind. Yeah, they were always going to come after me, Lio. They were always going to come after me. You know they were always going to come after me. At the same time, he's like fucking messaging Lio. He's like, no, they wanted me to have child porn, Lio. I built them. It's the Bobalak shit. I made them, guys. Absolute fucking freak.
Does not mean we want children to be sexually victimized at your hands. He then elaborated that he thinks if it was between me and Spoctor, they wish it was me. And just headcanons that we're the kind of people to decide between which person we wish was victimizing a child? Jar, if you unironically think that any of us would answer the question, who of these people do you wish had porn of a child with anything other than no one? What the fuck is wrong with you? Get away from me? Then you are genuinely sick in the head and need serious help. I think you guys are the paranoid ones. You were convinced we wanted you to have gotten a child's nudes because we don't like you. This conversation also ends with him stomping his feet like a toddler and voicing how he wants to change the thumbnail back before turning to Lio with a, aren't you gonna stop me? Like he's looking for parental guidance.
I feel like out of everyone I've interacted with, Lio, out of every single person I've ever interacted with, Lio has gone to bat for me more than anyone else. And I would have probably listened to him because, like, I'm not going to lie, he did become kind of like a father figure to me.
This is just fucking embarrassing.
Sorry, but I'm gonna keep going to
Julia's so base for this. He's become like a father figure to me. Listen, I think we need to address the serious lack of parenting on the internet, because Lio cannot be everyone's dad, okay? And I know, listen, before you say Lio doesn't need to act like everyone's dad. Look, let's be honest here. Chud Logic has dad moded like half a fucking commentary at this point. There is a sizable amount of like people who watch Chud Logic who are like, listen, he's their dad. He has strong parental energy, okay? And that is part of his appeal. Divorce truly his children to the worst of places. True. Listen, we need to bring back listen, there aren't many things I'll agree with the right wing on. But like the need for father figures is really desperately one of them. And Tommy C, the other half, it really is, guys. Come on. Listen, I don't have this fucking problem. I have good parental figures, but like, whoa, fuck.
VidCon. I'm not looking for you guys, and I hope you guys aren't looking for me. We can both enjoy it separately.
What a novel concept, Jar. It is almost like you are the only person who has not been trying to do that. From not taking no from Mally, to approaching Ponder when she's alone and refusing to tell her who you are until you have her hand gripped, to bitching about how you wouldn't be talking shit about Mally and her friends if they just hung out with you at the convention, to planning on approaching Ponder again in 2024 and following.
So we're calling out the girlies with daddy issues, Lamar? No, listen. Okay, I want to be clear. This isn't a gendered issue. There are many, many fatherless men. Goldie looking chain, half man, half machine. Oh, fuck. Okay, I can't play that. I'll definitely get copyright struck, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, you are completely right. That is a very British reference, but you are 100% right. You're completely correct.
Us in the hall, the only person who has not wanted to enjoy the convention separately is you. Delete your account. Jar can yap all day about how the Art CC and the Art Girls are totally evil snakes who are 100% definitely plotting on his downfall, but at the end of the day, he's the only one who's ever made threats to the girls. He's literally talked about how he can make a video on everyone, including Harley, his personal boogeyman, and put them all 6 feet under. You were literally plotting on their downfall. Also, putting Harley 6 feet under? Yeah, how's that going for you, Jar? You couldn't even mention Harley's name in your response video, you fucking pussy. The threats were also littered all over a voice memo he sent.
You couldn't mention mine either. Oh, okay. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this voicemail. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm excited, I've been waiting all video for this. Let's fucking go. Obviously, many of you will have heard a version of this already.
To Mally after the convention when she was, again, telling him to leave her alone.
I would love to respect your wishes and walk the other way, but that video is still up. I'm still receiving comments and harassment over it. Even if you guys take it down, well, it still happened. People remember it. Maybe I could respond to it, but how much hate would you and Linlin get if I did that? To give you some perspective, I responded to Doodle Tones roughly over half a decade ago. I was a little guy back then. She's still receiving harassment to this day. And she didn't say every single person who buys a Harry Potter game is a transphobe. I want to make that clear. Mal, I understand you're new to being a public figure. Everything you say and do, well, it will be brought up. You're not a small person anymore. What you say has consequences. As much as you guys try to gaslight me saying, Jar, you know you're actually the one in the wrong here. No, I don't. I've been in plenty of dramas before, all of which I've won, and I've heard the same lines over and over and over again. Okay, I won't talk about you, if you won't talk about me. Deal?
But of course, Jar accused Mally when she pointed out his clear attempt to intimidate her of twisting his words because of fucking course he did.
My fucking god, I told Leonora what I said, or what I sent, you would twist it into a threat. I fucking called it. Holy fucking shit. Like, all it boils down to is Leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Ta-da!
So we've all heard that cut before, right? We've all heard that version before, because I've played it. Kalimara's played it. Like, we've all heard it before. Chud played it, because I sent it to him. But that isn't the original cut.
Fucking... Jesus Christ. Another day in the art CC.
He also did the same thing when Mally reiterated in a call following this voice memo that she doesn't like him because of his out-of-pocket messages to her at VidCon. As previously mentioned, when she brought this up, Jar just straight up called her a liar and said that she was attempting to gaslight him about her feelings.
No, you're going into a different topic because you started with, it's funny that you disliked me.
I love the fact she used my fucking background for this. For those who don't know, this is a complete tangent, but I'm going to move myself to the side here. Actually, I'm just going to move the video. Apparently, I'm going to grab the wrong thing. This version of Jar, this picture of Jar, I don't know if everyone knows this, but that's taken from Gale's artwork. That is like a fucking there's a picture of, like, I think it's Brent Spiner crying after he's been raped by his fucking, like, in Gale's fan fiction about him. That's what that picture's based on, and not enough people get it, and it makes me sad.
Me as soon as everyone else started disliking you. Jar, do you remember what that comment I just sent you was directly after?
After the whole Spoctor...
No! It was after VidCon, when you said some truly out-of-pocket shit about guns and... Jar...
Okay. For people who don't know the Gale stuff, it is... The Gale stuff... Gale is like an insane person who stalked Brent Spiner and wrote a fanfiction called The Rape of Brent Spiner, where she accuses his wife of basically mind controlling him. And also is incredibly... Like, the whole thing's very racist and very insane. Like, it's incredible. But the artwork's very funny.
Oh my god, you're just gaslighting. You actually don't think that.
Finish. You made me uncomfortable. I made it clear I did not want to see you. That was it.
And I didn't come see you.
Ignoring the fact you were looking for me at VidCon, which was, again, deeply uncomfortable. The reason I don't like you, Jar, is because you say shit to me.
Oh, the chick the drunken peasants always cover. Yes. Yeah, that'd be the one.
That makes me uncomfortable. I don't care about your relationship with Lynn. I don't care about your spats with Harley. I could give less of a fuck about your relationship with anyone else in this community. You made me uncomfortable, and I don't like you. It's that simple. Questions?
You uncomfortable? You started it. You came at me with my whole Spoctor thing, telling me to change a fucking joke I made, and then suddenly... You didn't want to see me at VidCon. No one wanted to see me at VidCon. You all turned on me at the same time. And I just think this sounds plain. And I think you're making up the whole you made me feel uncomfortable thing because it's an easy out.
And I think you're paranoid. What of it?
Someone tells you that you made them uncomfortable and you call them a gaslighter, making up their discomfort as a quick out? No fucking wonder you can't keep a job and felt it necessary to avoid the women in your workplaces.
Okay, very quickly, so you all know that I'm not going insane. I've just gone and found it. It is... Where is it? This one. That image. This is like one of the dumbest things I've ever done, and I'm really, really proud of it. That's the image I had commissioned. Jar. It's the same image. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck.
I've actually lost jobs because of this, making jokes like this. Sometime and after a while, I started avoiding female coworkers, and then I started avoiding coworkers altogether because I was just like, What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong?
Can anyone seriously look me in the eyes and blame anyone for not wanting to deal with this man? He's fucking deranged. Keep in mind that this call took place after Jar already went back on his word in showcasing the exact mentality he said he wouldn't have with Mally at VidCon when crashing out to Lio Convoy. At this point, I'm just wondering, did you have a gun? Also, too scared? You can't even fucking get into those voice calls you talk such a big game about without being white-knighted by your roommate. Shut the fuck up.
But my question to that, because this tends to be your immediate response whenever I have critiqued anything to do with the thumbnail or the video, is to say that Lio and Peaches approve of it. Why would I care?
True.
I thought you were close to those two.
I am friends with them, but we do not share a brain cell. Again, my opinion is not based on committee. I don't care if Lio and Peaches like it. I don't. So why do you keep telling me someone else's opinion?
You want to take this one, Dread?
So, okay, here's the thing, right?
We're not even done here because those threats.
Oh, Julie, you cut. Okay. Julie shouldn't have cut it there, because what Dreadlock proceeds to do in that call at that moment is basically come in, having not really listened to what they're talking about, and attack Jar's position accidentally and defend Mally without realizing it. And then when Mally points that out, he has to rapidly turn around and kind of like retract all his statements. It's fucking incredible.
I showed in the voice memo, those weren't all of them. One of them he specifically had to cut out because it was so bold and brazen that Lio Convoy told him not to fucking send
Yes,
it.
let's
but
go.
Thanks to him, we now have the original voice memo with that threat.
I've been in plenty of dramas before, all of which I've won, and I've heard the same lines over and over and over again. I'll happily go away and do my own thing, but you have to promise me you'll leave me alone. And don't ever act like you're the victim in this situation. You guys do not understand how much I've been pulling my punches.
Jar's original statement was a threat. Jar's intention was a threat. That is the original voice message. That is what he put out. The only reason it never reached Mally was because Lio made him pull it, because Lio knew what it was. And this is why listen, that was a mistake on Lio's part. Lio swept. Jar was actively threatening the girlies that he was pulling his punches. He would go after them. That entire call with Mally, where he's like, I wasn't threatening you. I wasn't threatening anybody. I was just saying I wanted to get... It's a lie. It's a lie. Jar lies all the fucking time. That is a clear and explicit threat. And I have been waiting. I've been waiting on this video from Chuli to be able to talk about it. Because there is no fucking question of what this is. At all. I'm always the victim from Jar. Yes, every single time. He always plays the victim. That is not what he is. What he is it somebody who will explicitly weaponize his audience, weaponize his platform, and go after people. And to be clear, I have no issue with that in principle. I have no issue with, like, in dramas, going after people. Obviously, but I have an issue if you want to play victim about it afterwards. He wanted to go after the girlies. He wanted to go after the people who were fighting with him. He is malicious in that way. He should own that position. And that is it's his own words. This is what he drafted. This is what he wanted to say. And if Lio hadn't stopped him, it's what he would have said.
So yes, Jar recorded that all and took out the part that Lio said to take out because it was such a blatant, unveiled threat, and yet tried to make Mally seem crazy and disingenuous for recognizing the threatening tone and sentiments in the words that were left in. That is what we call gaslighting. You stupid motherfucker!
Disgusting.
Well, I think that's the VidCon stuff sorted. So let's move on to Jar's response to allegations of him sending and requesting inappropriate material with minors. Yay! So yeah, Jar has been accused of being inappropriate with minors, ranging from him getting a kid to draw NSFW of Jaden.
I don't think this is NSFW. I disagree with this. I think it's a bit weird. Wait, hold on. I know you're covering this
But like, this is like a lewd from a 17-year-old. I mean, it's weird. It's weird. It's really weird. Don't get me wrong. But I really don't want to overblow this into Jar getting called a pedophile. I think that's been my constant stance. It's... I've never seen the original image either, so... I don't know how I feel about this one. I wouldn't send this in a work call. Well, that could be true of, like, literally everything with Jar, though, right? It's not porn, but it's certainly not something I would show at work, aka not safe for work. Okay, this is one... when we say not safe for work, we are clearly talking about pornography, right? And, like, again, that if I said something's not safe for work, I wouldn't be talking about, like, I don't know, like a fucking image of somebody in, like, I don't know, firing a machine gun from the back of a jet ski, or something that, I'd, like, if my boss saw, I'd be like, what the they'd be like, what the fuck are you looking at? It's a lewd, but I wouldn't open them at work. Sure, but I feel like that's pedantic. I feel like that's potentially pretty pedantic. It's like when people say grooming, we know the implication. Yeah, like, if you say not safe for work for me, I think pornography. Okay? I think what we're talking about is something more than potentially this. Now, I don't know from this whether Jaden's like wearing a bra or stuff. Again, think this is weird and creepy. Think this is weird and creepy. Don't think you should be requesting it in the first place. Don't think it makes Jar like a pedophile. Okay, that is my line here. Okay, I want to be real clear about it. And I think this story in particular should be handled with kind of a little bit of caution because of when it came out and why it was originally requested. We're not talking about something like the FCK where we're talking about like 14-year-olds drawing pornography. Do I think this is okay? No. Do I think Jar's a pedophile? No. Okay. It's pretty tame but weird. Yes. Yeah. Still weird and creepy though. Absolutely agree. 100%. Shouldn't be doing it. Shouldn't be interacting with minors in this capacity at all. I just want to be like, I just want to be, I don't want to overblow accusations, because when you overblow accusations, it's far easier to dodge them. If you're coming at Jar going, Jar's a pedophile or Jar's a groomer, those are far easier for him to dodge than Jar is creepy and weird. Do you know what I mean?
Animations for him, to him sending fart fetish porn to a minor as a joke. Now,
wait, what? Wait. Have I heard this before? I don't think I've heard this before. Can someone give me some context for this? I heard about the fart fetish stuff. That got sent to a minor? What the fuck? It's negligence, not grooming? Yeah, sure. But like, the fart fetish porn to somebody's a little bit... I don't know, it's a bit pyrocynically, isn't it? That's a little bit. That's a little bit. That's actually pretty bad. It's in his response video. The fuck? Okay, maybe I need to go and have a look. I need some context for this.
Now, of course, Jar denies he had any idea about the ages of these people when sending and requesting material from them. But before we get into all of that, I would like to posit that in all of the research I've done, I've noticed a fairly worrying pattern about how Jar talks about underage teens. One thing I feel isn't brought up enough, and something Jar hasn't responded to, is how he admitted to not being able to go to public pools because underage 16-year-old girls might show up and he won't be able to stop himself from leering at and daydreaming about them, causing himself to get an erection.
Here's the thing, Cinny. I do think what you did would have gotten you permanently canceled if you had a penis. Like, if a guy did that, it would not go over as well. You know what I mean?
No, sending it to a minor was never mentioned, just the fart fetish content's existence. Yeah, I feel like I've never heard that he sent that to a minor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, can I tell you the worst part about being a guy?
That you have to pay extra for mayonnaise?
No.
Sorry, that's. Oh God, I missed Jack. All right.
Okay, so I'm at the pool, just relaxing. 16-year-old girl shows up in her bikini. I realize I have to get the fuck out of there right now because, like, I'm not going to be paying attention. I'm going to daydream.
Isn't it a bit Weasley to go for creepy and weird since it's so subjective? I'm really careful around accusations like this. So, like, I get what you're saying. I need more context on the minor stuff. I do think that this is, like, the problem is, does it come down to him being autistic and fucking just unable to, like, form... there's obviously more concrete claims. Yeah, I want something concrete for this. I want something like it seriously, like, a concrete, like, thing I can point to and go, this is why I'm saying this about this person. And I think, like, with Nux, for example, there are some pretty fucking concrete things we can say about the choices he's made. I haven't seen that with Jar yet with this, in this area.
I'm going to look in her general direction, and then suddenly a situation is going to happen. So I realize, like, whenever I see a 16-year-old girl in a bikini while I'm at the pool, I'm like, well, time to go home.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't even have a quippy one-liner for
Okay, so for example, hold on. Actually, no, I've thought about it for 5 seconds. I would say Jar's a sex pest. I'd say the Jar's behavior towards women is clearly sex pesty. Especially, and again, even more so with him saying that the stuff he said to Mally was while he was single. And he's having these conversations and clearly testing the waters. He can say that it's just like his like interactions with people and he needs to stop doing it, which is what he said to me. But nonetheless, I think it's particularly sex pesty, and I don't know if like I don't know if I buy this whole, oh well, you know, I wouldn't have really done this. I wouldn't have acted upon it. I think that's bollocks. Okay.
for that.
Insecure and desperate, sure. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's really interesting that Jar hasn't responded to or brought any attention to this at all. I'll just say that. Jesus fucking Christ. As far as things go for other claims that Jar has responded to, it's still really bad.
Now, some people, like Ghost Cato, have tried to increase this allegation all the way to a grooming allegation. No wonder why Just a Robot was so eager to defend Cinny. Skullface, pedos of a feather, flock together, IG. Where did they get the pedophilia from this? Jaden Animations is the same age as me. It's not like I was asking for sexy artwork of that anime VTuber Shark Girl or anything like that.
I'm going to assume that this is a certified dyslexia moment because Goat Cato very clearly labeled him as a pred and not a pedo, which are not interchangeable words. Jar's response would make sense if that was the case, but Goat Cato was clearly talking about how the act of knowingly asking a minor that is a fan of you and your big ass channel to draw NSFW for you, as the testimony stated, would be predatory, even if the NSFW is of an adult or adult character. So now Jar just looks stupid again, arguing a point that was never made. Yay. Something I also haven't seen.
Okay, so his claim was he didn't know the age of the minor when he sent the fart porn to them. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, again, like, I think claims like that... stop sending people weird images like that. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Stop sending people fetish images.
Brought up much is his accusation against a child who was messaging him of trying to honeypot him, as in intentionally trying to lure him into catching a case, and not just a literal child infatuated with talking to a creator that they may or may not even be attracted to, God forbid.
Like, listen, I had a 14-year-old like, hey, I want to make you, I'm a big fan of you, and I want to make you hoppy. And I was like, no, I know where this is going. This is a fucking honeypot situation. No, thank you. Not dealing with that shit. Just talk to 18-year-olds or older. Like,
it's just so fucking weird, especially coming from the guy who said drawing NSFW of 16-year-old characters in anime isn't drawing NSFW of kids, because they're not kids. They're 16, old enough to drive. I don't know. It's all horrible. There's a lot of patterns of thinking that I see going on that I do not like in the slightest. But we're not done, because even though that's all really bad in my opinion as far as responses go, Jar, after thinking he's debunked everything, goes ahead and lays out the stupidest victim-blaming logic imaginable.
Know what else is a bitch move? People coming out with allegations against me that if they released at any other time wouldn't have been taken seriously at all. If you think these allegations are half as damning as you painted them out to be, then you should have released them way sooner.
Oh, okay, since we're having to tackle this dumb shit-ass take again. So it's no surprise to me that Jar has beef with the prospect of people wanting to come forward about actions done to them by a public figure until they feel it's safe enough to do so. I've been subjected to his dumbass complaints about it myself. I spoke briefly about it in my video on Heaton, but Jar has, publicly, in 2023, made jabs at me and my friends Clown Teeth and Pondersprocket for our abuse situation we dealt with at the hands of Faghost.
Oh yeah, Faghost, you know that Ponder won't out people all too well. Like, didn't you make up a story about you sexually assaulting 2 trans women, which pushed them into committing toaster and bath or something? And then Ponder, Dulu, Izzy Hazard, and a few other people just kept their mouths shut about it for the longest time? Yeah, that was a weird thing that happened.
This is of course discounting the fact that I was a minor when I was fed the lie by Faghost, and that the lie was of something in their past, while one of the girls taking her own life happened during us being told the situation, with Faghost threatening to do the same immediately after to a group of people where that threat worked because the act had just fucking happened with someone else. And this is never mind the fact that I was stalked and threatened over keeping silent about this lie, which I was made to believe, until I cut Faghost off before making the exposed video, and that I knew if I did so, Faghost would retaliate and try and turn people against me.
This is very in the weeds for me. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm so out of the loop. It's very hard to kind of draw a take on a drama I know literally nothing about and getting a speed run of in like 2 seconds. But sure. What does this goal mean? I don't know. I've run out of words.
Me through their mental state and lies, which they did. Yeah, suddenly when the situation is spelled out with information publicly available at the time, Jar's actions as painting us as knowing enablers staying quiet for shits and giggles, I guess, is really highlighted for the bad faith, dumbass victim-shaming take that it is. Go fuck yourself. Also, yes, this video came out before the first VidCon, meaning that after Jar pulled this shit, he went and actively antagonized one of the people he just got done victim-shaming. Even outside of his actions towards me, this take is still extremely victim-blamey when Jar knows damn well how he and his audience treat detractors. Not only has he, as showcased previously, been known to threaten to take down people he doesn't like, but has been transparent about how the method of him doing that is his dumbass audience that he is very much aware will harass his detractors for years, as mentioned in his cartoon villain monologue to Mally Malware. This is also ignoring the fact that a lot of these people mentioned were minors at the time of his inappropriate actions, and it should go without saying that minors don't always recognize when they were treated inappropriately until they grow up and gain more perspectives and life experience. I didn't even know what had happened to me until I was an adult, because the behavior I dealt with from adult men was so common that I thought being sexualized and degraded in front of groups of people as a joke must be normal. It's fucked up, Jar, and your shit takes on this topic prove that you're in no position to ever speak about this stuff again. But honestly, the main reason why this mentality is so funny and so stupid coming from him is that he spent so much of 2021 and 2022 benefiting from the behavior he's bitching about being directed at him now. You see, Jar made videos back then detailing events in his life dealing with the old DeviantArt Ranted community and the creators in it from almost a decade prior, and even begged Calimara to boost one of his videos about it as a birthday gift. And in it, he says things like this when criticizing a friend of mine.
Hold on. What?
And even
Hey, I have to re-upload this video because of what I said at the start. Would you mind liking and commenting on it for my birthday gift? What? So one of the things that Jar's thumbnail artist said to me, who I know, you know, because I knew some of this before it came out because I've spoken to her because we're friends, was that part of Jar's contract with her was that she had to like and comment on the video. This is so weird to hear from a creator. I don't like.
the most you'll ever find of me if my fucking DMs leak with somebody is I'll quite often send somebody a tweet. Like, I do this to Chris the Narc all the fucking time. Like, if I put a tweet out about some upcoming content, or like I've done something where I'm like, I think Chris will find it funny, I'll send him one of my tweets. But like, Chris and I are like pretty friendly, and I'll do that kind of stuff like every now and again. Or there's a particular topic I know people are interested in hearing me talk about who are other creators, I'll send it to them. But like, I'd never ask somebody, hey, can you like my video and comment on it as a fucking thank you. Occasionally, if I'm in a fight with somebody, I'll be like, hey, just a heads up, I'm putting this out, and I know that fucking you're also fighting with this person or whatever, but this is like weird. Why do you care about... I mean, again, I don't beg for likes or anything on video. I don't fucking care. I don't care. I know it feeds the algorithm, but like, really, who gives a shit about, like... Beckett never sends me tweets. That's actually not true. I've sent you the odd tweet. I've asked the girlies to share one of my videos back in the day, but they're my mates, and even then I felt like a loser. Yeah, like, again, if I want a little bit of traction, I might send something to somebody, but like this is just weird. This is just fucking weird. Has it with the 5. Hey, what is the update with Jar? Sounds like he finally got what he wanted, getting cancelled. Funny hearing him use his autism and dyslexia excuse. That's pretty much the update. Yeah, like, yeah. I think I send Xylia my tweets every now and again. That's about it. She'll, like, the thing is, I know that Chris and Xylie will kind of like and retweet my stuff in the same way that I'll like and retweet their stuff anyway. So it's a bit like, it's not like, hey, if you didn't see this, it's just like, hey, I'm going to fucking fight somebody. Come watch fireworks. How does he feel no shame? And yeah, he and Callie were never friends. Yeah, this is weird. This is a weird thing. This is weird. I had, I think one of the weirdest ones I've ever had was, fuck it, I won't name him. I've been, like, ripping the shit out of somebody for, like, 6 months. And they finally released a video, which was nothing to do with the drama. It was just completely... And they sent it to me because they were like, oh, I send my stuff to creators so they'll cover it. And I was like, you know, I don't like you. We do not get on. Why are you sending me your shit? Like, what do you think I'm gonna do? And I covered it and just laughed at them. And I was like, what was the point? Fucking idiot.
Begged Calimara to boost one of his videos about it as a birthday gift. And in it, he says things like this when criticizing a friend of mine, Clown Teeth, who was known back during the DeviantArt ranting era as Icy Hazard.
Now if you guys seen my video on Icy Hazard, you know just how unbelievably stupid she can be. Also, I will admit, I did make a lie in that video. I said in that video that I never heard about her until I made that video. I lied because at the time I didn't want her to find out who I was, or anyone to find out who I was.
So Jar is allowed to have reason and justification for not revealing his true identity with a content creator he deems to be a bad person, and also reason to keep his mouth.
What the fuck is this? Hold on, I'm gonna put it on screen, but like, Jar sent Mally a fucking message. Would you mind sharing it around a little? The video isn't doing so hot right now, but it makes me $10 for every 1k view. So after 100k, it will make me $1,000. I could really use the money right now. Mally, sure, I'll give it a retweet. What else can I do? Jesus. Guys, I really need the additional views. Can you share it? Can you share it around? Can you make sure people see it? Oh, that's fucking gay.
Shut about all these super mean, disgusting bullies for nearly a decade, but no one else is allowed to take time and reflect on his actions to others and ultimately decide to come forward when they feel it's safe to do so. How convenient. I would also like to mention that in his criticism of my friend Clown, he conveniently forgets to mention—
Beckett, you're on the air if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm also live. Why are you phoning me randomly? What can I do for you?
What's going on with Now Recording?
Do you mean what's going on Now Recording?
I've heard a rumor Now Recording's ending.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay,
Ever
so you're
since
trolling.
Mitch died. Yeah, no, we're not ending. Listen, it's now recording over. No, we're just like, everyone's like a little bit busy at the moment. So, and I've just been a bit all over the place. Matt's doing stuff. And we're just like trying to find our rhythm in the new year. But
So that's
yeah.
why you're putting a statement out about?
What? No, I'm just.
So you're putting okay, wait. So somebody said Now Recording's releasing a statement later today.
Who the fuck said that?
Very trustworthy source, Boobs Jiggler on Twitter.
Right.
And Luna Lizzie.
Okay, I've just checked the group chat and it's just Mitch posting the tweet and saying, "What's this?" Posting each other tweet. If Now Recording's ending, no one's informed any of the members of Now Recording.
If a tree falls in the forest, nobody's around to hear it. Does it ever make a sound? If Now Recording ends, would anybody even notice? Does anybody watch that dead show?
Listen. I think the fact that Now Recording is a complete incoherent mess and still has either the same or better viewership than you, maybe you should stop throwing those stones, buddy.
Are you kidding? There were like I'm streaming it like for the East Coast. It's like after midnight for them, and we were peaking at like 130 viewership. Didn't you guys get 118 during the streamies? And how long is Now Recording been going?
Wait, do you mean during the Spurgies?
Or Spurgies, yeah. I don't.
We were like, it was like, that was like
350.
350.
350.
I
Okay,
believe
that's
so, yeah.
definitely rigged. How many what was your peak in the last stream?
Last stream was like pretty low. I think it was like 150, something like that. I'd have to go and check the stats.
Well, we've
But,
gotten
like,
150 for many streams. I'd say we're comparable in viewership.
Yeah, sure. It depends what we're doing and depends how organized we are. But like generally Now Recording is concurrents are 150 to 200 on average.
Yeah, so are mine.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
no
you
biggie.
know, our streams are an absolute shit show most of the time, and that's kind of my point, right? So like you're throwing stones at a podcast that everyone
So-
realizes is a complete fucking mess. Well, yours, like
So
I like
that's
to
your
think,
cope.
is like this isn't cope. This
Beaver-
is me taking shots at your stream.
Beaver, you literally just essentially said you're comparing Now Recording to my stream, implying that my stream is like better organized, which is why viewership is comparable.
It is better organized.
So how? Okay, so we've got admission from Now Recording.
Okay,
folks,
listen,
on
I'd
one-
like to point out Rags is like, we have over 6K on EFAP yesterday if we're measuring dicks. Listen, yes, I'm constantly fucking owned, okay? I think my peak...
Who
Rags.
on what?
From
on
Rags. From Rags from
Who?
EFAP.
EFAP, Rags.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the name. Well,
Fucking sorry, bro.
congratulations to did you just like invent somebody?
No, he's in my chat.
This doesn't sound like a real person. Rags?
Fucking Christ.
Yeah, my homie Cloths. Yeah, dude, my homie Cloths. He says he's outdone you in viewership. Yeah, I'm sure he's real. I'm sure he exists.
Okay, buddy.
All right, thank you.
No worries, peace. Listen, no one cares about fucking numbers. Listen, if you're over 100, and below 500, no one fucking cares, okay? I'm just happy if I get 200 concurrents. That's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm aiming for every stream. I'm not real, that's true. Oh, you're real to me, Rex. Fuck, is EFAP really at 6K? That's fucking awesome, bro. Fuck. Yeah, no, look, one day, I've never hit 1,000 concurrents. One day, though. That's the next goal. As long as you have fun and enjoy hanging out with your friends. Yeah, this is the thing with Now Recording. It's very much like just hang out and chat with each other. We're a bit all over the place at the moment because everyone's really stressed and everyone's dealing with stuff. People have got new jobs. But like, I love the guys. And that's kind of like the ideal of the stream. Some of my favorite streams on Cope and C, they're just having like Chris the Narc on or like Diesel or whatever. I like just, you know, I don't make any money from this. I don't do this for the money. I literally don't take a penny from the YouTube channel. Every time you donate to me, you are paying my editor and researcher. You're not paying me. I've got a job. I've got a day job. There's literally no reason to do this other than fun. Let's be real, Becca. All of us viewers are bots. That's true. I am literally sat here furiously typing like a motherfucker to pretend that I have fans. I'm basically doing what Danny the Panda did, but like on a mass scale using AI. Age Gangs for life. I like Aiden. Aiden's a good kid. Aiden's a good kid. I'm glad to see him doing well. I want to see morale do better. You know?
That the dumb take she had was made when she was a literal 17-year-old, and instead just marches ahead with the criticism against her as though she currently...
Oh, though I will say, like, recently, even doing, like, non-ACC stuff and things, I've been hitting, like, 250 concurrents. It's a general thing. So, that's been pretty fucking cool, okay? I appreciate all of you very much. Please keep coming back.
He believes in it in the present day.
There was a moment when Icy Hazard said, "You're a grown man and Jinx is only a 14-year-old girl." And I said, 14-year-old girl? Interesting. So was Princess Elizabeth 013.
Money goes to
which
playing
she said,
mute.
"Well, not every..."
Yes, everything you invest goes to me botting. No, I can't say that. Somebody will clip out of context and be like, he admitted it. Listen, credit me with something. If I botted this stream, I'd be sat at like at least 7k. I'd be shameless with it. I'd be like 7k concurrents. That's believable.
Every 14-year-old is the same. Yeah, Jinx doesn't have autism, and Princess Elizabeth does. Icy Hazard, you're a fucking moron. If Geeky Girl Heather, who's in her 30s, can go after Princess Elizabeth 013, then I can go after Jinx if she's lying about me.
What a good faith manner of going about things, Jar. I guess this means the "it was a long time" argument doesn't apply to all your past racist comments and actions that you did as a grown-ass man. My friend Clown has a video coming out sometime in the future detailing the history of that whole fuck-ass community, and has plans to talk in detail about Jar's antics both in and regarding the situation long after. So I suggest you keep your eyes out for that. I'll definitely be promoting it. You guys kept your mouth shut about Faghost. You guys should have come forward about me sooner if you think I'm that bad. You kept your mouth shut about who you deem to be horrible people and let them run around with tens of thousands of subscribers. So either cut the shit and recognize that this is a dumbass line of thinking that you're only switching up on because your morals are entirely...
Apparently you don't have to bot your stream nowadays. Just piss someone off and they'll do it for you. Yeah. All they've done is help Diorio, and like, I don't know if Chud's still getting botted. I do find that... I think it was Chud or Nick who said it was really interesting that it was after the Dark Viper fight. Kind of interesting. I actually, to be fair, I know Queeman got botted. Queeman got botted as well.
Conditional based on how much they serve you, or shut the fuck up, stupid! Delete your account. So those are about the biggest situations I was interested in talking about that I felt I had the most to say on, and I'm glad to set the record straight on all the bullshit he's been spewing, especially about me and fucked up things that happened to me when I was a kid, so that's nice. Will Jar learn from this? Probably not.
Nope.
And I don't care. If I had to sum up this creator in just one word, it'd be embarrassing, because that's all Jar is and will ever be if he doesn't grow the fuck up and act his big age of 30. The best part is he's so brazen about puffing his chest all the time and presenting this fuck-ass Giga Chad image of himself. And I legitimately can't tell if it's out of pure delusion or if he thought he would never be caught, and I can't tell which is more embarrassing. Like him boasting about helping people like Mally's channel grow and taking responsibility for her no-
Yeah, hold on. Mally sent me more DMs, so I'm going to read these. Just a robot. Hey, could I do it? Hold on. Fuck it, I'll just bring it up. Hey, could I do a commentary therapy with you sometime? I'm doing a YouTube full-time now, and I want to get a boost where I can get it. Yeah, I can add you to my list, although I'm not sure if my little platform would boost you much. Mally was tiny at this time, by the way. Just a robot. Every little bit helps, and I think I need it. Mally is like, this is like me going to Morale. This is like me going to Morale or some other fucking... It's like me going to Dickers. It's like me going to Dickers and being like, hey, Dickers, can I be on your stream? Every little bit helps. Do you really think that anybody who's ever going to watch Dickers, like, in his current size or anything else, doesn't know who the fuck I am already? Like, hasn't actually formed an opinion on me? It's so fucking dumb. Jesus. Like, this is just... It's just... completely childish behavior. Like it's this need for any kind of attention. Every single, like, actually, fuck it, you can give this to Jar. Every single viewer matters to him because like he just needs more and more. There's a YouTuber I really like called Aton Yi. Where is that Aton Yi? Something like that. He's like a he's like a history YouTuber, but he said when he got to like 300,000 subscribers, he suddenly, he was like, oh, well, that's such a good target. And then he was like, but then I want more. Rags, I'll give you therapy. Dude, anytime you want to give me therapy. Hit me up. I'll lie on a couch. That'd actually be insane content. Okay, therapy from Rags.
Notoriety, while conveniently forgetting that just a few months prior he was begging to be let onto her podcast because his numbers were down and he needed a boost.
Oh, she just brought it up.
Him
Fuck.
admitting to getting fired from jobs because he can't help making cock jokes to the women in his workplace, all while continuing to be an absolute weirdo to practically any woman cursed by his presence. Embarrassing. Him crying about how others should have come forward years sooner if they...
What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck is Copilot? Fuck is this? What the
few
fuck?
months prior, he was begging to be let onto her podcast because his number...
Why? You will use Copilot. You will? I don't even know how that came up. There's no button for it or anything. How the fuck did that happen? Do you need Copilot right now? Do you need to... Is it because I said therapy and Copilot was like, here's my in. He needs someone to talk to. It could be Copilot.
Numbers were down and he needed a boost. Embarrassing. Him admitting to getting fired from jobs because he can't help making cock jokes to the women in his workplace, all while continuing to be
Xbox
an
off.
absolute weirdo to practically any woman cursed by his presence. Embarrassing. Him crying about how others should have come forward years sooner if they actually believed the things he did and said to them held any merit for condemnation, all while having a 2-part video series detailing wrongs done to him by creators from almost a decade prior, including an argument he had with a then 17-year-old that he still hasn't gotten over. Embarrassing.
Fuck, you said that now, and I've got the fucking a CAD comic stuck in my head. Hold on, I need to go and try and find it.
Him trying to present himself as this bold, intimidating figure that people are too scared to debate when he can't even handle calls with other people without having his roommate White Knight for him the entire time. Embarrassing! And, of course, how could I forget? Him admitting that he chose to solve his insomnia by having sleepy time calls with a woman facing predator allegations, effectively drifting off to dreamland via groomer ASMR, who he also joked about his cock with. What can I say except say it with...
Wait, what?
Allegation. Insomnia by having sleepy time calls with a woman facing predator allegations.
Okay, Cinny, okay, I'm with you.
Effectively drifting off to dreamland via groomer ASMR, who he...
Groomer ASMR. He sent that cock joke to fucking everybody. To be fair to him, but like... women a lot. Where's the fucking sound clip of him saying that's a nice pussy? Jesus. Actually, he addresses this, and he's like, well, it's in reference to the picture of the cat. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's so weird. It's so weird, bro.
Also joked about his cock with. What can I say except say it with me now? Embarrassing! It seriously makes me wonder how the fuck he lasted this long. And then I remember what would happen literally anytime the dumb fuck got criticized. I know it's kind of a meme to see his behavior and imagine that his roommate and girlfriend are just imaginary friends because there's no way real people could put up with him, or that if they are real, everyone feels bad for them because they must be trapped. But I actually have a much more cynical view of these two, that being that they're enablers. Firstly, we have Professor Dreadlocks, Mr. My Roommate Loves Debating, as proclaimed by Jar. Your roommate is stupid and annoying. Shut
Bro sleep calls with everyone except his own GF. Yeah, the sleepy time calls are like insane. I don't I don't get this shit. Like, Jar is somebody, I knew somebody at university who was terrified of being alone. Like, they couldn't deal with being on their own. Like, if they were sat in their, like, fucking dorm or whatever, they had to go and fucking hang out with people. And Jar reminds me of that. He's somebody terrified of his own thoughts. Also, I have more screenshots. I don't think this one's in the video as well. Once I get my big YouTube check on the 21st, can I join your Minecraft world? You mean Into the Simp, SMP? Also, I think you sent me notes for your editor, XD. Oh, sorry, lol. How's your video coming along? She doesn't even respond. She's just like, I'm never going to let you into my Minecraft world, Jar. Like, it's got that Bo Blacks feel. What about Among Us? You didn't even let us play. Can't we play Among Us together?
Shut up. Sorry, just had to throw that out there. Dreadlock is the physical embodiment of trying to reach the word count on an essay with the help of thesaurus.com. All with the attitude of, actually, and that's why absolutely no one I've spoken to likes him in the slightest. Professor Token is not an innocent party by any means and has contributed to Jar's antics behind the scenes several times. And while his girlfriend has no public platform or alias, need I remind everyone that Jar claimed in his original Cine video before all the backlash started that his roommate and girlfriend both agreed with the horrendous points made in it, and only didn't want him to upload it because they didn't want him to fight for so long like he did in all those other dramas that he's won. So yeah, that's where I stand. Time and time again, I have seen this man get coddled for his dumbass actions by not only his audience, but his friends, basically all of which at this point
Yeah, Dread's insufferable. Like, lots of people enable the creators around them. Like, I don't think this is a controversial take either. I think it's pretty common for, like, your friends to enable that bad behaviors because it's how they've been reinforced in the home, if you like. I think also audiences reinforce bad behaviors in creators. It's why I value having people around who fucking hate my guts. I think you get a good balance because there are members of my audience who will just glaze me and just be like, Beckett, whatever you say is based. There aren't many of them, but they do exist. Okay. I think, you know, there's a couple of people, and this, you know, I'm in this fucking fight with Westside Tyler, and I know there are people in his audience who are also in mine, and depending on who they're watching, they're like, Beckett sucks or Tyler sucks, and I think that's based. I don't just want endless approval. I want to be able to see, like, you know, chat doesn't really give a shit most of the time. And I think people should be honest about the fact that they're mercenary. This has been a massive tangent, but I've been going for like 5.5 hours, and it is 7:30 in the morning or whatever, so bear with me. I think the girlfriend is a schizophrenic embodiment of his self-awareness and consciousness, or is locked in the basement, and you cannot change my mind. Jesus. Yeah, probably true. Sure, call me out like that, bro. Bullies has been around for ages every now and again, and I love when he does that. It's great.
have wisened up and dropped him. Every single time I would see the refrain of, I don't think Jar's a bad person,
True.
I just think he's ignorant. And my response to that is, I don't fucking care. And the excuse for ignorance has long since run dry on its deserved merit. I would understand if Jar was a lot younger, like a decade younger, or if these were rare or first-time occurrences, but Jar is in trouble for saying dumb shit all the fucking time, and every time he's had ignorance, autism, and dyslexia to fall back on like it's his holy trinity of excuses. None of the aforementioned are excuses for the harm he causes, for the misinformation he spreads, for the narratives he twists,
hold
especially
on.
not-
Is the GF Mama JF? Fucking could you imagine? Nah, but she will probably end up in the walls, much like Mama JF, who's definitely in the walls, because JF, in my opinion, and this is unconfirmed, an allegation, you can't sue me, is in the walls. Fuck it, JF ate her. Saint Assault with 2 months. Hey, why won't you love us when we support you? How much verbal abuse do you need to endure? A lot. Okay, listen. I am an arrogant fucking asshole with an out of control ego. Please do not feed it.
not this far into the game. Being a commentary YouTuber is 90% research and reading. Both are integral to this path that was apparently Jar's
No, that's not true. Julie's based, but that's not true. 90%, listen, this is about 10% research and reading and 9% saying funny, witty things at the right time and fucking shouting, okay? Like, or if you don't have a personality, replace it with a VTuber. Sapient Pear Word, for the 7 month, thank you. Mama Potato is in a field somewhere, very true.
Inspiration for a full-time job. If you're not responsible enough at your big age to handle your platform with the bare minimum amount of care and due diligence...
Oh, okay, I've got one more. I've got one more to show you. This is how Jar approached Mally for the first time. Are you who I think you are? The YouTuber? The YouTuber. That sounds ominous, but yeah. It's Mally Malware. I don't know why I said a name like that. Sorry for the out of the blue friend request. I was going to ask a question about some old drama with the joy of hindsight, but ended up changing my mind and getting it out of my system, so I didn't end up saying anything. Okay. Want to VC? First interaction. Hey, so you friend requested me randomly? Want to get into VC? Isn't that interesting that later on he'd be like, hey, want to come to my hotel room? You know, off chance, JK. I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to go to bed, but my thoughts are really dark before I go to bed. Talking to new people makes me happier. You can say no. What? What? Hey, do you want to talk to me? I have dark thoughts. Save me from my dark thoughts. Do you want to have a conversation? Took me a little off guard there, not gonna lie. I'm working at the moment though, so just poor timing due to time zones. But are you okay, man? Dark thoughts and all. Oh, fuck me. Oh, God. Mally. Mally. Oh, fuck. Mally, I'm tweeting these out. Oh, holy fuck. That's so funny. I have dark thoughts before I sleep. Help me. I want to black out. Holy fuck.
then you shouldn't fucking have one. As a friend of mine once said to you at the wise age of 17, you're a grown-ass man. It's time to act like it and take some accountability for the heaving car wreck in flames you've become. TLDR, be better or fuck off and delete your account.
As a fan, please get into an unwinnable Saw game. Hope this fills your quota. Thank you, Infamous. Thank you for the 5. Much appreciated.
Wow, okay. That was fun. Shitting on Jar, while infuriating because you're forced to think about how stupid he and his actions are, is always a good time. But as with all good things, too much of it is a bad thing. So this is probably it for me on Jar Talk, unless he comes out and says some more truly stupid things about me or situations I was involved in. But until then, and speaking of truly, I would say catch me on the new channel, and you should. But before I get back to posting over there, as I said in the beginning, I have one final video to make here on Nezzy Monster. Yeah, it's about time I make a video detailing all that they have done.
Okay, that was a legitimate reaction. I had no idea that Chuli is doing a video on Nezzy. Listen, okay, there are points in this video where I obviously like disagree a little bit with Chuli, but this video has been fucking based. I cannot wait to see her takes on Nezzy Monster. I think that's going to be a fucking banging video. Subscribe to Chuli. I will link the video in chat. That's fucking awesome. Nezzy Monster, like, absolutely deserves talking about. That's gonna be so fucking good. His dark thoughts were mostly guilt over the Peaches drama. His dark thoughts were mostly guilt over... Hold on. Fuck, I need to screenshot that, Mally. That's fucking funny. That's really funny. Okay, let's go in the tweet.
Fun to mostly me, but other people they've heard as well. So, if you're interested, stay tuned to see how they befriended my abuser, Faghost, long after their actions were exposed and toyed with them about coming back to their platform, and then tried to paint me as an evil, jealous ex when my Heaton video came out because they're currently dating my ex-boyfriend. And more things to come. It's gonna be a ride, so strap in. Until then, which will hopefully be very soon, have a good day, everyone.
Really, this video is great. For when you see this afterwards, this video is great. This is a fucking banging job. Well done. Like, actually well done. That was fucking... I really enjoyed that. I thought it was really good. I think it was exactly what it needed to be. Oh, fuck. Cryo has it with a 10. Jesus, no jar. Asking for a VC in the first interaction is a no-go. How about trying to be friends first? Oops, too late, Nezzy Monster. I haven't heard that name since Akumu, yeah. Oh, fucking hell. It also kind of ties into the whole VC argument over the VidCon. I was much softer back then. Yeah, that's fair. Jar is very autistic and socially awkward with no filter, which means the commentary community is the absolute worst place for him to be, but that's where he chooses to remain. Yeah, I mean, he's like tried to move over to it. I don't know if you saw, Rags. When he was at VidCon, he took a picture with Turkey Tom and he was sending this to people in art commentary. He was like, "This is me with Turkey Tom." He talks about him all the time. Lanza, Fagos, Lamau, all the ArtCC denizens are coming out again. You all need God. True, Lanza. This has been fucking... Listen, I really enjoyed this. This is like the palate cleanser I fucking needed. Thank you all for bearing with me, for those of you who did, through like me talking about the Destiny shit. I really am sick of talking about it. I really don't want to cover it again. I don't want to go over it again. I think I'm good. I think I've answered all the questions. Teddy with the 5. Someone needs to convince Jar to write a book so you can stream reading it. I would totally fucking do that. Because Turkey Tom used to be an ACC tuber. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, okay. I know that Akumu's video is coming out. I know that Akumu's video is coming out. In fact, it might be out already. It might have come out while I'm streaming. Okay, it's not out yet. I don't even know if Akumu's awake. Let me ask him. I listen, I've DM'd Akumu. I want to find out if this is out. But we might do a call with him if he's down for it. Because I want to talk to him briefly before I start going over this. Because once this is out, I'm going to be doing. I'll have to do his video in sections. I happen to know roughly how long it is. It will take me sections. But I want to talk about the FCK as the next ACC thing we do. Okay, it's probably going to be the next stream I do. There's currently no notification. Because I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. I have wanted to talk about the FCK stuff. It's going to be fucking great. I'm really excited for it. I really want to promote the fuck out of it. I want to help Akumu tell the story of the FCK, the Fruitcake server, because we have been waiting for this for like a year now to really talk about this fucking thing. In fact, this whole thing, the like FCK stuff, like this all happened like 3 years ago, but like the lead up to it, it was started in February last year, guys. February last year. We have waited for this. I am fucking so excited. Okay? It's gonna be, listen, bits of it will be a slog, but it will be worth it. I know absolutely nothing about it. By the way, by the end, I expect to know basically everything about it, okay? Especially from what I've been told. So yeah, I think it'll be really fucking good. I think it'll be some great fucking content. I remember the server started because of the Madame drama. Well, we're gonna learn all about it eventually. Beckett, you have been talking about this so long. I remember it in the days you were still doing panels. Yeah, actually, that is true. I was still doing panels occasionally when this came up. The FCK was about during the Toby drama. Yeah. It was about, well, it's a cool part of the Toby drama. I was about to say, I've been hearing about that server since I first started listening. Yeah, we're coming full circle. Yeah, it started in 2019 as a server where they plotted against Madame. I'm just waiting for him to. I'm waiting for him to give me a yes or no. I can't spell. That's definitely not how you spell excited. Madame was a Leafy-like commentary channel that scammed a 15-year-old named Slimmers. This led to the server being made. God, yeah, the whole drama is so autistic. It's incredible. It's just incredible back-to-back content. Definitely started listening here when the FCK stuff became relevant. Yeah, I know. Listen, like the ACC stuff is very much where a lot of like my audience build came from. And then I've slowly pulled you guys into other content. It's how you cultivate. It's how you cultivate. By the way, the Discord link is now in the description, or it should be anyway. You can join the Discord, and then you can @ me in it, and I will ignore you. Oh, fucking hell. But yes, the Discord community is largely people posting about their fucking hobbies. I'll be honest. It's people talking about Gundams. We've got one guy who's a marine biologist who loves talking about fish, and a lot of art people drawing art, okay? While I wait for Akumu to get back to me, has anyone got any final thoughts? I listen, I feel like the jar stuff at the end is a bit of a palate cleanser for me anyway. But yeah, oh god, yeah. I'm really pleased for Chuli. I think she deserves more subs. And that video deserves a lot more views. Oh my god. I just got sent something else. It's fucking crazy. Never ending insanity. This stream's been a laugh. I fucking listen. Just the DMs. Don't forget. It is to like and subscribe and all that good shit. Is it open to members or everyone or members only? There is a members section. If you become a member, if you become a seeding member, you get access to my inbox and you can actually send me content to cover. But yeah, the Discord's open to anyone. Anyone can join the Discord. There's like no horny posting, no gooning, no being weird. Be normal. Be normal. Please be normal. That's all I ask. Please be fucking normal and don't give me don't give me a Discord that's gonna cause me drama or I'll have to like fucking answer for any of you freaks. Okay? It's very simple rules. Oh.
I've provided one final image that I think is safe to share without airing his dark thoughts. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay, let's do that. Where is it? Let's see this one. One final jar screenshot. I'm just gonna read it to you. I'm not gonna move myself. Just a robot. I passed out after sending that last one. The sun is up. I'm happy now. Maybe I will move myself. Fucking hell. I'm happy now. When would you like to VC? Well, I'm in town right now, so that's off the table. But to be honest, I'm not sure what we talk about in VC. It's just your preferred chatting thing or something. I get misstated over text a lot, but I also just really want to talk to you. What? What? Mally, what did you do to this? What was his I need to talk to Mally Malware. I need to have a conversation with Mally. Listen, he saw your fucking PFP and was like, oh, I need to talk to this weird fucking pixie-like lady. Okay, she's clearly a Tinkerbell-like character. Fair enough. Personally, I'm a bit of a social wreck, so VC spooks me a little. Not opposed to chatting to you, just feels like a pretty hefty leap for the first convo. Would you be comfortable chatting on a public Discord or something to begin with instead? This sounds like somebody, hey, like, can we, like, not meet at your house? Do you want to meet at a cafe? Do you near a police station? Sure, we can do that. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. Sorry, I'll read what he intends. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I remember the good old days when people used voices to talk. I'm not very good at reading or spelling. I'm more of a math guy. I came to learn that no one really knows anyone. We are all animals pretending we are something. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Something more. We do things no other animal has done. We create things to make us happy and for life to be better. But I feel like we are not meant to do what we are doing. What is the right thing to do? We do not know, but we act like we do. And in trying to do the right thing, we hurt people. God, these fucking messages are like brutal foreshadowing, aren't they? So is the dyslexia another excuse for Jar to crowbar himself into calls with women? It feels that way, doesn't it? I'm dyslexic. As anyone who reads my tweets will know, I am very fucking dyslexic. Actually, fuck. You should see my emails. You should see my work emails, guys. Holy fuck. I once sent an email that was such an incomprehensible mess to somebody. A manager actually phoned me and said, Beckett, listen, I know you're busy. I know you are busy, but can you please for the love of God, just explain what the hell this sentence means? And then I explained it. I explained the full technical stuff I was talking about, and the manager went, do you know what? That actually didn't help. I have run my comments through like Chat GPT to dumb them down when I'm talking about technical stuff, because dyslexic or not, I'm just I cannot, do you know what? Part of it is the fact that I don't want to. I just want to be left alone. I don't want to explain myself. But absolutely, I am fucking terrible with spelling and grammar and comprehension shit. It's not my bag. It's not my bag. Okay. Let me communicate through spreadsheet. I get it. I get it to an extent with Jar. You wanna talk as a dyslexic person because it's easier to be understood and get your tone across in voice. But I don't know. Instant VC? Little weird. Look, we've all sent some unfortunate first messages in our time, and mine haunt me at night, but most of us know to slink away in shame. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking sometimes the Riz just doesn't, sometimes you just can't Riz, and then you accept your fate. You accept your Rizless fate. I think Akumu has abandoned me.
Okay. Okay, as I type. I'm like, I'm not going to pressure him. So, how do you feel about the phrase, you are not an expert if you cannot explain your field to an idiot and they understand? Okay. I absolutely can explain technical things to non-technical people. But it is effort, and I choose not to do it, because if I did, my manager would drag me into client meetings. So it is very much, one of those things where if somebody gives you a job and you don't want to do it badly. Actually, I had to go with an engineer to meet somebody. And this person, non-technical person. There was no one around whose specialization is talking to clients and doing like the middle ground stuff. And I had a conversation with this person, and afterwards the engineer turned to me and was like, "You sound like a different human being." It's actually creepy. Please don't do that again. So I was super calm, super patient. I'm fully capable. I just don't want to do it. Because dealing with clients is hard. Especially non-technical clients. It's not my bag. It's not fun, and I don't get paid for it. So it's not my monkey, not my circus. Very simple. Okay. Weaponized incompetence. Like, everyone reaches this point in their life where there are certain jobs you just don't want to be given. So, I mean, there are other things like somebody wanted me to. This is going back a few years now, but somebody asked me to write an email to somebody. They were a manager for like a separate department, and I was somehow involved because like an opinion was being sought from my department. So the whole fucking thing. And they tried to get me to redraft this email like 3 fucking times because they were really pedantic, and I just went, listen, we're not in the same. I don't work for you. Essentially, I don't actually work for you. I'm kind of being nice here. If you don't like it, get someone else to write it. The information's all there, but I'm not drafting this again. And they went to my manager. They were like, that's a very rude thing to say. And my manager was like, yeah, it is. I'll speak to him. But also, he's right. And you can't make him redraft it. And I was like, I refuse. Listen, if you want to lean over my shoulder and try and get me to write something, just write it yourself. Like, what the fuck are you doing? In the time it's taken you to email me back and forward about things you're not happy about, you could have just done it yourself. I don't fucking know. That's how I see it. Fuck it. I'm not getting paid extra to help you, so. Yeah, try explaining I have no idea how to pronounce that. To someone with a bad American high school biology education as their foundation, it cannot be done simply. Yeah. Like, look, this is why I like ChatGPT for stuff like this. You just throw it in ChatGPT and you go, explain this in the most layperson way possible. Let's say, yeah, that's fine. Fuck it. That works. That works. That works. But yeah. Okay. I don't think we're going to be joined by Akumu, but I am expecting this video out. So I will sleep, and then when it's out, I'll give it a bit of time, but I will probably go live tomorrow and we will start talking about it. Okay. I am very, hold on. Okay, hold on. We're actually going to wait. Okay. Okay, we are going to wait. We are going to wait because that's how much excitement I have. So if you would like to stick around through me fucking yapping about random shit for a bit, then we can. We will talk to Akumu, okay? I will hold on and I will talk about random shit. You guys are gonna have to give me topics though. Chat, it's gonna be a group effort. It's gonna be a group effort to keep this stream going, okay?
Becca, I'm going on strike if you bring politics up again unless it's funny. Yeah, listen, I get it. Believe me, I fucking get it. I'm actually going to like so there was some other politics content I wanted to cover, like from like drama from that community. I'm actually going to kill all of it. I'm not doing any more of it, okay? Until we have got like a decent distance from the Destiny stuff. I'm going to basically kill that content bracket for myself. Because I'm sick of it. I know you guys are too. I am sadly morally against AI, so I won't ever be using it, even though my therapist has advised me to use the easy way sometimes when my brain's just against me. Yeah, like, I'm not a great fan of AI. I'm not a great fan of AI, but if it makes my life easier with certain things, very specific things, I'll use it. But, guess Prison Mate Luke was right about Jar. I have no idea what Prison Mate Luke said about Jar, but I'll take your word for it. Also, you can't say I never do anything nice for you after the content I sent you today. Mally, I would never say you never do anything nice for me. I think Mally's become a decent buddy in this space. It's always nice. I like making new friends. I like making new friends and chatting to people. I'm just a little guy talking to people. And listen, I need to get less involved in shit, but yeah, that's where we are. Tell us about hyperfixation. I think I've talked about all my insane hyperfixations, other than like my work ones. And I'm always, because one day I'll go off on a tangent about the thing at work that I really fucking care about, and people will be like, well, can work out what Beckett does now. I'll dox myself. You could always show us Mally's stuffed animal voice. No. Mally does need to send me stuff though, but no. Mally needs to listen. If Mally doesn't send me the video that she promised, then I will. Then I'll show you. Okay. I like the VTuber. Do you know what? The VTuber's really fucking grown on me. I think it's good, and I think it's actually better viewer retention than me being on cam. Like, I think people really like the VTuber. I think I'm going to use it an awful lot, actually. I think I haven't been utilizing it enough. But I think I've got like it in a comfortable angle where its mouth doesn't always move perfectly, but its eyes do, and it's pretty expressive. So I know Mishi wants to do some work for it, so I'll get, like, once she's updated and everything, we'll run with that. The way I ran back to the computer to tell you to shut up, cool anime girl. I enjoy your streams enough that if I miss them, sometimes I'll watch over it in the background. Oh, that's spaced. Listen, I'm really fucking grateful to all of you who watch. Like, unironically. I love it. It's very... I didn't really ever think I would be in a position of, like, having, like, 150 viewers, let alone, like, fucking the amounts of numbers I pull. Which, you know, I'm not huge by any means, but... It matters. I appreciate you guys, okay? I'm hours behind. Present Sunday is a petty loser, and I think you shouldn't have collaborated or trusted him. But when you catch up with it here, like, listen, I get it. I get people's opinions around Sunday. But, you know, I'm not going to speak for him. And, I'll continue to challenge the things that I think are outright bollocks. My favorite part of the VTube is when it was eating the burger, should have put a clip art of food in front of it or something. Oh, I should do that. That's totally, yes, I should do that when I'm snacking. Oh, but if you do want embarrassing content, I can timestamp the story about me getting high at VidCon in B's video. That is also good. That's also pretty funny. Listen, I kind of want to see footage of the girls at VidCon now. Like, I want to see. I didn't realize it was out there, but now, I want to know. I love playing back your streams because you have an interesting cadence. You're always laughing and funny as fuck. I have reached many of your VODs multiple times, like the Dreadlock introduction. Well, I definitely appreciate that. Look, it's really cool to have people who watch back my content like when I'm not live. They're like, yes, I want to watch the backup VOD.
Not
Okay.
entirely sure if those are the types of parties I want to be attending, but that's fine. I hate mingling anyways. Thank Cthulhu for friends who aren't used to weed. Somewhat hilariously.
Okay. Fuck. Kumu's cucking the fucking Thunder video. We'll get back to this. We're gonna bring on the Zoomer. I'm excited. We're excited. Chat, you excited? I'm so excited. Okay. Fuck, you didn't pick up. Yes, there we go. Akumu!
Hello. Hi.
It has been too long, buddy. How you doing?
I mean, I'm chill.
Yeah?
Petting my cat.
What, like a fucking super villain?
Yeah. Like, what's his name from Austin Powers?
Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
So, when's your video out?
Well, its checks are complete. There's like one potential supposed ad suitability issue, so I have to like have them check over it. But it's yellow, so I don't really care. Like it's not red or anything. Not that big of a deal. I don't really care. So I'm thinking I'm gonna premiere it 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Oh, I feel bad. I feel like I can't stream snipe your premiere.
I mean, I could do it later, but it's Sunday, and you know, people usually like they work on Monday, and I don't want to like have people, you know, staying up or like think. I don't want to give people this idea. I think that they should stay up to watch my shit. Personally.
Oh, I know. No, I know what you mean. I'm more thinking the fact that I'm so excited to stream this, but I also want you to get the views from it. So I don't want to stream snipe your premiere and then steal viewers from you. So I kind of want you to get through your premiere before I start watching it. Premiere. Fuck, just as my computer freezes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my
I thought it
computer
was my
froze
Wi-Fi.
for a second. That like fucking died. That was totally on my side. Yeah, I don't want to stream snipe your premiere and then steal viewers from you, basically.
Okay, what about like I can maybe do it a little bit earlier, like 10 a.m., 11 a.m.?
No, I think you're good. Because it's going to be. So how long is the video?
Okay, so I posted the screenshot of it being like 8 hours long, 8 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I did not realize that as I was going through it, I kind of forgot two parts to put in there. I forgot to slip those things in, and it was the second twit longer that Nezzy made years back, and then the Laka Mocha Laka call. So I threw them in there, and it now totals at 9 hours and 6 minutes. Now it would have been like 10 hours if I didn't cut some stuff out. So I did
Okay,
cut some stuff.
I'm gonna have to do this in
I'll
sections
probably have to
anyway.
make a super cut. Yeah, it's ridiculously long, and
So-
it's repetitive in the sense that the same stuff seems to come up again and again.
So you're premiering this at like 12 p.m. EST.
Yeah.
Okay. So it will be done with the premiere by 9 p.m. EST.
Yeah. That's the idea.
Because I want to do it in sections.
The way you say it makes me feel like I'm picking a bad time.
No, you're not at all. I'm trying to like skip out. I'm wondering whether I should just let the whole thing like play and then stream about it on Monday.
If you don't stream about it during it, I can pop up to the stream afterwards, or like to a later stream, because you're gonna do it in pieces, if you'd like.
Oh, I absolutely would. I'd
But
love to talk to you about it. Yeah, fuck it. That's what we'll do then. Okay, so I'm not going to stream today. Guys. Well, Sunday. I'm not going to stream Sunday. I will start streaming about it on Monday, and we'll start going over it in pieces. Through the week. We'll go through the week with it, but if it's going to be a premiere, I want people in the premiere, basically. I want you guys, as many of you as possible, watching the premiere of this. Okay? I think that should be.
Oh,
I think
one
that should be
thing.
good.
I did reuse some clips from older videos. Well, not older videos, but videos that came out like last year. Some clips. I want to say like maybe in total, out of the 9 hours, maybe an hour and like 20, 30 minutes is possibly like that at most. At its worst, it's like an hour and 20, 30 minutes of older content. So the rest of it is all like new, fresh recorded stuff, and going over like the linear timeline, which heads up to everyone, if you plan on watching it, the first, without spoiling, first 4 or 5 hours is just 2 years alone. Okay, because those are like that's what sets everything else up, and the rest is just also set up, but not as important, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really good. I'm excited for you.
I hope no one's expecting music, because I had to be very careful with what I did use. So I only used like 3 or 4 songs at one point throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, I think that's
because the rest of
understandable.
the stuff doesn't work. YouTube doesn't like it.
Listen, I think it's nice to have an excuse to chat to you again, because you've been like so busy with this. You've been like, this is why I'm so excited. I know people like probably sat here like, why is Beckett so desperate? It's not because I'm desperate from the content, for like the content for things to cover for me. It's because I've been like hearing about this for ages. I like Akumu, and it's like you've been so busy with this, man. Like we haven't had a chance to like fucking link up on any content for ages. Just sucked.
Yeah, it's life has had a lot of ups and downs lately, and then on my free time just trying to like get this done, and there was some storage problems initially. It was I think because I have a micro SD. I have a couple of them. I don't have a big storage thing because for some reason I decided years ago to use that for my PlayStation. I don't know why, but I did. So there was some storage issues a little bit that prevented it, and then like a lot of indecisive stuff. So like, behind the scenes in my free time, I'm just sitting there like thinking, should I cut this? Should I leave that in? It's I've never made a video this long. I want everyone to know that now. I have never, and I won't ever be doing this again. But it's something. It's something.
Yeah. Dude, what do you... Okay. This is maybe an insane question because it hasn't even come out yet. What are you going to do now?
I have some stuff lined up already.
I feel like I'm asking somebody like what they're going to do, like they've ended their career. Like you've like you've spent so long on this, man. And I know more's to come out. Okay, can I ask you questions about the video before it's even come out?
Yeah, I can't guarantee answers.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Because I want to avoid spoilers, but I will try. Yeah.
Do you talk about Nezzy?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. Very much. It is a reoccurring gag.
Do you? Okay. Do you? Is there anything in it you think will really surprise people?
A couple of things. A couple of things, and some of the things I threw in there are simply for irony's sake. Other things, I think, for example, I've been the few times me and Lyle have sort of, I guess, chatted through voice messages. I was like, I really hope you watch my coverage of the 2023 Senate call with me and Nezzy Monster, because once it's put into perspective with the timeline and then the connections that I make at a certain point, It really shows that the whole memory excuse is like just about a complete facade. So there's that I can finally, pinpoint exact evidence for why it's bullshit. There's a couple other things, but I don't want to spoil it. I don't. But yeah, there are some things that might be surprising for people.
Is there anything now it's done that you looked back on and you were like, oh fuck, I regret doing that?
Oh yeah, a lot. There's actually early into the video, I won't get into the specifics, but early into the video, there's one of the things that I talk about that I regret doing. There's certain DMs, the way I went about it, and you'll actually hear me cringe and laugh at myself a little bit, because it was many of the times a little over the top, definitely pretentious. I can definitely concede to the people that said that I was pretentious back then. I was definitely pretentious. So the way I went about things, definitely. Specific DMs would probably be DMs with either Mad Libs or Xena especially. I mean, the ones with Nezzy are funny. So at least like I like those ones solely because of the fact that they're funny and whatnot. But the ones with Xena, Mad Libs, and even Fuchsia Butter.
Are we going to talk about ZZ?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Finally,
yes,
because I haven't been able to. So because I've obviously heard from you and other people far more about that than I think is general public knowledge, and I've sort of been biting my tongue about it for like probably 2 maybe more months now. So yeah, I'm kind of pretty excited to actually talk about this shit. Actually longer, probably about 3 or 4, because I think that's like massively overlooked. Do you think that knowing what you do with other people and like how things have unfolded, that this this video is going to have sort of like the final impact on the people? Because there's so many people that have just walked away from the FCK stuff, walked away from the Lio and Peaches drama, walked away from everything else, and kind of gone, I don't know, for example, I don't know, I'll become a VTuber.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a lot of them from that community, because I want to note this too, so that people don't get confused. The FCK Maxim, it is about the FCK predominantly, but I do get into the surrounding 2 communities that have sort of, because they want to talk about enabling so much, like with the Lio calls, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And the SCC particularly love to throw that word around. So to be a little petty, I included a little bit of what the overall audience was doing while watching these people, and what I was dealing with at 16 and 17 from a community that said that was bad. I sprinkled in a little bit of it. I want to say, like, out of the folder that I have dedicated to just the shit that I dealt with, I want to say like 30% of it, which you might find hard to believe, but I swear on my stream afterwards, I can go through even more. So it's more so a video that sort of talks about the FCK, but also how the FCK affected the surrounding 2 communities as well. I sprinkle in a little bit of that, and also just my grievances with those 2 communities as a whole because of the FCK situation and what they were doing. And I think the reason why so many of them are flocking to the VTubing communities, because I state, I won't quote myself here, but I talk about it a little bit in the sense that they know that they've like killed their community with the things that they've cultivated in it, and that there isn't much of it left, let alone much what's the term? Grace for that community in particular. So it's better to just run off. And for example, it's not just like some of the FCK members that have ran off to the VTubing community. Some of the people that were around the FCK, or I want to say orbiters of the FCK, years ago, they were like, plotting up videos that they never ended up making on me. But even they too have dropped their names and ran off to the VTubing community. So I think it's just because the VTubing community also includes art, it's a little familiar. And it's easy to just sort of
it's kind of like how
and...
Toon Critic ran off to the furry community, right? Like you kind of run to like adjacent media types, and the VTubing community is very adjacent. And And I've noticed as well, like I think like ACC people like when I use this little VTuber. I think people really enjoy that. Because it kind of makes sense. Whereas if I was covering like normal commentary stuff, the VTuber, I'm going to try and do this more, but I think I'll get more pushback of like, why the fuck are you a VTuber? And occasionally, commentary people are like, what the fuck are you doing? I think Chud says this. He's like, what the fuck is this?
I think they like it because the art people are used to art being a stand-in for an individual, and so the VTubing aspect is like literally moving art, so that's why they like it, and I don't really see the issue with that. I think it's also funny because like when you're talking about serious stuff and you got this like little avatar talking about it and moving his head around with the hair, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think I think that works quite well. It all sort of like fits together for them, but I think also drama's going to follow people, right?
Yeah, I talk about that too in the sense, and I'm not mad about that or even sort of against that in the sense because these people wanted all the stuff that they accused me of to follow me, and they made sure of that. They made sure that's actually one of the reasons I made the series was because I said, tweets, videos, even streams, that if they didn't leave it be, I was just going to do a retrospective series and then go over everything that that had actually happened. And it did follow me for years on end. So I think it's completely fair if I'm still going to be levied with those false claims and misconceptions that the truth ends up following them and what they were involved with. I think that's fine. I think they only have an issue with it now because the shit that they did that they thought was just going to, I guess, stagnate and collect dust, is now becoming more publicly known.
Yeah. When it's them, it's a different story, right?
Yeah.
So Vlad said you'd spoken quite a lot to him about this. Is that like? Have you kind of chatted to? I know we've spoken a couple of times about this. Is there anyone you're like particularly grateful to? Like, this sounds like a weird question, but is like there anyone you're like, oh fuck, I'm glad someone pointed this shit out to me? Just so if it's terrible, we know who to blame.
I think there's going to be ups and downs with it. And I tried to cut some stuff out, but I didn't know what to cut. Like, there's this reoccurring thing that you all will see, without spoiling too much, of me trying to give as much context as possible because these people love to accuse me of leaving things out or saying that I'm not providing the context. A perfect example that would be Junkie. So maybe I include there's probably a couple of parts where I include too many details, simply for the sake of not being accused of leaving it or hiding it out, because also Ponder did that. So maybe I overindulge in a couple of parts, but for the most part, I think it'll hit the nail on the head and sort of summarize all of my grievances with everything across the board, and the fact that like all this stuff with the FCK was like not remotely acknowledged at all, which is asinine because if I had done the things that they did, or if anyone else had done the things that they did, they would have, and they did talk about other people doing shit on that same level. But for some reason, there's different treatment at play. But I want to say there are a couple of people I am definitely grateful for that have pointed things out and also like helped the series. A lot of people throughout the years, the last 4 or 5 years, have contributed a good portion to the evidence that I have. So it's not like I went and gathered absolutely everything, and I don't want people walking away from the video saying that. Some people didn't want to be credited and don't want to be. So I'm not going to like do an entire thing, but there are people behind the scenes that have helped out, and even like Inla, who helped read some stuff for me. So there are some people I'm grateful to for helping me out with this.
That's super base, man. It's like, yeah, I'm happy for you. I feel like as I say, I started to go, what's next? Kind of, before you even released it. But yeah, I think you're somebody who I've said a few times. I think you've got a good tone, good cadence. And like, I want to see more cool stuff from you. I've always said that about you. So,
I
and,
think-
and now this is done, I can drag you into more streams and get you involved in more random dramas. That'd be fun.
It's I don't think cathartic is the word, but it's nice to one actually have my side heard out, and secondly, just to be able to keep my promise and then move on and then just do whatever. And what I'm planning on, maybe some people won't like this, but I plan on dabbling a little bit into I guess like not too much, okay? Because I know some people don't like weeb slop, okay? But a little bit into like not review videos, but just opinionated videos about media, a little bit, only a little bit. And then other stuff I want to talk about, like some crazy, weird online deep dives I've got sort of structured and laid out. And a couple of people in the community I maybe have shown and talked to about it a little bit, so they know what I'm referring to. But I don't. But I do have things lined up afterwards that are.
Are you
not
planning
drama
your
content.
Are you planning your own after stream?
Yes, I am planning my own
Okay.
after stream. Yeah.
Based.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yeah. So I think Monday works for me to start covering it then, if that's okay with you, if that's enough time.
Yeah, that's fine. I think, and I don't want anyone to like think that they need to watch the video in one go, because it drove me insane. Like, not literally, but you know what I mean. Like, it was nuts editing the thing, and it's 9 hours long. Not a whole lot of music, a lot of yap. So just don't feel like you have to watch it, a large portion of it either. Take your time with it. Dissect it if you want. But
Well, I think this is
don't-
one of the reasons that I'm kind of excited to stream it, because I think people will see a 9-hour stream, and that's a lot to take in. And like, again, I'm not an XQC type reaction streamer. I'm not like just sat here going, "Wow, chat, that's fucking crazy." I want to start pulling bits of this apart. Obviously, I know stuff from behind the scenes. So I wanted to do that for a while. And I've got my own takes on this shit as well. And I think a video like yours, the one from Thuman, that I will come out at some point, because I constantly
hyped for
pester
that
about
one.
it. Yeah, me too.
I think her video focuses more on the FCK server, and so I'm excited to see what she has to say about it, because hey, more people talking about it is a positive, and B, I'm willing to bet there are things that none of us have noticed about it that'll come out with that. I'm hoping that's the case. I haven't seen it. I'm hoping it comes out this month. Fingers crossed, because it'd be dope if it came out this month. It would be great.
Yeah, I'll keep annoying her and be like, please release the fucking video. Well, I've been promised some calls as well from it, so I kind of want it, because I want to go over the raw. But yeah, I want to start pulling things apart. You seem to have included a lot of the calls, which I think it will be good for me. But yeah, I think it'll be a week of streaming.
Timestamps and like calls and stuff. Now there are some things I couldn't include, like for example the call that Nezzy Monster, Doodle Tones, Ellie had with Teddy. That call, there's a recording of it, and I do have testimony from 2 people, one who has seen it, one who was in it. But I couldn't share clips of that, unfortunately. I'm hoping at some point, it's decided that it can become public, but stuff like that, it is what it is. But I did include. I noticed because I was watching the video and I realized, okay, I left out the Locke call. I'm gonna need to include that, because there's some certain parts that I think really hit home. A, why this was overlooked, and why it was ignored when I was talking about it, and B, the excuses. But if I get more into that, I'll spoil. So you guys will see what I mean.
So I guess my last question for you is a Lio question. Does Lio know what's in this video?
He knows only the parts that I've told him about, which is like, I want him to definitely see the my take on the 2023 Senate call. Now I condensed it, because instead of doing a fucking 2-hour video, 2 or 3-hour video like I did before, I was like, why don't I condense it to just the important things that are remotely relevant to the timeline and anything to do with the FCK or me. So I kept that in there, and I'm hoping he watches that and sees what I mean when I'm talking about the whole memory being an excuse thing. So he knows about that. He knows about. Now, I didn't include a whole lot of him because ultimately a lot of people seem to have this misconception, and maybe that's my fault. I didn't do enough clarification. But I have seen some people claiming that he was in the FCK server. And even though I know I've stated he was not on the FCK server, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to include a little bit less of Lio in this, and I'll mention the parts that he contributed.
Well,
with.
it's more one of those things of do you think you need another conversation with Lio after all of this?
Not particularly. No, I don't.
Okay.
I think everything's sort of said and done, but I think because I tried to include him less because ultimately he's not that involved with the FCK. I mean, he did choose to get involved in that that brief thing that happened. I say brief, but it was like 7 months. So I try to include a bit less so people don't think that he is like a big component or a
Yeah,
big
it's like
reason
because
to
he's
blame.
he's not the real focal point, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was, and especially 2024 having to constantly talk about Lio's involvement in it because of what was going down. Hopefully now people can like at least not conflate him as being an FCK member. I've seen a couple of people do that.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I will let you go. We will probably talk more over the week. But I'm really fucking excited.
Let me know what you do and don't like about it, because again, I've never made a 9-hour video, and once it hit the 4-hour mark, I was like, oh my, this is because
Yeah, I think it's a really challenging thing because of like the topic, how long like this like spanned. I'll give you
and
my
all
thoughts.
the things I wanted to include as well.
Listen, I
Because
mean,
there was-
it could. I'm sure there will be points where I'm on stream where I'm going over this and we're like at hour 5 or something, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, Takumu, like.
Okay.
I'm sure
I
that
definitely
will
wanna
be
know what you
points.
can do better with.
Okay, but yeah, like I think generally you've been. I think the content you've put out previously has been pretty spot on. I think I think something this long can run away from a person. But also I know you've got a personal attachment to this, and I think because I want to hear everything, I want allowances for that. Basically, that's my personal opinion at the moment. Basically.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, and just let me know like what parts, because I might even do a supercut later. I might just to try and like condense it down
I
for
think
you
I
now.
said to you a while ago, like linking to the calls and just talking about
Yeah, that's what
stuff
I'm doing.
could be enough. So yeah, listen, if I think you need a supercut, I will tell you I think you need a supercut, and I will say that actually, even without seeing it, I think a supercut may be something you want to put together anyway, just because it's more consumable. Even if it's just supercuts of certain parts, if you're like, well, this bit, it has the setup, but now the story's out and most people know the setup, then you've got like a
Well, I
reference
made the
point
video, and maybe this is a bad idea, but I made the video from the sense of, because I went around asking people who've made videos like this a little bit, and they were like, well, one, you're going to want to explain everything in as much detail as if you're explaining it to someone that has no idea.
Well, I think
So
that's
it's like,
I
okay.
think that is true. I think that is true. I'd agree with that because
So I
you're
went with
dealing
that.
with certain things that people just will not have a reference point for because you're talking about stuff from 2019 points, So I agree with that.
Okay, because I kind of took that and I was like, okay, well then I'll do it from the perspective of no one knows about this, and try and include as much that's relevant to what I was either dealing with as a result of it, or particularly what the FCK were doing behind the scenes and publicly. I try and bounce between those two elements of okay, what were they doing at the time privately and publicly, and I include some things that will probably surprise, like what you asked before. I want to talk about it, but I can't because it's something I really want to point out. But I think other people will notice when I get to it.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. That sounds pretty solid. I'm excited. I can't wait. Okay, I'll let you go. We'll talk later in the week, okay, man?
Thanks for having me on.
Peace. Okay. Before we go, listen, always like having Akuma on. Always like having Akuma on. We will watch a bit of this because I'm interested now. I want to see these VidCon clips. I think Mally timestamped it for me. Okay. We'll go ahead a little bit from the fucking octopuses. But yes, I'm excited. I'm excited for Akumu's video. I'm very excited. Beckett, we are halfway through today's stream. No, listen, we're doing this. We're doing a bit of this. This is your palate cleanser, okay? Have a look at this.
I love this.
What is that, 8?
8. You have to draw 8.
I got scared. I like the crowd mentality. Instead of letting one person win, we're all dragging each other down.
Look, this is how things should be. This is how Uno is played.
So realistic. That's how the world is
With
You guys are total fucking nerds. Right.
Fuck. Most of the crew went shopping while we took a trip past copious amounts of California flora. Big boys. What? Big boys.
Look at them.
Look at them big boys. Spiky big boys. I will not hug you.
I timestamped it for you. This is where it came up for me.
Oh, that sun's killing this one. Sun's killing that one too.
Yeah. To a faux place where I lobotomized my drink.
You went too far. Where the fuck am I meant to be going? What the fuck am I?
I must destroy you. Have fun.
Give me a time. Give me a time, Ali. Tell me the time. Tell me the time. I went too far. Okay. I need to go back. Oh, okay. Is it here?
Wanted to go to that day. There were
39:45. Okay, hold on. Also, hold on, I want to see
still
this.
2 others that caught my eye, so into an Uber and off to VidCon I went. I attended the Everything You Learned at VidCon is Wrong and So Am I panel. What can I say? After some of the panels we'd been to, it just spoke to me. And then later met up with Streamline for a panel at the Creator Lab stage. Both of those I remember being pretty good. It was a good way to tie off the day. I had
Okay. 39:45.
ending, but that's fine. I hate mingling anyways. Thank Cthulhu for friends who aren't used to weed. Somewhat hilariously, Mally was trying to subtly indicate to me that she needed help, so she was actually sending me messages on Discord trying to get my attention. But unbeknownst to her, I didn't have Discord notifications set up on my phone at the time. So then she tries giving me a call only for stream to lean over, look at my caller ID, and go, "Hey Mally, why are you calling B? They're right here." At that point, Mally took me aside and explained her situation. As it turns out, before the party, Mally had taken an edible and was having a bit of a bad reaction. And so, as the resident stoner, I switched into mom mode. We excused ourselves from the party, headed back to the B&B, and snuggled up to watch Gravity Falls for the rest of the evening.
Oh my god. You guys are not... This happened at Turkey Tom's party. The edible hit too hard. You guys are not functioning adults. What the fuck?
Pro tip, guys, if you're not used to weed, don't start with edibles. Not only does it take longer for it to kick in, so it takes longer for you to know if you're having a bad reaction, they also last longer, and you're something like 60% more likely to have a bad trip, especially if you're not used to them. My tolerance level was a little intense at that time, so with their permission, I popped a couple of those same edibles. They were tasty. Then we chillaxed together, waiting for the bad trip to run its course, and watching
Fuck off, we lived. I am fucking... I do not like weed. Weed does not agree with me in any way. I do. Yeah, weed's not good. I've never been a stoner. Fuck. I don't know how people do that.
Gravity Falls to keep them comfy.
Hey,
Maybe
Gallagher,
an
how you
hour
doing,
or
bro?
two after we left, most of the other girls joined us. Apparently, the party wasn't that great. So we all got to sit around in our pajamas watching Gravity Falls, and Callie shared some shrimp with me from her seafood bowl. Yum. Our final vacation day at the B&B was
Okay, I will say this. I quite like the art. I quite like the art.
potential other context. I did aren't used to weed. Somewhat hilariously, Mally was trying to subtly
Better than that time I was in Amsterdam and wound up naked in a bathroom without my passport. There's my random Mally law for the day. Fucking what? What? I have a life outside sometimes. It sounds like every story I've heard of you of having a life outside seems to be like horrifically like a complete mess. Listen, I admire Mally's ability to own her shit. Okay, I got stories. Don't we all? Listen, I have stories and they are very much on the level of you couldn't fucking waterboard them out of me, okay? There are non-waterboardable stories. Oh, fuck. Listen, the stream's been fun. We've been going for nearly 7 hours. Fuck. I don't know what it is about the fucking Destiny content that does this to me, guys. Fucking. Who am I raiding you to? Let's see what's Morale doing. He's playing Zomboid. What's Aiden doing? Aiden's ended. What's some foolery doing? Who cares? Okay. Let's send you to quick Morale. Let's send you to Morale. Oh, my thing's gonna freeze. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, guys. At 12, Akumu's video comes out. I'm very excited. Hey, listen, I'll be back Monday. Because I'm going to be watching Akumu's video and playing games. Mally, if you'd like to VC afterwards. No, I'm kidding. Hop on a VC with me. Come chat. Like, we'll just hang out. Help me suppress my dark thoughts. I have a tweet to write. This whole thing has been utterly fucking ridiculous. Where's my wrench? Do you want a wrench? I'll give you a wrench, Rags. There you go. Hold on. Give it a sec. If my thing doesn't freeze. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go with the fucking reload. Add as moderator. There you go. Have a wrench. Listen, I feel like I don't need to wrench Rags. It's got a fucking tech box. Fuck it, I'm tired. Rags, like, I always love when Rags comes into chat. Rags, if you ever want to chat or anything, I have no idea how to reach out to you. But you can find me through Discord, and I'm also on Twitter. But it would be cool to chat to you at some point, man. So, yeah, listen, I don't even know if you're banned on Twitter. For no fucking idea. Wrench for wrench. Actually, that does look pretty fucking cool with a wrench with the tick mark next to it. It's a fetish. Based, honestly. Beckett, can I call you? Discord? Yeah, I'll listen. Where are you on Discord? You can find me, like... Oh, fuck, hold on. What's the best way to put my Discord thing? Give me a sec. Let me just... Room mode's enabled. Give me a sec, Morale, and then you can call me. I was about to raid into you anyway. I'm just gonna give out my Discord ads, whatever. I've been banned on Twitter for years now. That is my Discord at. It's all lines and dashes, don't ask. They made... You remember when they made us, like, get rid of, like, our names and change shit? And then, like, they forced me? That's my Discord at. It's just, like, lines and fucking dots. I'm gonna get fucking... Listen, it's not hard to find me and send me DMs. Cope and C's Morse code. Yeah, listen, I don't... They were like, we're making you change it so you're easier to find. And I was like, fuck that shit. I don't want to be easy to find. I want to make this shit as difficult as possible. And it has bitten me in the ass ever since. And now I refuse to do anything about it. So that's my app. But yeah, hold on. I'll add morale to a call. Yo.
Beckett, I thought of a new bit and I need to workshop it a little.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like something like, damn girl, your pussy deep. Like that.
No, I don't think that's a new bit. I don't think that's a new bit.
It's definitely a new bit. I just came up with it.
You're very bored, aren't you?
How do you think? Do you dislike the bit?
The fuck is wrong with you?
Do you? Well, we can workshop it to make it better. Do you dislike it?
Listen, I'm gonna raid into you, and then we'll talk about your bit, okay?
Okay. Okay.
I'll phone you back. Idiot. You're supposed to be here for fucking ever. Okay, cool. Based. Fucking kill me. Right, okay, this has been really fun. I'm gonna raid into Morale. I fucking apparently am going to go and have a conversation with him about whatever the fuck like brainworms are eating him. Inform him it's only deep because the other part is small. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Mally DM me as well. Jesus Christ. This has been really fun as always. Right. Peace. I will catch you on the next one. I will be back Monday, unless something insane happens tomorrow, which is possible. Obviously. I'll be back Monday. We are gonna fucking keep going over shit. It's gonna be great. Peace. Catch you next time.